Sometimes in history, there's this magic moment. Somebody appears on the scene and everything changes.
I am with you.
We've never seen anything like this.
I will fight for you.
This was a man who's met his destiny.
And I will win for you.
He said he was saved by God in order to make America great again.
His victory was the greatest comeback of all time.
You're watching history, so buckle up.
I don't think the American people have ever seen this before. A government that has moved this quickly and a president that has done so much when it comes to the border and energy and major investments from other countries. It's like warp speed.
47's on a hot streak, bringing head-snapping change to Washington, overwhelming the system with a volcanic eruption of action. Trump has a mandate from the people, and he's using it, and they're just getting started.
President Trump said on the campaign trail, success will be my retribution.
Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free. We're going to have one shot at this, and no other president's going to do what I'm doing.
America's back, common sense is back. He is keeping his promise to you, the American people.
Inflation is down, growth is up.
The numbers don't lie. The economy is soaring.
Lowest gas prices in 4 years.
And record tariff revenue.
The USA is on a roll, culminating in the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill on July 4th.
The Trump economic golden age is full steam ahead. America is back, thanks to the courage of President Trump, thanks to the leadership of his amazing cabinet, and thanks, of course, to our brave men and women in the United States military.
This is a message to the rest of the world. The days of ripping off America and Americans are officially over.
Between the attacks on Iran's nuke site and the Maduro operation, the U.S. military recruitment at an all-time high.
This president will go down in history as a peacemaking president.
Peace through strength, America's in charge.
And he's just got one filter, and that is America first.
Whatever they're doing, it's working. Zero illegal crossing, drug cartels frustrated, less crimes.
We have the most secure border in the history of this nation. If you think we're doing good now, you just wait till this coming year.
The president isn't taking his foot off the gas in 2026.
It's a new year. The stock markets are already making new record highs. The Trump archive are a series of near impossible feats.
As for the next year, the American people have so much to look forward to. The president will continue to build off of his historic accomplishments.
2025 was setting the table, but the banquet's going to be in 2026.
This is the golden age coming.
He says, make America great again because every American is invited.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun.
Hey guys, how are you? Just taking me a sec to get stuff set up here. Willard, if I was any better, I'd be you. Oh, let's see. Let's try this. See if we can start off winning. Yes, I won 20 points. So maybe it's going to be good. Alrighty, let's see here. I look for some stuff to start kicking off here in the Middle East with these blockades. That's going to be interesting to see what plays out there. Let's see. I've been working on a couple widgets to where I can, like, when somebody says something, to highlight it. We'll find out if I got it worked out or not. Let's see. 992. Let's get it a squelch. And 11175. So did you get, what was it? What was the big thing that you predict will happen? Well, which one? I mean, there's a couple things that I think's going to, that's going to start the ball rolling. I think when Brennan's indicted, and you said on LWN, God, I get so sidetracked on, and it's nothing against Mike or any of his desk. I get sidetracked. Oh, that's all right. I didn't know, Kathy, that I was. So once the tankers come here and fill up, they go back to their ports with Hormuz empty out. Well, what I think, and I'm gonna have to dig into it a little bit more, is what I think they're doing is all of those ships that were one of two things, and like I said, I caught a little bit of it. All these tankers that are coming to the Gulf of America, I'm not sure if they're loading or if they're unloading. I think they're loading. All right? If they're loading from the Gulf of America, like Galveston, places like that, then we are going to sell them, and they are going to have to pay in U.S. dollars. And then we will basically you know, I think we're going. I think this all plays in, and I know some people call it a conspiracy, but I think all of this plays into Nesara. Because, I mean, it's factual. There is such a thing. It's not that it's some people who were trying to make money off of it. Well, they call it grifting. They put all these big pie in the sky craziness. But there are definite warning signs that this is going to happen unless something, you know, drastically steers the course to where it won't. I'm trying to see this damn thing. It's supposed to do highlight the chat, and when I double click on it, but let me see if I manage it on the web, if it does it. Dashboard. You know, I do believe that, you know, it's coming down the pike, and, you know, for the July 4th, oh yeah, Trump has been saying this for God, I don't know how long. Pin and highlight a chat. Alright, let me see if I can get this thing to work right. Unlimited duration. Streamlabs not showing up. What do you mean by that, sissy? Let me see. And here are to browser source. Let's see if browser source and a new chat. Oh yeah, I think Streamlabs they've been having some problems because, you know, I thought we got art last night and we didn't hear it. You know, it was a glitch. Let's see, width, make that 800 and height 50. Now let's make it 75. Let's see if this thing works. I doubt it. I doubt it'll work, but we'll see. Put that right there. Lock it. Pin and highlight chat messages. Alright, add the chat directly into Stream Desktop. And that just takes me to that. Let's see. Maybe. Bet you that's it. I bet you disable that. I think I have to sign into this section. Yeah, I'll catch up on your guys' chat here in a second. Let's see. Let's see, refresh this. I will have to. If the screen. Yeah, you ain't kidding. I hit the wrong damn button. No, I was just trying to get this chat highlight thing to work. Let me see. Maybe I gotta transition this over. And it's still not. I should be able to click on somebody's comment and it should highlight it on the stream, but it's not doing it. We'll play with that around another time. Let's see. Yeah, so I had a phone call from a friend. I think it was today. I got my days and nights so fucked up right now because I've been doing some stuff here at the house and doing some stuff over at the guest house, and seems like I have even less time than during the day than what I did when I was actually like going to the shop, going to the warehouse. But that's all right. Everything will kind of slow down here. Summertime with the businesses. So, but no, I had a phone call, from a friend of mine, and he needed to vent to somebody about gas price and how much it cost him, to fill his tank, and he was tired of hearing, Trump talking about how all this, we're a big energy producer, and we're still paying high for gas. And I told him, I said, hey, I get it. Luckily, I don't drive that much. So, it really isn't hitting me. Oh no, is that damn Nightbot back? Nightbot and Streamlabs bottles start fighting with each other again. I don't even know what you put. Don't worry about whatever it is, Anthony. Oh, he wasn't done vetting. and I get it. I mean, if you look at the breakdown, just in the taxes, I mean, I think that's like 30 to 40% of a price of gas. And, it says that Oh, no, you're good, Anthony. You know, in that letter in the alphabet, you know, there's going to be rough times. I mean, Trump's even said it. There's going to be rough times. And I hate seeing people suffer. People in this country should not have to suffer. We are, I don't care what anybody says, we're the richest nation in the world. You know, it pisses me off when, you know, I go to a grocery store and you see, you know, somebody disabled or a senior citizen that is trying to decide what the hell they're going to buy for food. That's total bullshit. And it shouldn't be happening. You know, there are, yeah, I believe you're right, Booty, but I think the American, I'm still waiting on the gut punch. I don't know what it is, what the gut punch is going to be. I don't know if, but I mean, everybody that I talked to, you know, in like the stories that I was telling you last night, those people that were in these working groups, they're all saying the same thing. They don't know what the gut punch is, but they know it's coming. And here's my mindset behind what is going on. And I look at it from whether you dislike Trump, you know, you have to look at it objectively. If you believe that he is sincere in what he's saying, he wants minimal pain for the American people, and I believe that. On the flip side of that coin, somehow the American people have to learn, and I don't know what it's going to take, because the American people have been, I want to say, catered to, handed everything. And when I say handed everything, I don't mean everybody, because there are people that work and struggle. But in the big scope of things of all the other countries, we're pretty damn fortunate. And I believe that, you know, Trump and the military want to do the least possible damage but get the biggest possible effect. Because we have to, I mean, look, if we get a year down the road and we are not seeing people being perp walked, there's a fucking issue. There is a real issue. And I believe it's, you know, that letter in the alphabet said it was going to be a hot summer and a nuclear winter. And I think that the big misconception is with the nuclear winter isn't nukes. I think the nuclear winter is, it's going to be beyond hot, right? I think after July 4th, after Trump does his 250th year speech, I think with, you know, Swalwell's issue, you know, because I don't know if you guys have seen the video I don't get it. I mean, it's nothing graphic. Basically, he just has a lady of the evening sitting on a bed, and he force kisses her and all this other nonsense. And you see in the reflection in the mirror, there's all these other people in that room. You know, he's withdrawed from the governor's race, and I'm sure that wasn't by his choice. I'm sure that was the engine that is politics, both Democrats and Republicans saying, up, you got to bow out. And I believe some of these congressional members know what's coming. They don't know for sure, but they know. Because there's a pulse in D.C. There is a rhythm in D.C., and everybody knows when that rhythm is kicked off. D&I Gabbard dropped a bomb about the Trump impeachment. You referring to the first one? Or are they planning on... Well, I know they're trying to... Here's the other thing. They started this whole talk of the 25th Amendment again. Did you guys notice how quick that got squashed? It seemed like that gained zero traction. Absolutely zero traction. Because number one, I honestly don't think I lost my train of thought. Sorry, I was trying to catch what the perfect phone call impeachment. Yeah, that was such horse shit. Absolute. You know, and here's the other big thing. What the hell happened in Hungary? So Viktor Orban lost the election. Viktor Orban has probably met with Trump since he first came into his first term. Yes. I sent a text message to one of my Barshall buddies who handles some of the stuff for Congress, and I asked, and he said there's a lot of spooked people inside Capitol Hill. And my thing is, why would you be spooked? Unless you are worried that the dirty trick squad has got something on you. And if you don't know what I mean by the dirty trick squad, that is the phrase that Clapper used during his interrogation with the Secret Service on that audio that I played a couple times. Head up by Rosenberg and some of the other DOJ attorneys. And, you know, I can't wait for it to come out about all of these attorneys inside of DC that kind of operate like The Firm. You know, the movie The Firm, where you get in trouble and you call certain attorneys, and these certain attorneys get you out of it because these attorneys are part of big law firms that are big lobbyists that, you know, pay large amounts of contributions. Yeah, I don't know what the deal with Orban is. It could be, but it seemed like the people in Hungary were pretty happy that Orban lost. So I guess we'll have to wait and see how this pans out. But yeah, with this blockade, this is going to get interesting. I know I sent a email to a buddy of mine at the Fifth Fleet to see, Trump did had a lot of clearances removed. Yep. And we need to see something very tangible, something very, very major. And I think, honestly, once it starts to come out, that you'll start seeing a tide change. And you'll start seeing people, because look, even my mother has changed how she looks at Trump. She couldn't stand him. And now she's like, okay. You know, and my grandfather used to say this all the time. The Democrats hate you and the Republicans hate you. You're probably the right guy for the job. And it's going to get very, very interesting. Let's see here. Yeah, you know, Camo, I think a lot of people have forgotten COVID, right? And I don't mean, it's kind of like, if they do it again, if they could do it again, you'd see a lot of people comply with it. You know, I don't know if you guys have heard my story about J6. I'm sure, because I've said it on numerous channels about how they had a tactical operations center set up and a fusion center set up, because I had told people from the very, very beginning when J6 happened that there is no way, that the U.S. Secret Service didn't know something was going to happen. The Secret Service has such a lid on D.C., it is absolutely nuts. And I can't wait for that to start to come out officially. You know, not just by clowns like me, but officially. The Gateway Pundit did do a big article on it, but it didn't get any traction because, even though the Gateway Pundit is a pretty big paper, it don't get traction like, MSNBC, CNN, all that shit. Yeah. Well, who has Nancy's laptop? The U.S. military. It's Special Operations Command. That's who has Nancy's laptop. And it wasn't, just like I thought there was only one Hunter laptop, there wasn't just one Nancy's laptop. You remember when yeah, I'll explain that, Popcorn. Nancy, yeah, Nightbot. You remember when Paul Pelosi, when there was that attack at their house out in San Francisco? There is no way. There was zero way that the Secret Service agent on duty would allow that to take place. No way. I think there was either a duplicate or another laptop there as well. And yeah, he may be a pusher, and maybe that was the opportunity they used to get inside of the house without a warrant. You have to think down those routes too, especially when you're going to the Speaker of the House. His house. That you cross your T's, dot your I's. You get warrants for warrants for warrants. It's an easy way to get inside of the house without having to have a warrant. Okay? I wanted to go back up to odds are that the U.S. Secret Service was told to allow it to happen to expose the FBI baddies and to get Pelosi. Okay. So, is Paul on the top or the bottom? Probably all fours, I'm guessing. Allegedly, in Mario Brothers. When J6 first happened, okay, and I started to watch this, I was, like most people, I was just in utter disgust. And then, I basically took the emotions out of it and started looking. Because when you go through counterintelligence schools and all that other stuff, you don't look at stuff the same because they teach you how to spot certain things. And when I started seeing, and you can go back and look at the video, and once I tell you this, for those of you who haven't heard it, you'll see it. There were 6 to 8 guys that initially went into the Capitol building, and they were all dressed the same. Same backpacks, same sunglasses, same everything. And when I seen these guys, I was literally sitting there watching this with my mother. And, she's a baby boomer, and she's like, oh, how could they do this to the country? And I get it. I get it because, for them, their parents were the greatest generation, and they lived through Kennedy. But I'm sitting there watching this, And I just looked at my mom and I said, these sons of bitches. And my mom looks at me and she goes, what? And I said, I'm going to show you something. You're going to think I'm fucking crazy. But trust me on this. I start pointing these guys out to her. And I said, see how all these guys have backpacks? She goes, well, isn't that Antifa? And I was like, that's what they want you to think. I said, but look at these X's on their backpacks. I said, it's not so much the X's. And they put them there for a purpose. Because that material we had sewn into some of our equipment. So let's say you're in a P-3 Orion and you're flying in the Yellow Sea, because this did happen. His name was Sean Richter. I had went to Morse code school with this kid. And he was one of the NAC, the Naval Aircrew guys, that the P-3 was shot down in China. And remember, they took all these guys hostages. It was right when Bush, that was his first major crisis. And they had the video of him. Well, I went to Morse code school with this kid, and then he went to Naval Aircrew, and then he went to Winter Harbor, Maine for SEER school. So in their flight suits, they have materials that transmit to satellites, and they can track you. I mean, it's open source. You can read about it. But when I seen these X's, I was like, you mother, what the hell is... Because I knew that material. I knew what it looked like, how it was, the reflective, the shape of it. And I said, these guys are pipe hitters. And naturally she looked at me and she's like, well, what's a pipe hitter? And I was like, special forces. And, she said, well, what would the military be there doing this for? And I said, they're looking for something. And so a day or two after, I was talking to the big chair. He wasn't the big chair at the time. But, I was like, dude, something's off with this. This whole thing. And he was in D.C. He was he worked on the 7th floor, so he was in an executive position. And, I said, dude, something's not right. And he's like, no, he goes, these are a bunch of whack jobs. And I'm like, dude, shut up. You know damn well as I do, those were pipe hitters. And he goes, well, if they were, it's not what you think. On and on and on. So then her laptop was reported stolen, missing, right? Well, the biggest thing a day or two after that was reported is, the biggest question I had was, so you mean to tell me that the third most powerful person in the world, which is the Speaker of the House, their laptop is stolen. And you hear jack diddly squat from CIA, FBI, Secret Service, Capitol Hill Police. No big press conferences. And no press conferences from the FBI that they recovered it. This person's being charged. Yada yada. Nothing. And, you know, most normal people wouldn't even think about that. So, about 2 or 3 years after that, there was this article that was written by the Gateway Pundit. And this article cited an unnamed source within the intelligence community that had stated that the U.S. Secret Service knew that J6 was going to happen. They had very credible intelligence that it was going to happen. And they took it to the president. And the president then convened certain members of the National Security Council. Not all of them. And this was done in a off-site location. And they started to formulate a plan with Chris Miller on, you know, what to be done. And I think this is why Trump fired Esper and put in Chris Miller. And I don't think the firing was because Esper was doing a bad job. I think they put Chris Miller in because this was his wheelhouse. Psychological operations, all of this stuff, right? So when you are talking about electronic data that's carried by the Speaker of the House, that's a national security issue, a major national security issue. They would move every asset that NSA, DIA, CIA, and the military have, FBI, Secret Service, all of them, to find this. But you never heard anything about it. So, after this article, you know, and this article came out, they didn't get into the specifics of it, but they basically said they allowed J6 to happen, and the people who committed crimes would, you know, would be dealt with. But in order to do what they needed to do, they needed a very large distraction inside of Capitol Hill and inside the offices at the Rayburn building, and that so they could move freely, meaning special forces, they could move freely throughout offices to get items that were on their checklist without being stopped, hustled, whatever. So they allowed J6 to carry on. And so after this article came out, I sent the link to the big chair. And I said, hey, dude, I thought you said I was full of shit. I was fucking crazy. You know, he even went as far as, hey, are you still taking your meds? And I was like, you ass clown. You know, keep in mind, I've known Big Chair since 95. We've been tight since 95. And I was like, dude, just read this article and then call me back. So he calls me back, I think like a day or two later. He's like, hey, I read that article, and I was like, holy shit, it took you long enough. This was like 2 days ago I sent this to you. And you'd be proud of me. I went and got a notebook. Maybe you and Cola can share notes. I said, what do you make of this? He goes, oh, it's pretty much spot on. I said, wait. What do you mean it's spot on? He goes, dude, I was in the operations center when this was going down. I said, wait, hold on. You were in the operations center? He's like, yeah. I said, I specifically asked you if you were in the talk. And he was like, I couldn't say it. You know better than that. I said, yeah, but you didn't have to say I was crazy. Was I on my meds? And he just starts laughing because it's just needling, right? And I said, dude, what really happened? He goes, yeah, we were conducting an operation. And I was like, who? He goes, everybody. And I was like, so is it true of what allegedly was on this laptop that they were concerned about? And he said, well, what do you think was on there? I said, General Dynamics. And he said, that's pretty good, fair bet. So from my understanding and reading this Gateway Pundit article, it's not conspiracy. I mean, it's out there. The validity of it, who knows? Since, you know, it was half-ass confirmed to me, I believe it. Yeah, I'll touch on that, Kelly. I said, so, you know, what's the deal? I mean, did they get what they were looking for? And he goes, yeah. And they basically, my understanding, and from what this article had put out, the Nancy Pelosi was orchestrating a deal to authorize the sale of General Dynamics, who was our biggest defense contractor, to the Chinese. And the Chinese, in return, was going to allegedly pay each member of Congress that voted yay $5 million. Yeah. Now, I've seen numerous articles not coming out and saying that this happened, allegedly. Okay, this is why I think there's going to be a huge constitutional crisis. One of the reasons. And, well, if she made a deal, well, yeah. Yeah, she's still talking. But here's the thing you have to remember about all of this. And this is just theory on my part. Let's take, for instance, this. And you know there's something that went on because there was a video that was on all the damn news channels where Nancy Pelosi was getting ready to do or walking through the halls of Congress. I can't remember what the exact scenario was. There were two females. I believe they were both, I know one was female. And there was, I believe, another female beside them. They were wearing U.S. Marshal lapel pins. And the blonde lady had told Nancy Pelosi, do not answer any questions. And she said, don't worry, I won't. Or something along those lines. Look. Number one, a U.S. Marshal would not, Secret Service would not tell the principal anything. And she would have had a conniption fit if she was told that and there wasn't something else happening behind the scenes. This is why I believe, remember when they kept putting the fences up, taking the fences down around the Capitol and all that? And they had to come up with a cover story about, we're worried about a J6 at the Capitol again. So I don't believe that's why those fencing and shit was up. I believe the fencing was put up because the Judge Advocate General Corps was in there on the House floor basically telling every congressional member, this is the deal. Here's your opportunity. You fess up to whatever you've committed. If you haven't, you don't have nothing to worry about. But trust me, we got the goods on what you possibly could have done. And I was told that there was a statement made on the House floor about the FISA Act and how the military was using it. Even though they didn't have to, the military and the intelligence community have certain things that they have to abide by. Oh yeah, Camo. Look. I believe that's how a lot of these, part of their plea bargains. Because I believe a lot of them have pled. I don't want to say all of Congress is guilty. It becomes a way of doing business. And they have come accustomed to it. And the good ones have already left Congress. The ones that actually, no, I don't think their resigning gets them off the hook by any stretch. Like I said, I think there's a lot of people that are going to be arrested or have been arrested that we may not know about. You know, and a lot of, you know, people, and I understand that they're like, oh man, we really need to see a big arrest. And I get it. But you think about how the process works, you know. They'll bring in some lonely staffer. What do you know? Who does this person contact? What strange things go? And they build a case that way. They don't automatically just go and get put in cuffs. Because, I mean, if you look at Trump, he doesn't seem to be worried at all. At all. I mean, I don't even think he even made a comment about them trying to work the 25th again. You know, it's it's nuts. But yeah, you know, and then when it was confirmed, because, you know, the big chair told me, he goes, dude, I was all up in that J6 shit. And I was like, you mean you were like involved? And he's like, no, I watched it. And, you know, like the J6ers, I think it was Kelly that was talking about it. And I brought this up a couple times. I'm not married, don't have kids. But if my kid had went to J6 and they were held, I'd be all over the fucking TV. All over the TV. Right? Now, I'm not going to say indefinitely there wasn't one family that was out there bitching 24/7, because I'm sure there was. But I find it odd that congressional members go to the Bureau of Prisons and they are denied access. Congress holds their purse strings. And I'm just asking a question. Were they there? Right. What happened to this? Look, has there been one trial for a J6er that was put into federal prison? And I'm asking this because I don't know. I personally haven't seen any. Because to me, if there was a trial, right? And granted, being federal court, there's not allowed any cameras in federal court, yada yada. That would be instant ratings for the news media. And you don't think for 1 second that ass clowns like Maxine Waters and all of these other people wouldn't have wanted these trials to be shown just so they can show they were right and Donald Trump's an evil SOB. Well, you know, I get that, Kelly. And I think there were some that probably there's some of them that probably did do some wrong. But even though, you have to keep in mind though too, I lost my train of thought. I was looking at some of the stuff in chat. But I mean, to me, that would be the most perfect opportunity for the Democrats and Republicans to get their pound of flesh. And I do believe that there were people that were involved that should have went to jail, because you have to remember there was already a pre-planned operation, or a pre-planned event for this to happen, and the Secret Service and the military hijacked it to get what they needed. What better way, right? And then you have to think of the bomb threats that were to happen at the DNC. And my understanding, I can't confirm it, but this is what I was told. Once they found out, some members of Congress found out that Pelosi's laptop was gone and the gig may have been up, that's when they put their plan into place. Because, like I said, I can't confirm it. It may be horseshit personified. But I was told that on J6, prior to the vote, they were going to wheel Epstein out. And then the bomb threats happened. Now, some people believe he's alive. Some people believe he's dead. I don't know. And there's nobody, especially on YouTube, that can definitively say either way. Because, like I said, I had a chief in the Navy that when we would do our debriefs, he would always say this: unless you were in the room and you witnessed it happen, you don't know shit. Facts. Absolute facts. Unless you were in the room, you have no clue. Zero. And yeah, I think, I think he is. I don't think he escaped custody. I think he was extracted. I think he was extracted by the U.S. government and special forces. Look, there was a group in the military and Special Operations Command. And I know what the name of the cover name for this was. I don't know if it's been declassified or not, so I won't say it. But the rest of this is open source. You can look it up and read about it. Because it started under Richard Marcinko, who was the SEAL who started SEAL Team 6, Deb Grew, and then they have another cover name for it that the public doesn't know about, that they use now. And what they would do is they would hand pick different groups or not different groups, different people from different Special Operations Command. And they would go and they would try to take down a nuclear power plant. Okay, I know of one time that, because one of my buddies he was Marine Force Recon. We lived on Ford Island. We used to run together all the time. They tried to break in and steal certain things from Sandia Laboratories in New Mexico. And they do this all the time. And I believe that's who extracted Epstein. Because I believe Epstein was used by whatever government. And I think a lot of us have our theories on what government was involved to set up these congressmen and senators, business leaders, community activists, to set these people up. So then the dirty trick squad could come in, like they did with Swalwell. Set him up. Put some cocaine on the table. Bring in a prostitute. Make sure it's videotaped. Now we got you. Now you're going to do everything we tell you to do. Okay, and there are USIDs, which stands for United States Signals Intelligence Doctrine. It's kind of like the Bible for intelligence community. There are USIDs in place that if the commander-in-chief issues a certain piece of paper that the name alone is classified as all get out, to this agency, it pretty much authorizes. This was before Snowden, right? That authorizes NSA to listen to the personal cell phones, government cell phones, all that. Well, the NDA that I signed when I left the Navy was 70 years, 70 fucking years. So at minimum, if you went into the Navy at 17, which I did, you get out at 21, you're not able to mention shit till you're 91 years old. And I have seen NDAs that were issued after people left special access programs of 230 years. Now that's kind of ridiculous. But and the reason they do that is if you get caught violating it, oh boy, you're probably gonna get some sugar booger right in your damn veins, and you won't be talking about anything at all forever. So, people, they talk about NDAs and, some people, oh, that's a conspiracy. Bullshit. I've signed a shit ton of NDAs as part of you know, the job I had in the Navy, at NSA, at the Bureau, the White House. So, yeah, I know. Clint, a lot, and it just, I would have been able to stay in if I didn't get fucked up, right? All the guys that I was in the intelligence community with, you know, starting to get Facebook posts. Retired, 31 years. Now it's time to do, you know, the next adventure in life. I mean, there was a guy, I won't give his last name because, you know, he's all over Facebook, but his first name's Dave. He was in the Navy, and it was funny. He had this, we met each other in Pensacola, and he was from Pennsylvania, I believe. Yeah, he was, because him and this other dude, we called him Buddha, because he looked like Buddha. But he had this blue pickup truck, and he was like our taxi. You know, we'd go out and whatever. We need to go somewhere, we'd give him $10-15, you know, to go somewhere. But, you know, he was in the Navy, and then he went into the Army. So he did a lateral. And then, and he just retired as a full bird colonel. So that was kind of, I would have loved to, you know, there were things about the Navy I hated, but if you ask anybody, especially any branch of service, the thing they miss the most are the people, because you meet some interesting fucking people, and you make, like, I just reconnected with a guy that I was at Kenia with, and, you know, just one day his name popped into my head, and I was like, dude, I wonder whatever happened to him. And so I started doing some searches, and you know, boom, after about an hour I found him, got his cell phone number, and called, and you know, talked to him. So you meet some interesting fucking people. A lot of good people, and then there's a lot of dipshits that that you meet. Hey, I'm gonna grab something to drink. If you guys want another, it's not as a long Navy story, but this is funny as shit. It's how I met Vito. I talked about him last night. The Russian, the #1 Russian linguist. I'm gonna grab something to drink, and I'll be back in about 2 minutes. All right, so I'm back. So this is how I met Vito. So we're coming off of an 8-hour shift at Cunha. And once you exit the tunnel, you walk down 4 or 5 flights of stairs, and it's outside. And then it takes you to a landing, and, they have the big awning. And for people that lived at Pearl Harbor or Eva Beach or Ford Island, they had a shuttle bus if you didn't have your own vehicle. And that shuttle bus would, pick you up and take you to all 3 bases wherever you lived. So me and this other dude, Keith, we're sitting down there and we're bullshitting. And this guy swings we call them island beaters. So guys that are, leaving the island and, either going home or transferring somewhere else, and they're not having their vehicle shipped, they'll sell it to somebody, on the island. There's somebody new coming in, somebody needs a car. This thing, it was like a gray Celica, but this thing was a absolute 100% piece of shit. I mean, it seemed like it was on its last legs. We had never met this guy ever. And so we're down there bullshitting, and this guy pulls up in this gray Celica, and he rolls the window down, and he's like, "Hey, where are you guys going?" And we're like, "We're going to Ford Island." He goes, "You guys want to ride?" And we're like, "Yeah, sure." So we jump in this fucking car, right? So we're, "Hey, what's your name? Yada, yada. What do you do?" And, he's like, "I'm a Russian linguist." And so he was asking, "How long have you been here?" Yada, yada, yada. Just, bullshitting, talking to, trying to get to know everybody. So we go out the main gate of Cunha, make a left, and go up the road. And on the left-hand side is Schofield Barracks. And so as you get to Schofield Barracks, you go and you merge and go right, and that takes you to H1, Hawaii 1, the interstate, to go down to Pearl Harbor. So we're going down, and Keith's sitting in the front seat, and I'm sitting in the back, and I'm like, "Man, this thing," and I'm thinking to myself, "Man, this thing is an absolute piece of shit." And he's playing this, I don't know what music it was. And I'm just, these two kick it off instantly, and they're just busting each other's nuts. And we're halfway down H1, and the way it works is once you leave the skiff, you have an ID badge that you either clip it onto your uniform or you have a lantern, and this badge always has to be displayed, and it shows that your security clearance level, your authorization, and it also acts as a key card. So not everybody has access to every space inside of a skiff. And like one of the, I'll finish this and then I'll tell you about this phone booth. And so we're driving down H1, and Keith was like, "Oh shit." And we're like, "What?" And he's like, I lost my fucking badge, which is a big deal. And I was like, dude, you sure you didn't put it in your fucking pocket? So he's checking and shit. He's like, dude, I lost it. He's like, hey, Vito, can you turn on the interior light on the vehicle? Remember, I said this thing was a piece of shit. Doing like 65, 70 down H1. And he asked Vito, hey, can you turn on the light? Vito opens up the driver's side door so the light would come on. And I'm like, what in... We're both laughing. We're like, dude, what are you doing? He's like, well, it's the only way the light works. I have to open up the fucking door. I'm like, oh my God. So, here his badge just fell when he got in. So, that's how, I first met Vito. Well, he was, later on, it's probably been about, 6-8 months. And he moves in across the hall from me in one of these other, they're like apartments. And every fucking day, you had a main area. It was a common area. And then we always left our exterior door unlocked. Because we always had people coming in, whatever, busting balls. If somebody was going to Honolulu, and they had a vehicle, they always say, hey, anybody want to go to Honolulu? Or anybody want to go to Waikiki? I'm going to Walmart, whatever. And so, every day, this clown, he would just, and he was coming, he just didn't open up the door. He would, fling the door open, and he'd come in and be like, nod his head up, and he's like, hey, what you got to eat? And I'm like, what? He goes, I know you got something in that refrigerator, what you got to eat? And it was just him. He was just absolutely 100% stupid. So, he, as time goes on, right, he tells me, he's like, hey, he goes, my parents are coming from Philadelphia. They're flying in. And my uncle from Russia, Grisham, is flying in. He goes, so, you want to go with me? They'll be here in 2 days. You want to go with me to the airport? They want to see somebody else that, can speak Russian and, see how good you are, yada, yada. So I go to and if any guys have never been to Hawaii, Honolulu, it's like one of the coolest airports because everything is open air. Because on that part of the island, it never rains. It's really weird because of the mountainscape. You have parts of the island every day at 2 o'clock like clockwork. Grisham. 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 And he would so Grisham would fly. He was flying in actually from Russia. And but yeah, everything in Carl, you're a clown. But no, Hawaii, because that part of the island, it never rains. And then you have areas of the island, I think like Mauna Loa, Waipahu, Waimea. It rains every day at 2 o'clock like clockwork. You could set your clock by it. And because something to do with the tides and how the shit hits the mountains and whatnot. So we go, Hickam was right across from Port Island. We used to, we loved going to Hickam Air Force Base and eat They had the best galley. Period. Bar none. The best food. Until you get on a submarine, in the first week, you eat like kings. And then, depending on how long the deployment is, you're eating oatmeal and mush towards the end. So we go pick up his parents in Gresham. And instantly, bam, all Russian. And Keith had gave Vito the nickname Rubles. Hold on 1 second. I think Sigonella was trying to contact a Reach, which is a refueler. Yes, it means he's calling mainsail. This could get interesting. So, what did he say? Reach 129? Reach 1829. Let me see where he's at. 1829. So it'd be RCH 1829. All right, I just seen it. Reach 1829. Oh, come on, this fucking thing. 1829er. Alright, so there he is. Now I just got to find out where he's at on the map. So he's departing at 3:34 a.m. So I'm guessing that's local. So we'll find out. Oh, come the fuck on. So C-17. Why aren't you showing up, asshole? Let's see if I fill it completely out. Oh, duh. See that right there? It's called Show on Map. You gotta click that. Just throwing that out there. All right. All right, so right there he is. He's flying over Greece. Sigonella is Italy.
Sigonella Global. This is reach 1829 on 11175. Over.
Sigonella is about ready to get in trouble if they don't answer this aircraft. I guarantee you right now, if he calls like one or two more times, you're going to guarantee the Pentagon will be calling Sigonella on DNS and saying, "Hey, assholes, wake up over there." All right, so while we're waiting on that, yeah, so Keith gave Vito the nickname Rubles. So funny. You know, the Russian currency. So we always called him Rubles. But so we pick his parents and his uncle up at the airport, okay? And we're riding in what Keith gave his vehicle the name the Gray Ghost. So stupid. So we are at the airport and we're walking in. It's about an hour before their plane arrives. And so we're sitting there and we're walking through the airport, and Keith goes to DeVito. He's like, "Hey."
Sigonella Global, reach 1829, over.
So Keith goes to Vito. He's like, "I cannot believe that you are going to take your parents and your uncle in this piece of shit car." And this is odd. Well, I shouldn't say odd. But this is uncommon. It does happen, but for a individual airplane to be calling a ground station. I guess I could make that screen bigger so you guys can see. Now he's calling the Pentagon. Damn, he calls the White House next. That's going to be interesting. So it sounds like so whoever that last one was, he has landed because he is signing off of the net, which means he's logging off his radio. Let me see, I want to make sure. Yeah, so for some reason, Mainsail responded to that last plane, but he's not responding to So for some reason, either mainsail can't hear this guy. So anyways, while we're waiting on this traffic, so we're at the airport, and Keith says to me, he goes, "I can't believe you're going to be taking your mom and dad and your uncle in this piece of shit." And, you know, Vito's like, "Oh, I'm not. I'm renting a car." I think he said this is Defender. Yeah, so I think a lot of these reaches are bringing in supplies for probably the Israelis or even our guys that are in the region. Because this has just been a non-stop flurry of C-17s, Globemasters, and that flying from, you know, Germany into Israel. But so he rents a Chevy Tahoe, I think is what it was, like a big Suburban. And so his parents and uncles plane land, and they come off, and, they're all fucking hugging on Vito. And Keith spoke no Russian. And so they're just yapping back and forth in Russian. And Keith looks at me and he goes, "Is this bullshit gonna happen all the time?" And I knew his parents, spoke English. What the hell was their name? His parents' name. It'll come to me. So his uncle Grisham owned a glass factory in Russia, and he had major dollars. And I think he had one in Philadelphia, and he had one in Russia as well. And so we took him to the Ala Moana Hotel, which is a military hotel in downtown Honolulu. The only way you can stay there is if you're military or retired military, and it's like a 5-star hotel. This place is very nice. And so we take him to the hotel, and told you, Berta was his mom's name. And so why his parents and his uncle's in town, he's staying there, so he tells Keith, he's like, hey, you and Jeff can, take my car and drive it. And I'm like, I am not driving this piece of shit. And, he looks at me and he's like running his hand across his neck like, quiet, because he didn't want his parents or his uncle. He didn't want his uncle or his parents knowing he was driving this piece of shit car. So, why his parents and uncle were they're like, oh, let's go to dinner, yada yada. So, why Vito and all them are getting ready, Keith and I go down to the damn bar. And, I'm just there, right at the end of Wacky Wacky, as we called it. I don't drink, so, Keith's drinking, and I'm just having a Diet Coke or Pepsi, whatever the hell it was, and we're talking. Well, then they come, downstairs after, I don't know, about a half hour, 45 minutes, and Keith is just ripped. Because why his parents were in, and his uncle, we took a week's leave, so we could hang out with them. And so we go to Duke's to eat, which is on Waikiki Beach. Oh, their food is unbelievable. And so we're out eating at Duke's, and his uncle, when we first sit down, his uncle asked the waitress for vodka. And she's like, okay. So she comes out with a single glass of vodka. And yeah, I'm always the DD. You got that damn right. And Grisham's like, no, I want the whole bottle of vodka. And Keith and I are looking at each other like, what the fuck? These old bastards are about ready to get plowed. And so I'm laughing, and Vito's laughing, and they start yapping in Russian. And so I can understand them, Keith can't. And Keith looks at Vito and he's like, hey, quit talking all that click, click, whistle shit. So he's, and his mom and dad spoke pretty good English, but naturally they're more comfortable in Russian. And so his uncle, asked for creb. bread in Russian. And so he tells her, I want, a full loaf. And, a big loaf of bread. And so the waitress is like, oh, okay. And, they knew that they were Russian. And, they were probably off the boat Russian. And they probably had a lot of money. So they were doing everything they could to accommodate everybody there at this table because they knew they were probably going to get a pretty big tip. And so she brings out this big warm loaf of damn bread. And Grisham's, passing out these plates, and he starts breaking off all this bread and passing it out. And then I didn't hear him ask her, but she wanted he wanted 6 shot glasses, big shot glasses. And so she brings these shot glasses out, and he starts pouring all this vodka. And he pours one for me and slides it over, and I'm like, I don't drink Grisham. And Vito looks at me and he goes, Today you drink. And I'm like, dude, I don't even enjoy drinking. And he's like, Today you drink. So, and I didn't know that it was very disrespectful if you didn't drink vodka with a Russian when they ask you to drink vodka before dinner, and they always drink the vodka and then eat the bread. So I get the first glass down, and they make you chug it, and I'm sitting there, and I was drunk as fuck off this first fucking glass. And so we're ordering food and all this. So they're bringing out all this damn food. I mean, they it seems like they ordered everything off the damn menu. And we're eating, and I think Grisham had ordered like 6 or 7 bottles of vodka. I mean, they drink it like it was water. And so we got done with that and finished eating. And I'm blitzed. And so we decide that we're going to go walking downtown Waikiki. So we go out, and his parents want to do shopping and all this shit. So we go to this place called Hilo Hattie's, which is, they do like the Hawaiian shirts and all this stuff. And so I bought the uglier the better. And so I buy these, I think I still have them. These ugly ass silk Hawaiian shirts. I mean, I forget, the one was pretty cool. It was all black and had like dragons on it. But they were just fucking, I bet you just in the first day, his parents and, delightfully drunk. That was 8992. Let me turn that one up. They spent so much money buying shit. I mean, they bought some Aztec doll. It was like a wood tall Aztec doll, and they had him ship it to his house. I mean, it was just crazy. So I've actually ordered stuff online from Hilo Hattie's when I got back, because I really love their shirts. And so, after they get done, then Keith and I go back to Ford Island, and it was like the next day. So it was. Is that what he said, nullified? I couldn't make it out. Let's see if it'll. Oh, confessional. That's funny. Just don't bring Craig. Everything's running smooth, Cola. So that was Saturday. So Sunday morning, it. Playing princess. What were you planting, Cola? Weed? Okay, so I'm sure as soon as I start talking, it'll kick in again. So I don't know. It had to have been like 5 or 6 o'clock Sunday morning. And the guy who lived in the apartment next to me, he was out at sea. He had left on... So it was probably like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, and my roommate or the guy next to me, he was out at sea, and I think he was on a fast attack submarine, and they were doing some stuff over, I think, in the South China. And so it was like 5 or 6, and I hear this thumping, absolute thumping on the outer door. And I roll over and I'm looking at the damn look at my damn alarm clock, and I'm like looking at it, and I'm thinking, man, did I miss, watch section? What the hell? And I'm sitting there, I'm like, no, I'm on leave. What? And I'm trying to think what day it was. And I'm like, man, who in the living hell is beating on my door? We'll just say 5 o'clock in the fucking morning. So I go out my room, and I go into the common area and look through the peephole, and all I see is Vitelli holding up his middle finger through the peephole. I just start laughing. I'm like, oh. So I open up the door, and he's like, come on, man, get dressed, let's go. I'm like, dude, it's 5 o'clock in the fucking morning. He's like, come on, man. He goes, my parents called me, we're going to breakfast. I'm like, dude, I'm sleeping. He's like, look. And so he goes right by me, goes into my room, starts going through my damn shit, throwing my clothes out of my drawer and out of my hanging closet. He's like, here, put this on, let's go. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? So he goes, we go down to, I think it was like I was on the 3rd floor. So we go down to the 2nd floor, and he's just thumping the shit out of Keith's door, doing the same thing. So we end up going down to the Ala Moana, and man, I'm so glad I went, because Sundays they have all-day brunch, and I think it started at like 6:30. So we go, and he's knocking real nice and shit on his parents' door, right? And I'm like, what? Why aren't you beating the shit out of this door, Vito? He's like, man, come on. I'm like, no, wait. You beat on our doors like you had a fucking search warrant. I said, come on, wake these fucking people up. So we go, and we go down to the restaurant there, and it's all you can eat brunch. And I think back then it's like $15. I mean, but
hostile aircraft intrusion. Metula.
And so we go to the restaurant, and I didn't realize, I never went to a quote-unquote brunch or anything like that. They sure serve champagne at brunch, breakfast, whatever the fuck you wanted to call it. Dude, they got plowed. Well, not plowed. Stupid drunk, but they were fucking drinking and drinking. Some of the best food I've had. I mean, it was fucking awesome. So we did. So Sunday, that afternoon, I could forget. Oh, we took him to the Arizona Memorial. Took him to the USS Utah.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Kfar Giladi. Misgav Am.
Yeah, this could get interesting in Israel. These are probably drones. Yeah, they didn't. They wouldn't serve vodka that early, but they would serve champagne, you know. And so after we got done eating that, and we took them, to the Arizona, the Utah. The Utah it was right behind our SEAL headquarters on Ford Island, right behind Det 1. And so Vito tells us later on, he's like, hey, we are going to go out into the drink. And I'm like, what? He goes, we're going to go into the drink. Meaning the ocean. And I'm like, man, I'm not swimming. He goes, no. He goes, Gresham leased a yacht, and we're going to go out in the ocean. I'm like, what do you mean Gresham leased a yacht? He goes, oh, we're going down to the docks there in downtown, and he leased a yacht from this dude. So I'm like, oh, okay. So we go down there, and I think it was like a 112-foot fucking yacht. This thing was decked the hell out. And so that's basically all we did all the time, sailing around the island. He hired a guy to pilot the boat, and we had a blast. But non-stop vodka. I mean, he'd actually have the captain of the yacht docked a bit so he could go get more vodka. It was so wild. Did you find any dead bodies when you were tilling all that up, Cola? Yeah, it was actually absolutely beautiful here today. Had a nice breeze for once. Colon Flynn know where the bodies are buried. Compost cola. Yep, we'll see you, Kathy. You know, Gracie, I probably ran out of money. I bet you if you gamble now, it'll work. Because it just took 100 from me. It must not like it. You must have been banned from the table, Gracie. Mm-hmm. It doesn't like anybody right now. He's a congressman, right? So I believe there's a special election. Or does I know the governor would appoint a senator. Maybe the governor appoints a congressman too. I could be wrong. Yeah. It might be good comic relief. We got to get Jason M. Schmidt over here so we can bust his chops. Since they nuked my channel and I had to do a new one, so now I can go into his Adolf's chat, and I kept telling him, I was like, hey man, what's up, Schmidt? Oh, I was eating some caramel corn, and Little Miss Panda decided she wanted some too, so she, or maybe you weren't asking me. Oh, you want to see the pup? I don't have a camera on this one. Yeah, I'll have to, she's something else. She is a miniature Aussie Doodle. And she's pure white. But one of her eyes has black fur. Both of her ears have black piping. And then where her tail was, they have a snub tail. It's all black. All the rest of her is white. And when our cleaning dude, that's who I got her from. His wife had got 2 of them, and they could only handle one of them because they are they take a lot of energy, and I couldn't think of a name for her, so I called my little niece and showed her what I got, and I said I can't think of a name for her, so you'll have to come up with it. And she was instantly she looks like a panda bear. I'm like, bingo. You know what? Hold on. I think this is when she was younger, but it'll give you an idea. Alright, so it says here, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has announced that a naval blockade will begin at every port in the region until the U.S. Navy departs. Good luck. Breaking news on... I could have been like Lookner. Breaking news. Breaking news. Or he, when he says shit like, oh, him and his air fryer. Let me see. Let me see here. There's one picture. Let's see, send this to Dropbox. Maybe. There it is, Dropbox. Upload. So that was last year. Let me see if I got one when I first got her. Let me see, I know. Oh, this is one of the canine dogs of one of the cops that when they have shit in the city that they need, law enforcement needs translated, and he's always the one that brings it to me. I'll show you the picture of that canine. He's a new canine. He's pretty. His last canine, I think he bit him more than he bit the perps. Oh, yeah. Look. Yeah. Old Lookner. I forget what the one was. Either he plays it off really well, or he's just dumber than shit. I seen one night I was watching him, and somebody was in there asking him if he had a boyfriend, because he found him hot. I was rolling. There's been that would be funny. Thank you, Mo Lester. Oh, that's funny. Damn, where in the hell? Yeah, here's another one I'll show you. I think all of these are from over in the guest house. Oh, let's see. Upload that one. Yeah, Mo Lester. That is funny. Let's see here. Let me do media and media file. Browse. sure because of the format if this is going. No, it's not going to show. Yeah, I'll have to bring a camera over to this machine next broadcast, and I'll just upload the pictures so you guys can see her. Let's see. I wonder what the doom and gloom is covering. Yeah, so that looks like that Reach that was calling mainsail on that. Looks like he may be flying to Egypt. That's interesting. Wonder, let me see here. Let me get some background noise going. Let's see. 198.
Teams on an almost daily basis, so challenging times, but there is a hope that if things start to get sorted out in the next few weeks, they won't have a significant impact on customers.
Oh yeah, yeah. Lisa.
How long do you think
it needs to go on? He would have so many more viewers because the guy is knowledgeable.
But actually, we're getting to a point.
He would have so many more viewers if he would learn a demeanor. I mean, that's why Luckner has so many, because he's just, he's there's nothing I don't think that phases him, and I think he's a hardcore liberal. Hardcore liberal. Of course, he lives in Boston, so I want to look and see like what his annual income is from YouTube. I bet you it's a pretty penny.
But it is achievable. Certainly, if the conflict drags on and the Strait of Hormuz is either closed or certainly not fully open within the next, I would say, 4, 6, 8 weeks, that will cause real serious headaches. But it is worth repeating that there are changes that business can make to manage around it.
What about around costs? Are you inevitably going to have to pass on some of those price rises?
Mo Lester.
Changes that can be made. You can work with your suppliers. You can work with partners throughout the supply chain. I think everyone's aware that technology and AI in particular is becoming more embedded within businesses. I do think that there will be an unexpected consequence of this conflict and crisis. Those changes will maybe be accelerated. We're certainly doing that at Castor. We're looking at any area that we can embed AI and technology more quickly, more deeply into the business to cut out costs, to become more efficient, to become more data-led. That will hopefully help things. But again, if the conflict carries on, certainly for a couple of months, it's inevitable that at some point that will flow through to the customer.
What's been the biggest consequence in how you run your business, Tom, given the COVID shock, the energy price shock of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, now this? Do you reflect on Castor now as making things in a different way, different places, different customers because of these big shocks?
So Castor has a global supply chain. We have global manufacturing partners, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, China, India, Bangladesh. but we also do work more closely to the UK, so Turkey, parts of Eastern Europe, countries like Lithuania. It's been a very much a case of how do we manage the business in a more agile way. I do see, and I think British businesses are maybe at an advantage. We're not great in this country at kind of being optimistic or talking at the positives, but one of the advantages I see of being a British business rather than a US business and maybe let's say a challenger brand, a fast growth company as opposed to a status quo incumbent company, is that ability to be more agile, whether it's changing where you manufacture products or, as I referenced earlier, implementing AI and technology into your business. You can make those decisions more quickly. They are genuine competitive advantages. So that is how we're seeing things at the moment.
Are you manufacturing closer to home than you were?
Yes, absolutely. So again, the challenge is a lot of other people are trying to do that as well. So with all of the manufacturing shifts in a short space of time, there are kind of capacity constraints, but there's also price increases. So we are seeing that happen, yes, manufacturing closer, and that is something that I expect to continue.
Just briefly, Tom, and you've got part of your business in the Middle East itself. What impacts have you seen there?
There's been significant reductions in footfall in Dubai, so people going to malls. We've seen significant drop-offs. Again, the key word I would use, though, is that this is changing very quickly. So week to week, you'll get big shifts, 40% reduction in footfall or revenue in a store, but then it will bounce back very quickly. So it's not a continuous linear change.
Right.
This is moving very quickly.
Tom, thank you for your time. Tom Bean, their co-founder and co-chief executive at Castor. On similar lines to that, retailers in the Middle East, across the United Arab Emirates, we've seen have had that footfall drop, particularly through March, thousands of international residents and tourists leaving the country. And Natasha Sidiris is founder of Tasha's Hospitality Group, got 14 bars and restaurants across the UAE, 1,000 people employed as well. Natasha, morning. What have been the biggest consequences for your businesses?
Morning. Thanks for having me on. So, as you said, directly in the beginning of the war, we also had Ramadan. So I think that initial shock factor combined with Ramadan had a dramatic decrease in our numbers in the first few weeks. But because Dubai does have a community, and it's a living community, and it's almost doubled to 4 million residents over the last 10 years. So we are seeing some stability returning. And the strength of that community is really evident because we were down 50% in some of our venues, 70 to 80% down in other venues. And the situation is now a little bit more manageable. We are between 25 to 30% down overall decline. And we've taken some steps right at the beginning to really try and combat the impact, reduce our menus. You're talking about supply chain earlier, reduced our menus to try and take pressure off supply chain. We took a vote amongst all of the staff, with over 1,200 people, and said, do we have to retrench or make redundant 30% of the team, or do we all take a haircut as we did in COVID? And it was a resounding support of rather everyone taking a haircut to show the camaraderie.
And is that something multiplied across? Are you seeing that sort of action with staff and their salaries across Dubai, for example?
I think a lot of people are using different approaches. So some are asking staff to go on unpaid leave. Some are definitely retrenching. Some are closing some venues and only going to reopen after the season, maybe in September, October. We're very lucky. We have a couple of brands. So Tasha's is our main brand. We have one in the Battersea Power Station, very much community-based. So that's been less affected. And then, of course, we have elevated dining and bars, and those have been more affected, and I think for a couple of reasons. I think people are watching their spending, and the other reason is because those venues are in the more touristic areas, in the hotels that have been hit a lot harder.
And is that where you see the rebound question being tougher, the tourism, rather than maybe what is seen as the domestic economy?
Yeah, definitely that's going to be the tougher one to recover, but I think with the way the world works today, we've all got short memories. I think the way that Dubai has handled both COVID and this, or rather the UAE has handled COVID and now the war. We've had 3,000 projectiles fired at us since the war began, and I don't know of many other cities that would be able to keep its residents safe and still keep the wheels turning.
No, but at the same time, not many other cities will now have to make that pitch to tourists in a new environment.
Exactly, but I think Dubai's, I think it's come back from a lot, and I think this will be another one of those comeback stories. I really am confident. I've been a UAE resident for the last 11 years, and whether we see that comeback in October, November, or whether we see it in Q1 next year, we will see a comeback, and it will be gradual, but I think it will come back.
Natasha Sideris, founder of Tasha's Hospitality Group with those bars and restaurants across the UAE. Thank you for your time. Jane Sydenham is investment director at Rathbones. Jane, just on the oil price this morning, down a little bit, but why is that?
Yeah, down a little bit. Asian stock markets up a little bit. Really expectations of an end to the conflict reasonably soon. Whether or not the blockade...
Hey, did you guys see Elon Musk, his tweet about Eric Swalwell stepping down as the gubernatorial candidate?
The last few weeks has been, which places are appearing to do well out of what is going on in the Middle East at the minute? Not deliberately, of course, but when you see Goldman Sachs profits jumping in their best quarter for 5 years, why that performance?
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing is the investment banking division of Goldman Sachs has been very strong. Their equity trading has been very strong. Traders can make money in markets even if the general direction...
All right, hold on. What's up, AJ? Hold on. Elon Musk has to be the funniest fucking dude. He's almost as good as Doc P. Oh, let me find this. I could tell you, but I want you guys to actually see it because it's funny as hell. Oh, let's go. Elon. God, hopefully I can easily find this.
Adventure. First half low volleys from Noah Okafor had leads 2 up at the break. Matters were made worse in the second half for the Reds when Lisandro Martinez pulled the hair of Dominic Calvert-Lewin and was sent off following a VAR review. Casemiro's header halved the deficit, but both sides denied chances of the 4th goal with on-the-line blocks. Leeds United now 6 points clear of the relegation zone with a first win at Old Trafford since 1981.
Arne Slot insists his Liverpool side they can do something special.
Eric
Paris Saint-Germain in the return leg in the Champions League quarter-final tonight, despite PSG having a 2-goal advantage from the first leg.
Of course, we know we need an exceptional performance, but that's completely normal if you face the champions of Europe and you're 2-0 down. But then we've also been able to score once in a while more than 2 goals. But let's first focus on the job at hand, and that is just start aggressive, making sure we can get back into the tie, and the best way of doing so is, of course, scoring the first goal.
Well, commentary on 5 Live from 8 p.m. of that matching, and women face World Cup champions Spain tonight.
Somebody started a X account called By Eric Swalwell.
British host number 1, Cameron Norrie beat Stan Wawrinka in 3 sets at the Barcelona Open to reach the second round yesterday, but Jack Draper had to retire during his first round match because of a knee injury. And the triple Olympic champion
I think it may be this one.
Championships today after a year out following the Paris Olympics.
And you know what's scary is this dude was on the Judiciary and Homeland Security. Unbelievable.
Unfortunately, the rest of them don't really have the same taste as the it's like you're tasting.
Yeah, so he did resign from Congress. I gotta find this damn from Elon.
For me, so that is the one that really gets me out of bed.
A little bit early, perhaps.
I never use X, Twitter, whatever the fuck they call it now.
Thank you, Kelsey. It is 6:30 now. There is wartime drama coming up on Radio this week.
Elon Musk responds to Eric
Brand new drama starring Toby
Swalwell.
Based on Kate Atkinson's best-selling thriller, 7 words scrawled in
All right,
you will pay
here we go.
for what you did. wartime espionage.
This is fucking classic.
Well, that depends what you did.
You can't make this up.
Transcription starts on Radio 4
All right.
and BBC Sounds on Sunday afternoon at 3. It is 29 minutes to 7 now. You're listening to Today on BBC Radio 4.
Here.
In Glasgow and Anna Foster and Salford. And James Steele has a summary of the news. A former Labour cabinet minister.
This is so fucking funny.
Forces has mounted a scathing attack on the government's handling of defence. Lord Robertson, who also served as NATO General, will warn in a speech of a
we call him Lee Harvey Wheelbarger. Reminds us of Lee Harvey Oswald. Alright, where? So that is, I think it's so far. Yeah, there we go.
The US Vice President J.D. Vance has accused the Iranian government of engaging in an active economic terrorism by stopping ships from using the Strait of Hormuz. Yesterday, the US began its own blockade of Iranian ports. Talks between the and Israeli ambassadors to the US are expected to take place in Washington later. It will be the first time in decades that officials from two countries which don't have diplomatic relations meet face-to-face for direct negotiations. The BBC understands that the police
So Elon Musk responded to Eric Swalwell. He said, bro, you should definitely fight those false allegations, especially all the videos you doing weird shit with hookers.
Police officers and a former officer are being investigated for possible gross misconduct.
Oh my God.
Low-income families are being overlooked for the underachievement of working-class children in England. GCSE data shows results for the group have seen one of the biggest declines since 2019. The Department for Education said it was radically reforming the way funding for disadvantaged groups is given to schools. A record 6 British artists are to be inducted into the this year. Oasis, Phil Collins and Iron Maiden are known as being
Bro.
by the American institution. 27 minutes to 7 now. We are not safe. And the
That shit is so fucking hilarious.
To write the Strategic Defence Review, the former NATO Secretary General, Lord Robertson.
This is after he put out this statement to my family, staff, friends, and supporter. I'm deeply sorry for the mistakes in judgment I made in my past. I will fight the serious false allegations that have been made, but that's my fight, not a campaign's. Bro. You can't make this shit up.
But yes, as you say, he is also frustrated by the absence of the government's defence investment plan, a 10-year defence investment plan, which was due last autumn, and it was meant to describe how the government the recommendations of Lord Robertson's Strategic Defence Review, which they accepted in full.
All that weird shit you were going with.
How to fund it, indeed how to fund existing defence spending plans. Lord Robertson's answer in his speech is this: he says we cannot fund with an ever-expanding welfare.
She probably does.
Quite sympathetic to that, but as we learned last year, Labour MPs somewhat less so.
Oh my God. I'm telling you. This shit is going to get so wild.
How serious, how long-lasting the economic impact of this particular iteration of the conflict in the Middle East.
Oh shit.
They do believe that it is going to be long-lasting in some form. One thing I've learned is that the Prime Minister has decided, rather than having ad hoc cobras, which we've talked about over the past few weeks.
I can't keep from laughing. That shit's so funny.
Cabinet committee to discuss the war in Iran. It's going to be called the Middle East Response Committee. The Prime Minister is chairing its first
I wonder when Eric Swalwell read that who he punched first.
The governments under Boris Johnson set up cabinet committees that met regularly to discuss COVID and also the period.
Oh my God, my sides hurt. That shit's so funny.
Internally and in how it structures itself, that the fallout from this war is going to dominate for some time. Into the depth of the potential impact of the war for all of us.
Did you guys see the video? I mean, it's not bad, but it kind of is when you're married.
Discussions like this are vanishingly rare, but they're only happening, it's worth mentioning, at ambassadorial level rather than between.
Oh, shit.
Which does raise questions about how much can realistically be achieved. Yolande Nell is our Middle East correspondent. Also for sure, Yolande, that Hezbollah at the centre of this have already rejected those talks.
I should take a picture of that and send it to my sister because she fucking hates Elon Musk. I mean, some of these posts in here are just absolutely. And then he posts, oh, let's see. And then he posts later on, he said, Eric, can I get a definition of taking one for the team?
Focus on moving towards formal peace talks with the Lebanese government itself.
And then somebody somebody put a, and this could or could not be fake. Somebody put on there, you might want to sit this one out, Elon, and then it has a thing for an email saying from Epstein to Elon, or from Elon to Epstein, probably just Tula and me. What day and night will be the wildest party on your island? I'm sure that's probably AI generated. I want to see if Elon replied to this.
With Israel and then backed up by the US, saying that it wasn't. And then
let's see.
What we have had since then is this indication.
Oh my God, that's so funny, bro.
Sort of agreed to de-escalate the fighting with Hezbollah, and then agreed to these ambassadorial talks. Now, really, although things have been scaled down, they have not stopped in Lebanon from the signs we've seen.
Let's see. Let me look at this, see if Elon replied to it.
In southern Lebanon. Yolande, thank you. Yolande now there.
It is 21 minutes to 7 now. Nigel Farage said his sights on taking outright.
People put in their grok, is this email real?
This election, but at the next one is goal when Scots go to the polls next month.
Oh my God, that shit's so funny. Bro.
Put in first place, the SNP's John Swinney, who we'll hear from in the next hour of the programme, says Farage's views should have a place in Scotland.
See, that's the kind of crazy shit. Like if I was ever in Congress or the Senate, because I have like zero filter, I'd be in so much fucking trouble for saying stupid shit like that. Because I'd say it live on air. I wouldn't give two shits.
But he is changing politics here, isn't he?
Yes, not necessarily in a way that I would particularly want to acknowledge.
You like toes. Oh my God, that is such a riot.
Though some, but not all of modest Scottish ponies suggest that maybe reform has slipped back a bit, much as they have done in polling during March. But the real
I bet you this dude, Eric Swalwell, I bet you there are some funny fucking posts on this Representative Eric Swalwell. I mean, he should take that down now that I think he was, well, I think this, yeah, I think you're going to start seeing more and more of this.
When they lost a lot of seats to Labour,
I mean,
a commanding lead,
let's see.
over every other single party. The Labour Party are down to below 20%, much as they are in the British-wide polls.
Nobody's voted, and they are trying to turn that round. The Labour Party launched its manifesto yesterday. We'll hear from their leader later in the programme. What is it that has held Labour in Scotland? Anything happening here, or is all about...
Yeah, it's funny now. People are...
what's happening at Westminster, Nick. The problem that Labour have in Scotland is...
Oh my God.
Those people who voted for the party in 2020...
They are coming... You know that meme of...
trust Labour to make the right decisions on crucial issues.
That everyone's wigging out about, you know, Trump putting his hand on whoever that was supposed to be. Somebody put one out that has a rainbow flag. Wait, I gotta show this. Oh shit. This shit is gonna get so fucking funny. They posted it to his ass.
That evaluates the Scottish government positively. So in trying to attack the record of the SNP government, win voters over to the SNP,
let's see.
He's talking to a group of people who don't think the Scottish government are doing that.
Professor Sir John Curtis, thank you very much indeed. We'll hear from the leader of the Scottish Lib Dems in a few minutes' time. And if you get us the we get hear from the leader of Reform in Scotland, the Scottish Greens and the Scottish Conservatives.
Oh, I want to
17 minutes to 7 now. It was the first day back at Westminster for MPs yesterday after the Easter break, and it was dominated by events in the Middle East. The impact it's having both at home and abroad. Our parliamentary correspondent Susan Hugh reports on the Prime Minister's House of Commons statement.
It's often said that the Prime Minister's first duty is to keep the country safe, but it seems that doesn't stretch to reassuring our jangled nerves that everything is safe.
The world in which we live has utterly changed. It is more volatile and insecure than at any period of my lifetime, and we must rise to meet it, calmly but with strength.
Half an hour before Sir Keir Starmer stood up in the Commons, the US had begun its naval blockade of Iran's ports. The Prime Minister said the UK would not take part in that. Instead, Britain would host a summit with France to find a diplomatic end to the conflict and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch agreed the world had become more dangerous, so it really was time the UK spent more on defence, and she'd be happy to help.
The government has a plan for welfare spending until 2031, but no plan for defence spending. So I say to the Prime Minister, let's put party interest aside. I'm glad that they're laughing, because I want the public to hear Labour MPs laughing when we say let's put party interest aside. So please keep laughing. Go on, please keep laughing.
And she said she'd support cuts to other spending to help XK rearm. Diplomatically, neither Kemi Badenoch nor the Prime Minister made any mention at all of President Trump or his unprecedented language.
Oh my God, why is this taking so fucking
civilization will die tonight. But the Lib Dem leader, Sir Ed Davey, didn't hold back.
These words are a stark reminder of how reckless, immoral, and completely outside the bounds of international law.
I'm such a dumb asshole.
Regrettably, he is no friend of the United Kingdom. He's no leader of the free world.
I bet you this will show up here in a second.
Gangster, and that is how we must treat him.
He asked the Prime Minister to get the King to call off his forthcoming state visit to the US. On one point, Keir Starmer was frank.
In relation to the language about destroying civilization, can I really be clear with this House? That was wrong.
A steel dumpster. This is funny here.
Two countries is very important on a number of levels, and often what the
through the bonds that they build is reached through the decades in a situation like this. And the purpose of the visit is to mark the 250th anniversary of the relationship between our country and the United States, and that's why the visit is going on.
Tell me that's not some funny shit right there.
Noted that the price of gas in the US had gone down, while in the UK it had gone up by 50% since the start of the conflict.
Proving, Prime Minister, that if we produce and consume our gas domestically, we can have much lower bills. Proving why we must.
I think that's supposed to be Swalwell.
The Rosebank and all of the oil fields across the North Sea and onshore as well.
The Prime Minister repeated his view that while fossil fuels would remain part of the mix,
that is so funny.
Faster on energy independence through nuclear power and renewables. But that isn't fast enough to help households now. So the SNP Westminster leader Stephen Flynn wanted some other action.
The best he can muster is to continue to monitor the effects. Now, I appreciate that he might not be in office for very much longer, but whilst he is, the public expect him to public, isn't he?
The Prime Minister said the most effective action would be getting the Strait of Hormuz reopened. He also condemned Israel's continued bombing of Lebanon, which he said must be included in the ceasefire. But the Green Party's Westminster leader, Ellie Chines, wanted more.
Sanctions on Netanyahu. Withdraw all permission for the US to use UK bases and UK airspaces to make clear that we will not be an accomplice to the rogue actions of Donald Trump, which endanger us all.
Back in previous world crises, there used to be a lot of talk about the role of the United Nations. Now it barely gets a mention. So there was an old school feel to the question from Christine Jardine, a Lib Dem, about reopening the strait.
Will the Prime Minister consider going to the United Nations with an emergency motion to the Security Council to get that done and condemn the actions in the Middle East?
Keir Starmer said the UK had been supporting measures in the UN, but he didn't take her up on the idea that an emergency motion had the power to reopen those shipping lanes. That's Susan Hume reporting 12 minutes to 7 now. The lawyer who represented a 20-year-old woman that won millions of pounds in an LA court after Meta and Google were found to have intentionally built addictive social media platforms that harmed her mental health. He's in the UK this week. Matthew Bergman met ministers yesterday to share what he had learned from working on that landmark case. And he joins us. Good morning.
Good morning.
What did you talk to ministers about? What were they interested about hearing in hearing about?
Well, I wanted to share what we had learned over 4 years of litigation and 2 months of trial regarding what the social media companies know their platforms are doing to young people, and the extent to which their own research establishes that the platforms are dangerous and addictive.
You do have a little bit of positivity to deliver. You do think there are people in those companies who are aware of that and trying to change things?
Well, very much so. I mean, what we learned from the trial was two things. One, that there are many people of conscience within Meta and YouTube that are trying their level best to take some responsibility and make platforms less dangerous to kids. But time and again, those efforts are turned away whenever they impact engagement and profitability. So the lesson that we draw from that is that these companies are not going to change their behavior unless they're forced to do so.
Meta said at the conclusion of that case that they respectfully disagreed with the verdict, that they will appeal. Google said that the case misunderstands YouTube. But as we described it when I spoke to you at the start of the interview, that it is a landmark case. Things will change as a result of what happened.
Well, it is absolutely a landmark case. It is the first time a jury has ever found and that anyone has even had the opportunity to ask a jury to find that these platforms are dangerous to kids and that the companies know it. And particularly impactful is that the jury not only found that Meta and YouTube were negligent, it found that they were malicious in intentionally manufacturing a social media app that is addictive and harmful to kids.
The UK government is one of various around the world that is, well, they're having a consultation on this now, but governments everywhere and parents, in fact, know that this is something that they need to be looking at closely. What advice did you give to ministers when you spoke to them?
Well, I would never presume as an American to tell a British parliamentarian how to vote on a matter of concern to her or his constituents. I simply wanted to share my experience and hopefully instill a fair level of skepticism that anything that the social media companies say they're doing for kids, they're actually doing. And that the prospect of them changing their behavior in anything other than a mandated form is unlikely and I think fanciful.
Matthew Bergman, thanks very much for joining us this morning.
It's now 9 minutes to 7. David Steele, Ming Campbell, Charles Kennedy, Jim Wallace. Anyone familiar with the history of Scottish politics will know that some of the biggest names were Liberal Democrats. When Scots first elected their own devolved government back in 1999, the Lib Dems formed a coalition with Labour. But now the party finds itself trailing in 5th, sometimes 6th place in opinion polls, ahead of next month's Holyrood elections. What's happened? And is there still time to turn things round? We're joined by the leader of the Scottish Lib Dems, Alex Cole-Hamilton. Morning to you, Mr. Cole-Hamilton. What's gone wrong?
Well, lots of people ask me questions like this in advance of the 2024 general election, and we surprised everybody, Nick. We overtook the Scottish Conservatives, we trebled our seats in Scotland, we came within touching distance of the SNP, and formed part of that amazing result, the best result for Liberals in 100 years across these islands. And we're going to surprise people again, because we have the beating of the SNP in 10 constituencies across Scotland. But wherever you are in Scotland, you can use your second peach-coloured regional ballot paper, and for the first time in a long time, we're going to take a massive leap forward on that second regional vote and deliver a vision for change with fairness at its heart.
Is the problem here that the votes in Scotland are still determined in large part by which side of the argument you're on, independence or the Union, and those like you Liberal Democrats who want to keep Scotland part of the UK are hopelessly divided? There's 4 parties now arguing for the Union.
Well, I'm delighted to say that as much as John Swinney would wish it were otherwise, people will not be casting their vote on a desire for a second independence referendum. And why? Well, we've just seen an Easter getaway or an Easter holiday period where our nation's ferries are just in abject crisis, where every Scottish island is impacted by disruption because of ministerial disinterest in the day job, and that's getting Scotland moving again. We've also got 800,000 Scots currently waiting for treatment because our hospitals are filled with 2,000 patients every night who don't need to be there because they can't get home because want a social care package. Our schools are just not what they used to be, and Lib Dems want to take mobile phones out of classrooms and put pupil support assistants in.
I hear your criticism of the failures of the Scottish Government, which has been controlled. I mean, I know you know this, a lot of our listeners in Scotland will know it, but not everybody will realise that the SNP are asking for a 5th term in power after 20-odd years of running the Scottish Government. Why, though, are they still on course to win?
Well, let me just unpack that. You know, we're talking about a third decade of SNP power, and that's led to all of those problems I've described. I probably knocked more doors, Nick, than any other party leader in Scotland. I've spoken to nearly 2,000 people in the last 4 weeks, and they... I don't think there's a lot of love for the SNP, and let me say, I do think they're overpriced, because whilst obviously they have that unifying sort of cause of independence, they're still, you know, they've lost a third or a quarter of their support since the last Scottish election. I think they're beatable in every constituency in Scotland, so there could be some surprises in store. And my goodness, we need that change, because you know, we had a government that came to power in 2007, for example, promising to dual the A9 to the arterial route to the Highlands. It kills more than 10 people every year. And now, 20 years later, we are nowhere on that commitment. Again, going back to healthcare, you know, if we've got some of the longest neurodiversity waits in the country. And again, that's about ministerial disinterest, because they've just been focused on the prize of independence, which nobody, Nick, is talking about on the doorstep.
Well, John Swinney will get the chance to answer that when he's on the programme at around 7:30. I watched you in that debate in Paisley the other night, sitting up in the balcony watching you. And what I was struck by is that leaders were competing to promise more goodies to the electorate. But this comes at a time when the Auditor General for Scotland, independent figure, has said that there's a £5 billion black hole in Scotland's budget, and we know that the war in the Middle East is about to blow apart everyone's budget. Are you not taking the electorate for fools by suggesting that they can pay less tax, they can have more spending, and all will be good?
Not at all. And I come back to that point I made a few moments ago about 2,000 Scots stuck in hospital hospital. I visited Meg McGill in the far north of Scotland last week. She was in hospital for a year after doctors told her she was well enough to go home. They'd adapted her house, they'd put in the ramps and everything like that, but she had to stay in hospital because there was no social care to receive her. On any given night, there are 2,000 Scots like that stuck in hospital, and it's leading to cancelled operations and ambulances unable to discharge into A&E because A&Es are full. And all of that, Nick, is costing the NHS £1.2 million a day. It costs half as much to keep somebody in a care home and quarter as much to keep them in their own.
You're not suggesting, are you, that efficiencies alone will solve
no, not at all,
the problem of an energy crisis globally and a £5 billion blockade?
It's not just efficiencies, Nick, because if you unlock the crisis in our NHS, you can get those people who are currently waiting for surgery, who are signed off on long-term sick, back to work.
So better management is the Lib Dem promise. Better management of government.
Well, that's part of it. That's part of it. We want to grow the economy as well.
Hamilton, do you fancy another going government as the Lib Dems? Would you be prepared to work with the SNP if that's what the electorate suggests?
I think anyone who gets involved in politics wants to make a difference, wants to make changes, and it's very difficult to do that from the benches of opposition, so absolutely. But let me be clear, we will not do any coalition deals with the SNP or Reform. They're part of the problem. They're what's dividing us and holding us back. But we're keen to just elect as many Liberal Democrats as possible who will fight for those changes I've described and foster communities door by door and street by street.
Alex Cole-Hamilton, leader of the Scottish Lib Dems, thank you very much.
The stories we tell
about the people we know
and the places we love
are not just made here.
The stories made us here.
And you could go anywhere in the world. Where would you go?
Glasgow.
So where are you from then?
Big Dementia.
Never thought of the world.
Bury. As well, Lash.
Hello, love. Welcome to Bury. Made of Belfast.
Liverpool, Cornwall, Glasgow,
Newcastle.
Cardiff.
Made of here.
Because this is our BBC.
Time for the weather now. Here's Elizabeth.
Hello, good morning again. Well, it's a pretty different day to yesterday when it was sunshine and showers. Today, a lot of the rain will be fairly light and patchy. It's just edging in from the west. It's a chilly, sunny start to the day for many central and eastern areas. There's been a touch of frost, temperatures in low single figures for many. Cloudier and milder towards parts of the Northern Ireland, Wales and southwest England in particular. And there's quite a bit of patchy rain around as well, a bit of hill and coastal fog. And then that weather front is going to be tracking eastwards as we head throughout the day. Fresh to locally strong southerly to southeasterly winds towards the west. For central and western Scotland, for much of England, that bright early start will give way to cloud as we head through the morning. So cloud amounts increasing as our weather front pushes further northwards and eastwards, and there will be some patchy outbreaks of rain around at times. For southeast England and for northern and eastern Scotland, this is where we'll hang on to the brightness for much of the day. So still some sunshine even into the afternoon. It's a bit warmer than it was yesterday with that southerly wind, 11 to 15 Celsius for most, 10 degrees in northern and western Scotland, but we might just squeak up to 17 Celsius perhaps in central and eastern England. So perhaps still a bit of evening brightness for eastern areas, northern Scotland tonight. It's not going to be as cold tonight, that's because there's a lot more cloud around, and there'll be more weather fronts moving in from the west. It's going to be quite a wet early start for western Wales and southwest England, western Scotland. Some heavy rain here. The rain lighter, a bit more patchy elsewhere, and it will be turning windier too overnight. The start of tomorrow morning on 8 to 11 degrees Celsius. Bit warmer tomorrow, some heavy rain for many.
Thank you, Elizabeth. You're listening to Today on BBC Radio 4 with Nick Robinson in Glasgow and Anna Foster in Salford.
Good morning, it's 7 o'clock on Tuesday the 14th of April. The headlines this morning: the former head of NATO, Lord Robertson, who is one of those behind a major review of defence, has said the government hasn't made the necessary investment in the armed services. He says there's a corrosive complacency. We'll speak to another co-author of that strategic defence review, General Sir Richard Barrons, after this bulletin. The US Vice President, J.D. Vance, says there was progress with Iran during talks at the weekend, but he's described the country's closure of the Strait of Hormuz as an act of economic terrorism. The BBC understands the police watchdog is investigating 11 officers from the Metropolitan Force over its initial investigation into a fatal crash in Wimbledon in 2023.
Also on this morning's programme, for working class families. We're in a worse position than we've ever been, so there's nobody fighting our corner here.
Nick is in Scotland this morning, voting for its next parliament in just over 3 weeks' time. So we'll be hearing from the leaders of the SNP and Labour about their promises to families who are feeling the pinch, and why looking up can sometimes lead to some of the most beautiful sights in the world. Before that, the BBC News is read by James Steele.
A former Labour cabinet minister who last year carried out a major review of the UK's armed forces has mounted a scathing attack on the government's handling of defence. Lord Robertson, who served as NATO Secretary-General, will use a speech to warn of a corrosive complacency today in Britain's political leadership. The former Defence Secretary under Tony Blair will also warn about the impact of the expanding welfare budget on defence spending, claiming the UK's national security is in peril. Here's our political correspondent Harry Farley.
Lord Robertson oversaw Labour's comprehensive review of defence policy that was published last year. But the investment plan to fund that vision has since been repeatedly delayed. Now, in a significant intervention, Lord Robertson will accuse what he calls non-military experts in the Treasury of vandalism. We are underprepared, we are underinsured, we are under attack, we are not safe, he will say in a speech today. Britain's national security and safety is in peril. There has been deadlock in government over the defence investment plan. The Prime Minister has said it is on his desk and he will resolve the matter. But with the Ministry of Defence already facing a reported £28 billion funding shortfall, there are questions over where the extra money would come from. Lord Robertson will say, "We cannot defend Britain with an ever-expanding welfare budget." A government spokesperson said the Strategic Defence Review was backed by the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War, and the investment plan would be published as soon as possible.
The US Vice President J.D. Vance has accused the Iranian government of engaging in an act of economic terrorism by stopping ships from using the Strait of Hormuz. Speaking to Fox News, he said President Trump had shown that two could play at that game. Yesterday, the US began its own blockade of Iranian ports. Mr. Vance, who led the negotiation team during talks with Iran at the weekend, said there had been progress despite the failure to reach an agreement. Here's our North America correspondent Peter Bowes.
J.D. Vance said if the Iranians engaged in economic terrorism over the Strait of Hormuz, the U.S. would abide by the same principle and make sure none of the country's ships got out of Iran either. He accused Tehran of moving the goalpost during talks at the weekend, saying that he'd expected the Iranians to fully reopen the strait in return for a ceasefire. And he elaborated on other sticking points.
We must have the enriched material out of Iran. We must have their conclusive commitment to not develop a nuclear weapon. And I think that if the Iranians are willing to meet us there, then this can be a very, very good deal for both countries.
He insisted that both sides had made some progress in the negotiation, but that it was now up to Iran to make the next move. The ball, he said, was very much in their court.
Talks between Lebanese and Israeli ambassadors to the US are expected to take place in Washington later. It will be the first time in decades that officials from the two countries, which don't have diplomatic relations, meet face-to-face for direct negotiations. The head of the International Energy Agency says the current level of energy prices do not reflect the severity of the problem in the Gulf. Fatih Birol was speaking as the world's leading finance figures, including the Chancellor Rachel Reeves, arrived in Washington for the International Monetary Fund's spring meetings. Our economics editor Faisal Islam reports from Washington.
Oil prices have been mainly above $100 a barrel since the US and Israeli conflict with Iran started, driving up petrol and diesel costs. The head of the International Energy Agency believes that these global prices do not reflect the severity of the supply problem as tankers in the Gulf failed to load fuel this month. The long-term impact on the world economy will be addressed by finance ministers who have gathered here. Prospects for global growth are expected to be downgraded. Before the war, an upgrade had been forecast. Against this dark cloud, the Chancellor Rachel Reeves will tell her international colleagues to coordinate their efforts to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and to protect ordinary households from rising costs.
The BBC understands that the police watchdog, the IOPC, is investigating 11 officers from the Metropolitan Force over its response to a fatal crash at a South London school in 2023.
Two 8-year-old children, Nuria Sajjad and Selina Lau, died after a Land Rover hit an end-of-term tea party at the Study Preparatory School in Wimbledon. Our special correspondent Lucy Manning reports.
When the police carried out its first investigation into the Wimbledon school crash, it ended with the driver, Claire Fremantle, facing no charges as prosecutors said she'd had an undiagnosed epileptic seizure. The parents of Nuria Sajjad and Selina Lau always said the investigation was flawed and it was reopened in 2024. The police watchdog will examine the way it was carried out, including allegations that race was a factor in the way officers treated the girls' families and if the police gave false information to them. 4 serving police officers, including a commander and a former officer, are being investigated for possible gross misconduct. The Metropolitan Police said it would provide every assistance to the police watchdog. The parents of Nuria and Selina told the BBC that while they are encouraged by the IOPC investigation, the truth must come to light. Prosecutors now have a full file of evidence from the police. The families are waiting for them to decide on charges.
The founder of China's biggest property development company, Evergrande, has pleaded guilty to a number of charges, including embezzlement of corporate assets and corporate bribery. Cui Kai-Yan, formerly China's richest man, presided over the firm as it accumulated hundreds of billions of pounds of debt. A BBC investigation has uncovered fresh, wide-ranging evidence that Greek police have for years been recruiting migrants to force other migrants back across its river border with Turkey. This practice is generally considered illegal under international law. Our Europe correspondent Jessica Parker reports.
Over months, we've pieced together evidence from migrants and police sources, as well as leaked and official documents. Evidence which indicates the Greek authorities have recruited Afghans, Syrians, Pakistanis and others as so-called mercenaries since around 2020 in Evros, where a river of the same name marks the land border between Greece and Turkey. The mercenaries, we've heard, can be paid in cash and mobiles looted from migrants or papers that in effect afford them passage into the EU. Their job? To force other migrants onto boats and back to Turkey in a pushback operation that, according to witness accounts, can involve people being stripped, beaten and even sexually assaulted. The government hasn't responded to our written request for comment. When we doorstepped the Greek Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, he told us he was totally unaware about claims that migrants had been used to carry out pushbacks, that the Greece was protecting its and the EU's borders.
A record 6 British artists are to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in November. They are Oasis, Phil Collins, Sade, Billy Idol and Iron Maiden, together with Joy Division and New Order, who are being treated as one group. Here's our entertainment correspondent, Colin Patterson.
The inductees were announced during last night's edition of the TV talent show American Idol, a somewhat incongruous setting when the list included the famously gloomy Manchester band Joy Division. Phil Collins is now in for his solo work, having already been accepted as a member of Genesis. Sade is the first ever black British woman to be included. Iron Maiden and Billy Idol are both to be honoured. While it will be interesting to see if Oasis turn up to the ceremony in November, Liam Gallagher had previously said about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame he didn't need an award from a geriatric in a cowboy hat.
Colin Patterson reporting.
Thank you, Jane. It's now 9 minutes past 7. We are underprepared. We're underinsured. We're under attack. We are not safe. That is the start warning being issued today by the man chosen by the Prime Minister to help write the Strategic Defence Review, the former NATO Secretary-General Lord Robertson, a former Labour Defence Secretary. We're joined by another of the authors of that Strategic Defence Review published last year, General Sir Richard Barnes. Good morning to you, Sir Richard.
Good morning.
Do you share Lord Robertson's concerns?
I completely share them. He and I have been saying this through the review and since the review was published. But I think it's a mark of how serious it is that someone who has been a Labour Party activist for more than 60 years and was a NATO Secretary-General has now had to say it in these terms today.
Well, when you say it, for people not following the debate, spell it out. What is your criticism of what the Prime Minister, what the Chancellor are doing or perhaps failing to do?
So I think the key thoughts here are, first of all, we clearly live in a very difficult and dangerous world, and we have left the relative comfort of what we call the post-Cold War era. That evaporated from about 2014 onwards. But we've arrived in this very dangerous world with the armed forces we ended up with after more than 35 years of making the armed forces smaller and hollowing them out, because in the post-Cold War era, we couldn't point to the sort of threats that we would need big and ready armed forces for. So, of course, there's an enormous gap between where we have to be to keep the country safe in the world we now live in and where we actually are. And conversations in recent weeks about getting a single ship to provide air defense in the Mediterranean are an example of how difficult things are.
When you heard Pete Hegseth, the U.S. Defense Secretary, who prefers to be called the Secretary of War, mocking the Royal Navy, how did that make you feel?
Well, I think and many others, I hung my head in sorrow, but I couldn't argue with him, because although the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force and the Army are, in their bones, outstanding institutions, they are simply too small and too undernourished to deal with the world that we now live in. And the review says this, and the review charted a course of not just revitalization, but transformation for war in the 21st century. So all the ideas are there, and we agreed, and this was, of course, the government's review, a profile over 10 years to get to a better place. But we said then that 10 years is way too long. It's essentially twice as long as the risks should allow us to go.
So this is, in essence, an argument about money and your view that the government needs to spend it now. Now, the Prime Minister says that what in the jargon is called the Defence Investment Plan is on his desk and it's being finalised, he says. Is your worry that what is on his desk isn't nearly good enough and he isn't planning to spend enough fast enough?
So the problem with the Defence Investment Plan, which is the articulation of the review's 62 recommendations into a programme of funded activity over 10 years, is it should have come out last September. At the heart of it, that SDR programme needs, the public figure is, another 28 billion in the first 4 years to be affordable. And the choice that's on the Prime Minister's desk is they either finds more money to implement this, in my view, de minimis review at the speed we agreed last year, or he's going to announce £28 billion worth of cuts. And how would that fit with the world that we find ourselves in today?
Do you think that what we've seen in this war in the Middle East increases the need for more defence spending? Because some people suggest that we can no longer rely on the United States and we have to defend ourselves.
So I think all of that applies. The war which we're witnessing playing out over Iran now illustrates very clearly that we have to transform the armed forces for war in the digital age, for war in the 21st century. And the armed forces know how to do that. We just don't have the money soon enough or at a large enough scale to get on with it at the speed required to play a reasonable part in NATO. And NATO, as we've seen through Greenland and a lot of difficult conversations subsequently, has to recognise it will be a NATO with European NATO doing much more and the US doing much less. The US cavalry is not coming to bail us out now.
General Sir Richard Barrons, thank you very much indeed for joining us. The Prime Minister always points out that there has been, in his words, the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War, but he knows that pressure is on to spend a great deal more than that, given the state of the British Armed Forces.
14 minutes past 7 now. After the first part of the Southport inquiry was published yesterday, the government's promised to bring forward new legislation to close a loophole that means that individuals who plan violent attacks without a particular ideological motive can fall through the legal net. Now, in that case, despite the attacker being referred to the PREVENT programme 3 times, there was confusion about whether he should be taken on, because even though he was fixated on violence, he hadn't shown a clear ideology, a reason for it. And he went on to murder 3 girls, as you know, at a dance class in 2024. As the Home Secretary said in the Commons yesterday, unlike terrorist attacks, if you're planning an attack without an underlying ideology, there is no crime on the statute book. Well, let's speak to Lord Anderson, the Independent Prevent Commissioner and the former Independent Reviewer of Anti-Terrorism Legislation. Good morning.
Good morning.
it is interesting that this loophole exists. It is not the sort of thing that one would have thought would not be covered under the law.
I think for many years, people have thought of the consequences of terrorism as uniquely horrific. And for that reason, we have a range of criminal offences which only applies to terrorism. What they basically do is allow someone to be prosecuted at a very early stage. They haven't committed an act of terrorism. They haven't even reached the stage of attempt. And they haven't been involved in inciting anybody else or conspiring with anybody else, perhaps because they're working alone. And as you say, the most widely used of these is the offence of attack planning or preparing an act of terrorism. So if you search someone's house and you find weapons and a note that showed an intention to use them, for example, for maybe an attack on a synagogue, racial, religious, ideological purpose, that's attack planning for terrorism. The reason there's a gap in the law is because, as Ken McCallum has recently said, the Director General of MI5, we're seeing an increasing number of would-be attackers, including mass killers like the Southport killer, who are motivated by non-ideological reasons, as he put it, driven by personal grievance, fixation, or mental disturbance. Those people are not terrorists because they're not motivated by ideology, but they can be just as deadly as terrorists. It's not just a Southport attacker. You think of Jake Davison, who shot and killed 5 people in Plymouth before shooting himself, the teenagers in North Yorkshire who are making explosives with the ambition of committing one of the worst atrocities in British history. Some are copycats. For example, the Columbine school shooters. There's been one convicted copycat of the Southport killer himself. It can be violence for the sake of violence, violence for the sake of notoriety. And I think if someone is planning an attack which your family could be a victim of, and supposing that attack goes through, it is just as terrible, regardless of whether in the killer's mind is a clear or stable ideology. And I think the idea the government has, which was actually supported by my successor as independent reviewer, and which I will certainly support if it comes to Parliament, is to level that playing field a bit and accept, yes, terrorism is dreadful, but other forms of mass killing and mass attacks can be just as terrible for their effects on individual families.
One of the great difficulties in this particular case were the multiple failings among different agencies at different levels. Now, obviously, bringing in new laws will sort of plug part of that, but that won't solve the problem on its own, will it?
It wouldn't have solved the problem here because they didn't even get as far as arresting him and searching his house when he had the rice in, when he had the crossbow and the guns and so on. Of course, had they done that, they might well have had the evidence to proceed for this new attack planning offence. But it's important to think about these things before they happen. I've got no doubt that this would be a useful addition to the arsenal. It's very well stocked already, but it's been focusing very much on the ideological side, and I think we need to focus on threats to society more generally. I'd say the same, incidentally, about the PREVENT programme, which actually doesn't work badly on the whole in relation to people who are ideologically motivated. But again, as this River Cabana case showed in Southport, it fell down when there was a person whose ideology was jumbled and not clear, and we've got to do something about that as well.
Lord Anderson, the outgoing Independent Prevent Commissioner, former independent reviewer of anti-terrorism legislation. Thank you.
It's 19 minutes past 7. Let's turn to the business news now. There's a warning this morning about the world of private credit, lending done by investors rather than banks. Sean can tell us more.
Yeah, and alongside those warnings that we've heard in recent times, Nick, we now have a major pension scheme that's actually investing in this sector. So Nest, people might be familiar with Nest. It's the UK's biggest workplace pension scheme, including for many earning the minimum wage. It's investing now, it says, hundreds of millions of pounds in this private credit, this type of lending from investment funds, not from banks as we typically know it, that the likes of the Governor of the Bank of England have been warning about recently. Elizabeth Fernando is Nest's Chief Investment Officer, joins us now. Good morning. Why are you sort of targeting this market, particularly in the United States, when so many others, we hear, are trying to get out?
Good morning. And I think the first thing is that it's really important in any kind of private market investing, but particularly private credit, is that you get to be selective and having deep, thoughtful due diligence to identify which companies to back and which ones to avoid, so that you're you generate those superior investment returns is really important. I've been an investor for many years, and one of the big lessons I've learned over my career is that it's much better to be buying when competition is for the best assets is lower. You get to secure better terms, and therefore you get better future returns. And then finally, I'd say this forms part of a globally diversified portfolio. It will give us access to one of the deepest corporate lending markets in the world. And it means that our members will benefit from the great growth that we've seen out of the US economy. And it will help move us towards our ambition of having 30% invested in private markets.
Well, you obviously have these long-term aims. Does it mean, from what you're saying, it sounds like you're sort of recognising some of the concerns that the Bank of England, for example, and many others, possibly JP Morgan, talk about this recently as well. You're recognising some of the concerns they have. Do you sort of feel that you may have to weather a storm of losses on this before you see the returns in the longer run?
So I think a lot of what we've seen up to now has been a liquidity issue. It's been a question of how people invest rather than a systematic problem with the quality of the credit that's being extended. That there have clearly been problems, First Brands being a poster child of that. We do think that if you're investing with thoughtful, high-quality due diligence with a partner with a long-term track record in this space, that you can sidestep most of the issues that could arise in this market.
Okay, Elizabeth Fernando, Nest's Chief Investment Officer, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sean. It's 22 minutes past 7. We talked on the programme, you might remember last week, about the EU's new digital entry-exit system and the fact that it wasn't ready in time, even on the day that it was supposed to come fully online. And since then, there have been instances of huge queues in some European airports. In one case, around 100 passengers were left behind in Milan because they couldn't get through passport control in time to make their flight before it took off. One of them, Carol Boone, spoke to PM.
As soon as we got to the passport control, there was already a huge queue, and we didn't think we'd have a problem, but it just grew and grew. There was just carnage. People were being sick. There was one person, I think, that nearly fainted. I think we were in that queue for 2 hours, nearly 3 hours. We got to passport control, and they turned around and said, it's gone, your flight's gone.
Well, Julia Lubu-Said is CEO of the travel agency Advantage Travel Partnership. Julia, good morning.
Good morning.
What is the problem here? What is the difficulty? Why is it taking people so long to get through?
I think the issues are, they are isolated. We are seeing the bottlenecks and the incidents like yesterday, not as bad as yesterday, I have to say, in some of these European airports. And the real sheer issue is the volume of passengers that are trying to go through border control at one time is clearly creating significant bottlenecks. The biggest frustration is these airports know what passengers are arriving. They know how many flights are coming in. They have the flight manifest. There needs to be better coordination on arrival and on departure, because the same thing happens when you leave, to ensure we are not facing a summer of complete chaos.
Yeah, that and those words, summer of complete chaos, is the sort of thing that when people's fingers are hovering over booking a summer holiday, it's the kind of thing they'll think of and maybe change their mind.
Well, this is the biggest frustration. My network is that we're a network of independent travel agents all across the country, clearly having quite a difficult time right now, but working really hard to make sure they can reassure their customers. And the challenge is that this is really unavoidable. This is avoidable. These queues do not need to happen if there is better preparedness from the airports, better control of how many people are needed to register, because actually it is in their gift to pause registration if they see there are too many passengers arriving.
Do you think they will? It's been a bit of a sticky rollout in the first place. It hasn't gone as planned at all, has it? Up until this stage, even.
Yeah, so it's been, we've had this transition phase really since October. There's been lots of testing in different airports where they've had the registration kiosks on, then they've paused them when they've needed. But they still have it's in their gift to pause if required for up to 6 hours a day. So the system really isn't working. What is needed is one of the solutions happens here is that the app that they are looking to roll out, which is not live for every jurisdiction, so people can pre-register, it's logical that that is a really key tool that's going to really eliminate some of these queues, so you don't have people having to do the registration exclusively when they get to the airports.
Right. Is there any indication, are you getting anything back from the EU that suggests that your concerns are being listened to and might be acted upon?
I think the only concerns that really are being listened to is this ability to pause if required. But I think that message needs to come really strong from the EU to the Schengen area and the member states, because it will create confidence issues. People will vote with their feet and they'll travel outside the Schengen area. They really will. So it's not in anyone's interest to get this wrong. So we really need for the EU to consider robust contingency planning, ensure that we don't endure summer chaos, ensure where there are bottlenecks at some of these airports where there just isn't capacity to hold people. A bit like we've seen in Milan. Milan is quite a well-used airport. It would know how many people were looking to depart that day. They could have paused registration to allow people to seamlessly depart on time and not miss their flights.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on it, as I'm sure many people will. Julia, thank you. Julia Lubu-Said, who's CEO of the travel agency Advantage Travel Partnership.
Time for the sport now with Carthy at 27 minutes past 7. Morning, Carthy.
Morning, thank you very much, Nick. Leeds United had a 2-1 win over Manchester United in the Premier League last night. It was the first league win for Leeds at Old Trafford since 1981, and Wednesday are 6 points clear of the relegation zone. Attention turns to the Champions League tonight, and Arne Slot insists his Liverpool side still believe they can do something special against Paris Saint-Germain in the return leg of their quarter-final later. Let's speak to the BBC's chief football writer. Morning, Phil McNulty.
Morning, Carthy.
Slot sounds pretty firm in his belief that Liverpool can win this tie, despite PSG having a 2-goal advantage from the first leg. What are Liverpool's potential chances of overturning that?
Well, I think if Liverpool can take one small piece of comfort from the 2-0 loss in Paris last week, it was the fact that the margin of defeat could have been much greater, such was the gulf between the sides and the number of opportunities PSG created but failed to take. It actually kept the result in manageable proportions, but Liverpool still face a mammoth task against the reigning Champions League holders, a team with high class running right through it, and who, like last season, seem to be hitting form at the right time. Obviously, the Anfield factor will be mentioned, as it always is on these European nights. But PSG may well feel more confident because, of course, they won there last season after losing the first leg in Paris before going through on penalties at the last 16 stage. But Slot and Liverpool will at least feel they've given themselves a chance to turn it around.
Yeah, I think Slot has mentioned the fans really will come into their own tonight, hasn't he? And that Liverpool didn't manage a shot on target in France last week. There's also this side of the argument that Ligue 1 postponed PSG's match at the weekend, agreeing to PSG's request to postpone that match. How much of an effect could that have tonight for the French side?
Well, it's certainly the sort of luxury Liverpool and others wouldn't mind being afforded by the Premier League, but it won't be happening anytime soon, I don't think. PSG will be rested, so they will be feeling better about that. But I think the good thing for Liverpool is that in the game they played in between these two legs, they got a decent win against Fulham that keeps them right in the Champions League places, and at least it lifted some confidence after 3 pretty bad defeats. And with Mohamed Salah getting reversed, so maybe they can take something from that as well.
If I was to ask about the Premier League from last night, I mentioned that massive result for Leeds United. There were those some boos at Old Trafford for Manchester United losing 2-1 to Leeds. How concerned will Michael Carrick be with that result?
I think he will be a bit concerned. It was the first home defeat of his time in charge, and it was particularly disappointing, particularly in the first half when they went 2-0 down. They actually played better with 10 men than 11 after Lisandro Martinez was sent off. On the other side of the coin, it was hugely significant for Leeds, their first away win in the league at Old Trafford since 1981, and it gives them that 6-point gap between the relegation places and increases the pressure on the likes of Spurs, West Ham and Nottingham Forest.
Interesting times in the Premier League in the last few matches of the season. Phil McNulty, who'll be at Liverpool Anfield tonight. Thank you very much. And just a few other headlines for you. England women face World Cup champions Spain tonight in a World Cup qualifier. Scotland host Belgium, Wales face Albania, and Northern Ireland host Malta. And a bit of tennis news to finish. The British number 1, Cam Norrie, beat Stan Wawrinka in 3 sets at the Barcelona Open to reach the second round. But Jack Draper had to retire during his first round match because of a knee injury. It was Draper's first clay court match of the season.
Thank you, Carthy. Later this afternoon, Radio 4 invites you to closely inspect a masterpiece.
They're sitting in the bow of the boat, and it kind of encloses the whole painting, really.
Take a detailed look at 3 great masterpieces.
Van Eyck can paint a mirror so convincingly and with such skill that it acts as a real mirror.
Appreciate the genius of Jan van Eyck, Mary Cassatt, and
and Nicholas Hilliard. He uses squirrel hairs and eyelashes to paint the tiny details that we see. The new series of Moving Pictures, with me, Kathy Fitzgerald, starts this afternoon at 4. To listen on your smart speaker, just say, play Radio 4. It's just breathtaking.
Quick look at the weather now. Sunshine in the east to start, cloudy for all later with spells of rain.
I think we're both going to get that. You're listening to Today on Radio 4 with Nick Robinson in Glasgow, Anna Foster in Salford, and at just after 7:30, Jane Steele has a summary of the news. A former Labour cabinet minister who last year carried out a root and branch review of the armed forces has mounted a scathing attack on the government's handling of defence. Lord Robertson, who also served as NATO Secretary-General, will warn in a speech of a corrosive complacency today in Britain's political leadership. There's been deadlock in government over its defence investment plan, although the Prime Minister has said he will resolve the matter. The former head of Joint Forces Command, General Sir Richard Barrons, told us that if the plan wasn't implemented, the armed forces would in effect face £28 billion of cuts. Ministers insist they've carried out the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War. The US Vice President J.D. Vance has accused the Iranian government of engaging in an act of economic terrorism by stopping ships from using the Strait of Hormuz. Yesterday, the US began its own blockade of Iranian ports. Talks between Lebanese and Israeli ambassadors to the US are expected to take place in Washington later. It will be the first time in decades that officials from the two countries, which don't have diplomatic relations, meet face-to-face for direct negotiations. The police watchdog, the IOPC, is investigating 11 officers from the Metropolitan Force over its response to a fatal crash at a South London school in 2023. Two children, Nuria Sajjad and Selina Lau, who were both 8, died after a Land Rover hit an end-of-term tea party at the Study Preparatory School in Wimbledon. 4 serving police officers and a former officer are being investigated for possible gross misconduct. The founder of China's biggest property development company, Evergrande, has pleaded guilty to a number of charges, including embezzlement of corporate assets and corporate bribery. Hui Kaiyan, formerly China's richest man, presided over the firm as it accumulated hundreds of billions of pounds of debt.
Jane, thank you very much indeed. It's 27 minutes to 8 now. No oil is moving out of the Gulf, and there's no sign of a deal between Iran and the United States, which might get it moving once again. If that deadlock continues, our world looks set to be reshaped by a global energy crisis, with soaring prices hitting families and businesses. Here at home, Scotland is at the heart of that debate about how we should respond. For years, the SNP campaigned for Scottish independence under the slogan, "It's Scotland's oil." Now, in the campaign to secure a 5th consecutive term in power in Edinburgh, the SNP's party leader, the First Minister, John Swinney, says he wants to make sure we've got Scotland's energy in Scotland's hands. Well, the First Minister and the leader of the SNP joins us on the line. Good morning to you, First Minister.
Morning, Nick.
Let's begin with energy. I know you've got concerns about wind power that we will come to in a moment. But first, let's return to that famous slogan, "It's Scotland's oil." Do you want this crisis to lead to a change of mind, allowing Scotland's oil and gas to be developed to the full to deal with this energy crisis?
What I've said is that where there are any new applications coming forward to develop oil and gas resources in the North Sea sector, there has got to be a climate compatibility assessment undertaken to determine whether that oil or gas can be extracted and utilised in a way that is compatible with our objectives to reach net zero by 2045.
Will you forgive me in suggesting that's not the clearest answer that I've ever heard on the Today programme? It's not a complicated question, is it? There are current fields in which there's oil and gas that could be developed. The SNP always opposed that in the past. Is the answer yes, develop it now, or no, don't?
Well, the answer is complicated, Nick, because there are court judgments that say that what I've just outlined to you, if the need for there to be climate compatibility assessments undertaken, is essentially the legal requirement in the United Kingdom. So that's got to be undertaken to make sure that the extraction of oil and gas is compatible with our actions on climate change.
You are allowed an opinion, and Nicola Sturgeon, who was elected as First Minister at the last Holyrood election, was very clear about it. She said developing Rosebank, the oil field, would be the greatest act of environmental vandalism in our lifetime. She was clear. The answer was no. Can John Swinney give a clear answer? Is it no, like Sturgeon? Or is it yes, like the Conservatives and Reform? Or is it not sure?
Well, the Conservatives and Reform, I'd beg to suggest, are taking a very different stance, which is an environmentally irresponsible stance.
So what's yours?
And the stance, well, mine is environmentally irresponsible, that we've got to consider any individual application based on its compatibility with our climate journey.
Yours is maybe.
But there's also another element which is important, and this is the significant difference of the last few weeks and months in the Iran conflict, is the question of energy security of supply. Because we are going to be using, even on our journey to net zero, oil and gas resources in the years to come. And we have to be confident about where they will be coming from and how they can be supported. And obviously, there has been enormous disruption to that supply by the unwarranted intervention by the United States and Israel in Iran, and the disruption of supplies that have come about as a consequence.
This is precisely why I'm asking you what your energy policy would be. Maybe, it seems to be you're saying, on oil and gas. How about nuclear? The last remaining nuclear power station in Scotland, Torness, is going to close in 2030. The SNP have always opposed nuclear power. Do you still oppose green, clean nuclear power?
I oppose nuclear energy development, yes, and I do that for a number of reasons. I think it's a very expensive proposition. I think there are huge environmental concerns about it in relation to waste. And also, on our doorstep, we have the most colossal amount of renewable energy potential. Now, one of the things I'm most proud about the performance of the SNP government in the last 19 years is that we've made huge progress in the development of Scotland's renewable energy potential. And we've got so much more to do in relation to offshore wind development and other resources, pump storage, which can contribute to our energy mix.
Now, you criticise... Forgive me interrupting you, but I wanted to get to the point of the election here, where you criticised at the debate I attended the other night in Paisley. You were clear that you thought the UK government was blocking Scotland getting a new wind turbine factory, and you seem to suggest, are you really suggesting this, it was for political reasons, because they say they don't want Scotland's energy in China's hands. It's a Chinese government that would do it. They say there are security worries about that. Are you saying that you want Scotland's power in China's hands?
Well, I want Scotland's power in Scotland's hands, and I want there to be manufacturing benefit from the generation of renewable energy in Scotland coming to people in Scotland, with the development of the manufacturing capacity to develop the infrastructure that's required. And of course, what I don't have from the United Kingdom government is an explanation of why they have blocked the development of that manufacturing capability by the Chinese company Mingyang.
Well, they make clear it's on security grounds, don't they? And they've got the backing of the All-Party Select Committee on Business in the House of Commons. I ask you again, are you playing politics with this, John Swinney, implying that they are inventing security concerns?
Well, what I want to understand from the UK government is why on earth they've taken the decision that they've taken, because there's been no transparent explanation to me.
Well, they've told you it's on security grounds.
Well, that is the sum total of the explanation. And forgive me, Nick, for wanting to have a bit more information about what is the rationale for that, and what alternatives have been looked at to try to make sure that those security considerations could be overcome. Because there are many voices that say that that could be the case. Because what I'm interested in is making sure that Scotland, unlike the experience in North Sea oil and gas, actually reaps the reward of the use and development of our energy resources. Yep. Because 350 billion pounds has gone from the North Sea sector to the UK Treasury, and Scotland has got nothing in return. Yep. And I don't want a repeat of that situation.
Except, of course, it's UK taxpayers that have paid to build those wind farms off Scotland's coast, not just Scotland's taxpayers. Now, why people say that you're raising this, your critics at least suggest, is you always want to talk about the things the Scotland government hasn't got responsibility for. You are responsible for so much in this country. You're responsible for the schools, for the hospitals, for the police, for the law. And let's take one example that's in the news. the ferries. Your government that's been in power for 20 years has managed to spend almost £1 billion building a brand new ferry fleet, vital for supplying people and ferrying people who live on the islands, half of which currently don't function. One went out yesterday, and when they were launched by your predecessor, Nicola Sturgeon, they had wooden windows that were painted so that cameras thought they were ready for operation. It is a symbol, is it not, of your government's failure?
Well, since the SNP came to office, we've put into the CalMac fleet 9 new ferries, and there are 11 new ferries on order, some of which will come, 3 of which will come later on this year into the CalMac fleet. Now, I was in Oban yesterday. I saw the MV Isle of Isla, a brand new ferry that's part of the network in Oban, sailing from Oban to Barra, part of the Western Isles network. Yes, of course, I acknowledge that there are current difficulties because of the annual maintenance of the fleet and also a breakdown on the Loch Seaforth between Stornoway and Ullapool, which I very much regret, and CalMac are working very hard on alternative provisions.
But my suggestion was it was a symbol of something bigger. It was a symbol of something bigger, I was suggesting. And you've got a wider problem, haven't you, First Minister, which is the Auditor General, an independent figure, has said you've got a £5 billion black hole in your government's plans to spend. Now, the other day you said that might have to lead to cuts in public sector jobs. Will you, when you launch your manifesto this week, be clear with the Scottish public that if you're re-elected, you might have to cut jobs in the public sector, you might have to put their taxes up, you might have to cut spending?
Well, I certainly made clear last summer when the government published its public service reform strategy that there would have to be reductions in public sector employment and there would have to be reductions in the number of public bodies that we take forward. And I've been very open about that. I've also demonstrated to people in Scotland for the last 19 years that the SNP has, and I've demonstrated it for 10 of those last 19 years as Finance Minister, that the SNP knows how to balance a budget and that we live within our resources because we've balanced our budget on every single year since we came to office in 2007. So yes, there are issues that we have to confront in the period going forward, but we do it by reforming our public services, getting a shift into prevention, making sure the good work we're doing to reduce waiting lists in the health service is carried on. Waiting lists are now down for 9 months in a row for long waits, outpatients and inpatients. We've got the highest levels of literacy and numeracy that are on record in Scottish education. Crime is down 40% since the SNP came to office. So that's a record I'm proud of, and I'll set out to the people of Scotland.
John Swinney, First Minister of Scotland for now, and he hopes to be afterwards the leader of the Scottish National Party. Thank you for taking the time.
17 minutes to 8 now. Households will be offered free electricity to do their laundry on sunny weekends to help prevent Britain's power grid being swamped with surplus solar energy this summer, so says the front page of this morning's Times. This is being launched by the National Energy System Operator to reward you and I, families, but businesses as well, that increase their electricity use when there is an oversupply of energy. So how will it work? Claire Barrett is consumer editor of the Financial Times. Morning, Claire.
Good morning.
I think it's always worth going back to basics at moments like this. This always used to be a problem that energy couldn't be stored. Is that what it is? It needs to be used as it's generated.
Yeah, so I think this is a smart idea for 2 reasons, because it solves 2 problems. One is a better way of managing the peaks and troughs of renewable power generation, as you said, and 2, it helps us, consumers and businesses, save money on our energy bills, and goodness knows everybody is wanting to and motivated to do that at the moment, so I think there'll be huge interest in this scheme. So you're completely right. When you've got a situation, a sunny or a windy weekend, so consumer demand is low, we're relying more on solar farms and wind farms to power the grid, but what happens in those situations is that more electricity is generated than is being consumed. So at the moment, the National Energy Systems Operator has got 2 choices. It can either pay the solar farms and the wind farms to switch off, or it can pay suppliers to take that energy off the grid. And there are already some, like Octopus and British Gas, who are incentivising customers to use more energy at peak times, either because they'll get a cut price deal on the power that they're using, or even free, or even in some cases be paid to do that. So if it can shift consumer demand in a significant way through this new demand flexibility service, then that's a really good way of saving money for the government, but also for people.
Yeah, I mean, when you say, Claire, that people like anything free, quite right, people's eyes will light up at that. But I suppose when you're thinking about households, you can very easily stick in a wash or hoover the house or do what you want to do. But businesses, if we're talking about weekends, it would surely be much harder for them to suddenly swing into action and increase their energy use without much notice.
Yeah, I suspect that there are certain types of businesses who might be better placed to be flexible, but yeah, certainly with labour patterns and shift patterns, having to pay people to come in. But maybe people will get better at predicting when this might happen, so they can plan ahead. But I mean, I think if we go back to people, because consumer demand obviously is a huge part of this, especially with everything that's going on around the world and the pressure on the government to perhaps think about subsidising energy bills further into the year. If you have got a situation where suppliers can sign up, the way this will work is if you've got a smart meter, they can then alert their customers in certain geographical areas where there is a surplus. At the moment with the Octopus scheme, that works in like half-hour increments, so they can say for the next half an hour power is priced at this rate, for the next half an hour power is priced at this rate. So there really is an incentive to shift your energy consumption if you can, as you say, fill up the laundry basket and think, it's going to be sunny at the weekend. Maybe I'll get a text from my energy supplier. But it will only work for electric appliances, of course. So more incentive to shift away from gas in our homes towards electricity. And also people are already commenting online, if you've got internal batteries in your house that you can charge up, which are increasingly a feature of the more modern power system, that's something that you could do. Charging an electric car, so there are developments in technology that are sort of helping consumers with smarter homes to take higher advantage of these kinds of schemes.
Okay, interesting. Claire, thank you. Claire Barrett, who's consumer editor of the Financial Times.
It's now 13 minutes to 8. We were talking just a moment ago about the energy crisis. We're going to be talking about whether it will be possible to clear the Strait of Hormuz with the UN Maritime Organization. That's coming up in a moment. First, though, it is time for Thought for the Day. The speaker this morning is Jasveer Singh, co-chair of the City Sikhs charity and trustee of the Faiths Forum for London.
Good morning. Sikhs are celebrating the festival of the Sakhi today. It's perhaps the most important date in the religious calendar, marking the creation of the Khalsa, the inner core of the Sikh faith. And whilst the colourful and joyous festivities can last for weeks, its origins lie in a fight for survival against the odds. 350 years ago, when the ninth Guru and his loyal companions were publicly executed in the Mughal Emperor's order for refusing to convert, Sikhs in the local area were afraid to recover his body in case they too met a similar fate. The young 10th Guru found himself in a dilemma. How could he ensure that his disciples would be brave enough to do the right thing, no matter what the cost? How could he make his sparrows powerful enough to challenge the sparrow hawk of the Mughal Empire and win? Emperor Aurangzeb was a tyrant who used his faith to justify his political and religious persecution of others. His empire was the richest global economy in the late 17th century by some distance, and he actively sought out wars against small kingdoms in order to crush them. Anyone who didn't agree with him was either imprisoned or killed, and having survived several assassination attempts, he thought of himself divinely blessed and invincible. Sikhs suffered great persecution under the Mughals. However, the 10th Guru's method of dealing with Aurangzeb wasn't to cower away, but to challenge his authority. On the day of the Sakhi in 1699, the Guru established the Khalsa, the order of the pure ones. He could understand the tough days to come, and he wanted his Sikhs to be brave enough to sacrifice everything in the name of truth and just living. Not only would the Khalsa defend the existence of the Sikh faith itself, it would protect the most vulnerable in society regardless of differences, and be willing to speak truth to power no matter the cost. The 10th Guru consolidated spiritual and political leadership under the Khalsa. He was a religious leader calling out tyranny in his time, and he was not afraid of the consequences or repercussions. The Mughal Empire may have seen its peak during Aurangzeb's reign, but his eventual passing hastened the empire's rapid decline as trust in its ability to look after its subjects had all but disappeared. At a time when the world seems filled with individuals who wield sometimes inconceivable amounts of power, it is worth remembering the hubristic actions of past leaders. No one remains powerful forever. This too shall pass.
That was Thought for the Day with Jasveer Singh. It's now 10 to 8.
In the last few hours, the US has started blockading Iranian Gulf ports, trying to stop vessels from exporting its oil in retaliation for Iran's shutdown of the vast majority of global shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, which has seen prices soar as a result of that flow of oil and liquefied natural gas being impeded. Well, the UN's maritime agency, the International Maritime Organization, has said that no country has a legal right to block shipping in straits used for international transit. Arsenio Dominguez is its Secretary General, and he's been telling me it's a dangerous precedent to set.
In accordance to international law, no country has the right to blockade a strait that is used for international navigation.
And when you say no country, obviously you mean Iran, but presumably you also mean the US as well.
This message is sent to any country that is actually going against what is established on international law, maritime law. And this applies both countries that have made any statements right now in relation to creating a blockade. I do understand that there is a conflict going on there, but there's still no legal basis in international law to actually take any actions to blockade a strait that is used for international navigation.
And the tit-for-tat nature of this must concern you.
Absolutely. The message has been very clear from the beginning that de-escalation and diplomacy is the way forward. The more that this conflict continues and this kind of retaliatory measures takes place, the more concern that grows for the 20,000 seafarers that are still trapped in the Persian Gulf, and of course everybody else around the world that is continues to be impacted economically.
Is there anybody, anywhere, any organization, yours, somebody else, that has the ability to actually try and change the situation here, that has the authority to try and forbid those countries from doing what they're doing?
That's why the United Nations was established 80 years ago, and it's several agencies, it's not just one, that has a remit and continues to engage all together to find a solution. But we need the compromises and we need the diplomacy from the countries as well. And those that are not directly involved in the conflict but do have a say because they're also being affected. So this is a global effort in order to bring peace to the region and to allow shipping to continue to operate the way that we're used to.
And the impact, and we've talked about this already, but the impact that this is having already is huge. What further impact do you expect because of the US blockade?
The longer this goes, the longer that we all will feel this impact. The 20,000 plus seafarers that we have trapped in the Strait of Hormuz, we've seen how global prices in relation to food security as well as energy, it's growing because we depend on the 20% of oil, 90% of gas, 13% of chemicals and fertilizers for food that actually comes from this region. Only shipping has the means to transport those goods in bulk cargoes. So the reality is that even using all the means of transportation is not going to be able to meet the global demands.
Even if this ended tomorrow, how long would that backlog take to clear?
The first thing for us will be to start working on the evacuation of all those seafarers that are trapped in there. But it will take some time for shipping and, of course, all the logistics to start going back into place. But the sooner that the conflict comes to an end, the sooner that we can start actually working to bring things to normality in shipping.
Who is actually looking after those seafarers at the moment? Does anybody have the ability to reach those stranded ships, to deliver supplies in any way?
It's a combined effort, and I maintain close cooperations with all the countries in the region, in the Persian Gulf, that are actually taking actions in providing the necessary supplies and assistance to the seafarers. But it's also other organizations like the International Transport and Working Federations and countries of the nationalities of the seafarers and ship owners and ship operators. They maintain distant communications with them, provide assistance, support, etc. But we still need to de-escalate in order to do things right.
Do you feel that Iran and the US are listening to you? Your message is a strong one, but it risks being ignored.
I will continue to reiterate this message, and we cannot just back down. We need to bring more engagement and more multilateralism. And within my remit at the International Maritime Organization, I'm constantly having conversations with the countries involved in the conflict and all the other countries, members of IMO, that also have a say in what this conflict is, how this conflict is affecting us all.
Arsenio Dominguez, the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Frank Gardner is our security correspondent. Frank, we've got a situation, and we've been here before, where the UN is saying, don't do this, this is against international law, and it doesn't seem like anybody's listening.
Yeah, I mean, there's a kind of chest-beating exercise going on here with both sides trying to see who's going to blink first. Sorry about all the mixed metaphors there, but, this is really a test of wills. And Iran has shown in the last 6 weeks that it is able to absorb an enormous amount of pain, both militarily and economically. I think the US will be hoping that this may be what finally forces them to comply with what they want. Now, we hear that in Islamabad they were close to some kind of agreement on a nuclear thing. That's not been confirmed, but there are reports coming out on that. And clearly the US is hoping to not only clear the Strait of Hormuz, but force Iran to comply with what it wants as guarantees to never build a nuclear weapon, something Iran says it was never going to do, and yet it has very suspiciously highly enriched this uranium to well beyond the levels you need for civil purposes. I think, Anna, I just want to kind of clarify one thing that a lot of the media is making, I think, a little tiny mistake here. The US is not blockading the Strait of Hormuz, and I'm not saying we're saying this, but it's blockading Iranian ports. And that's going to sound like a slightly pedantic difference, but it's not impeding, or says it's not impeding, ships going through the Strait of Hormuz, as long as they're not going to Iranian ports. But the effect is pretty similar. And, as you heard there, you've got 20,000 seafarers stuck on the Gulf side of the Strait of Hormuz.
You'll be pleased to hear, Frank, that having seen your briefing note, that is exactly what we said at the start of this meeting. I took notice of what you had to say. And thank you, as always, Frank Gardner, there, our security correspondent.
How has history shaped classical music?
Of course, it often happens in history that changes in music only changes in society.
From the birth of musical notation to the digital streaming revolution. Join me, Gillian Moore, and leading experts, including Michael Wood, for an epic journey through 1,000 years of classical music.
What a miracle it is that we can still listen to music from so long ago.
Key changes. Radio 3's essential history of classical music. Listen now on BBC Sounds.
Let's check the weather. Elizabeth Rizzini, morning.
Good morning, Anna.
Bit of an east-west split going on this morning. For central and eastern areas, it's it's been a frosty start to the day, but there's plenty of brightness and sunshine around. Meanwhile, towards western areas, particularly out towards southwest England, it's a lot milder, 10 degrees Celsius here to start the day. Plenty of cloud. That's also the case across the Northern Islands, some patchy outbreaks of rain, and that weather front is going to be pushing further northwards and eastwards as we head throughout the day. So eventually we'll all be seeing that cloud. So for Northern Ireland, Wales, southwest England, little change. It's very overcast, some hill and some coastal fog, but a patchy rain, fresh to locally strong southerly to southeasterly winds. Central and western Scotland gradually clouding over as we head throughout the day, despite a bright early start. That's also true across many parts of England as well. So there will be some patchy rain at times, but heavier towards the west. For southeast England and for northern and eastern Scotland, then I think we'll keep those brighter skies well into the afternoon. And it will feel a bit warmer than it did yesterday for most of us because we've got that southerly to southeasterly wind. So 11 to 15 Celsius for most. We could get to 16 or 17 degrees in central and eastern England. And then tonight we're buried underneath those layers of cloud. So it's going to be a lot milder. There are more weather fronts too that are edging in from the west, pushing eastwards. And tomorrow we'll see some heavier rain, particularly later on through the day, but also some sunshine and a bit warmer too.
Thanks very much indeed, Elizabeth. You're listening to Today on BBC Radio 4 with Anna Foster in Glasgow and Nick Robinson. Oh no, she's in Salford and I'm in Glasgow.
Good morning, it's 8 o'clock on Tuesday, the 14th of April. The headlines this morning: a former Labour Defence Secretary, Lord Robertson, has attacked government spending on the armed forces. He'll say in a speech that there's corrosive complacency and that Britain can't be protected with an ever-expanding welfare budget. The US Vice President, J.D. Vance, says there was progress during talks with Iran at the weekend, but he's accused the country of economic terrorism by blocking the Strait of Hormuz. And the police watchdog is investigating 11 officers from the Metropolitan Force, including a commander, over their handling of an inquiry into a crash which killed 2 children at a school in Wimbledon.
And after the news, the Southport inquiry highlighted the catastrophic failures by multiple agencies to stop the tragedy. Should those organisations face punishment for lack of action? The lawyer representing the families of the 3 girls who died certainly thinks so.
And I know the names of those people. I know the names of the people who failed, and I will state them publicly if need to.
And with elections to the Scottish Parliament just over 3 weeks away, what do voters make of the campaign so far?
For working class families, we're in a worse position than we've ever been, so there's nobody fighting our corner here.
It feels that way.
Feels that way, absolutely, yeah.
They talk as if they're trying to help you.
Yeah. No, you just don't see it.
We conclude our round of interviews with Scotland's party leaders by speaking to the leader of Scottish Labour, and why we all need to keep looking up to the sky to see more beautiful sights. That's all after the BBC News, read for us this morning by Jane Steele.
A former Labour cabinet minister who last year carried out a major review of the UK's armed forces has mounted a scathing attack on the government's handling of defence. Lord Robertson, who served as NATO Secretary-General, will use a speech to warn of a corrosive complacency today in Britain's political leadership. The former Defence Secretary under Tony Blair will also warn about the impact of the expanding welfare budget on defence funding, claiming the UK's national security is in peril. Here's our political correspondent, Harry Farley.
Lord Robertson oversaw Labour's comprehensive review of defence policy that was published last year. But the investment plan to fund that vision has since been repeatedly delayed. Now, in a significant intervention, Lord Robertson will accuse what he calls non-military experts in the Treasury of vandalism. We are underprepared, we are underinsured, we are under attack, we are not safe, he will say in a speech today. Britain's national security and safety is in peril. There has been deadlock in government over the defence investments plan. The Prime Minister has said it is on his desk and he will resolve the matter. But with the Ministry of Defence already facing a reported £28 billion funding shortfall, there are questions over where the extra money would come from. Lord Robertson will say, we cannot defend Britain with an ever-expanding welfare budget. A government spokesperson said the Strategic Defence Review was backed by the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War, and the investment plan would be published as soon as possible.
General Sir Richard Barrons is the former commander of Joint Forces Command and was one of the authors of the Strategic Defence Review. He told us the Prime Minister needed to act quickly on the review's findings.
That SDR programme needs another $28 billion in the first 4 years to be affordable, and the choice that's on the Prime Minister's desk is either finds more money to implement this, in my view, dangerous review at the speed we agreed last year, or he's going to announce £28 billion worth of cuts. And how would that fit with the world that we find ourselves in today?
The US Vice President J.D. Vance has accused the Iranian government of engaging in an act of economic terrorism by stopping ships from using the Strait of Hormuz. Speaking to Fox News, he said President Trump had shown that 2 could play at that game. Yesterday, the US began its own blockade of Iranian ports. Mr. Vance, who led the negotiation team during talks with Iran at the weekend, said there had been progress despite the failure to reach an agreement. Here's our North America correspondent, Peter Bowes.
J.D. Vance said if the Iranians engaged in economic terrorism over the Strait of Hormuz, the US would abide by the same principle and make sure none of the country's ships got out of Iran either. He accused Tehran of moving the goalpost during talks at the weekend, saying that he'd expected the Iranians to fully reopen the strait in return for a ceasefire. He insisted that both sides had made some progress in the negotiation, but that it was now up to Iran to make the next move. The ball, he said, was very much in their court.
Talks between Lebanese and Israeli ambassadors to the US are expected to take place in Washington later. It will be the first time in decades that officials from the two countries, which don't have diplomatic relations, meet face-to-face for direct negotiations. From Jerusalem, here's our Middle East correspondent, Yolande Nell.
The US top diplomat, Marco Rubio, is expected to join these rare direct talks at the State Department. They come just days after the US and Iran failed to reach an agreement to end the broader Middle East war. The Lebanese and Israeli ambassadors are due to discuss the possibility of higher-level direct talks between their countries. The Lebanese authorities first want to broker a ceasefire in Israel's ongoing war with Hezbollah. However, Israel has ruled that out, insisting that the Iran-backed group must be disarmed. And Hezbollah has rejected the talks and said it won't abide by anything that's agreed. The latest fighting between Israel and Hezbollah has been devastating for Lebanon. More than 1 million people have been displaced and more than 2,000 killed, including about 500 women, children and medical workers.
The head of the International Energy Agency says the current level of energy prices do not reflect the severity of the problem in the Gulf. Fatih Birol was speaking as leading finance figures, including the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, arrived in Washington for the International Monetary Fund's spring meetings. The police watchdog, the IOPC, is investigating 11 officers from the Metropolitan Force over its response to a fatal crash at a South London school in 2023. 2 8-year-old children, Nuria Sajjad and Selina Lau, died after a Land Rover hit an end-of-term tea party at the Study Preparatory School in Wimbledon. Our special correspondent Lucy Manning reports.
When the police carried out its first investigation into the Wimbledon school crash, it ended with the driver, Claire Fremantle, facing no charges as prosecutors said she'd had an undiagnosed epileptic seizure. The parents of Nuria Sajjad and Selina Lau always said the investigation was flawed and it was reopened in 2024. The police watchdog will examine the way it was carried out, including allegations that race was a factor in the way officers treated the girls' families and if the police gave false information to them. 4 serving police officers, including a commander and a former officer, are being investigated for possible gross misconduct. The Metropolitan Police said it would provide every assistance to the police watchdog. The parents of Nuria and Selina told the BBC that while they are encouraged by the IOPC investigation, the truth must come to light. Prosecutors now have a full file of evidence from the police. The families are waiting for them to decide on charges.
The US Vice President J.D. Vance has called on the Vatican to stick to matters of morality after Donald Trump heavily criticized the Pope. Mr. Trump refused to apologize for calling Leo XIV weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. The Pope had condemned the war against Iran. Mr. Trump has also faced criticism for a now-deleted social media post which depicted the president as a Jesus-like figure. Donald Trump claimed it was meant to be him as a doctor. The English Cardinal Timothy Radcliffe, who took part in the conclave that elected the Pope, told Newsnight he was right to challenge Mr. Trump's actions.
For the first time for a long time, the great powers of the world openly seek to seize power nakedly by violence. I think that the Pope has a duty to speak out against anybody who promotes war in this way.
The founder of China's biggest property development company, Evergrande, has pleaded guilty to a number of charges, including embezzlement of corporate assets and corporate bribery. Hui Ka-yan, formerly China's richest man, presided over the firm as it accumulated hundreds of billions of pounds of debt. There's a warning from school leaders that girls from white low-income families are being overlooked in efforts to tackle the underachievement of working-class children in England. Hayley Mortimer reports.
Overall, the proportion of boys in England passing English and Maths GCSEs has increased slightly since 2019. This includes boys who are eligible for free school meals. But the reverse is true for girls, with a 3.5 percentage point drop amongst those considered disadvantaged and an even bigger fall amongst low-income white British girls. Just 38% of this group achieved a grade 4 or above in English and Maths last year. Teachers say there needs to be a national conversation about how to better support these young women.
The Department for Education has said it is radically reforming the way funding for disadvantaged groups is given to schools to make sure the system is better for children. A record 6 British artists are to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in November. They are Oasis, Phil Collins, Sade, Billy Idol and Iron Maiden, together with Joy Division and New Order, who are being treated as one group. Here's our entertainment correspondent, Colin Patterson.
The inductees were announced during last night's edition of the TV talent show American Idol, a somewhat incongruous setting when the list included the famously gloomy Manchester band Joy Division. Phil Collins is now in for his solo work, having already been accepted as a member of Genesis. Sade is the first ever black British woman to be included. Iron Maiden and Billy Idol are both to be honoured. While it will be interesting to see if Oasis turn up to the ceremony in November, Liam Gallagher had previously said about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame he didn't need an award from a geriatric in a cowboy hat.
Colin Patterson reporting.
Thank you, Jane. It is 11 minutes past 8 now. There are few things in life as devastating as losing a child. To know that that death could have been prevented brings a whole new level of pain and grief. On the 29th of July 2024, just a few days into the school summer holidays, Alice De Silva Aguirre, Elsie Stankham and B.B. King were at a Taylor Swift-themed dance class. Nobody in the room that day had ever heard of Axel Ritter Cabana or knew anything about his capacity for violence. But other people did. His mum and dad, the police, and various authorities whose job it was to keep the public safe from him. All of them, we now know, failed to do that. The three girls' parents have already responded to the killing of their daughters with quiet dignity and spoke about their young lives to the BBC documentary Our Girls, the Southport Families.
We want her to be remembered for the child she was and not what happened to her.
We got to do this for Alice. We got to keep her light on.
Elsie will not be defined by what happened on that day. She was so much more.
Well, those families are now coming to terms with the fact that their children could still have been alive today had the agencies involved carried out their role properly and had the killer's parents sought an intervention before their son committed murder. At the first phase of the public inquiry into the Southport attacks yesterday, its chair, Sir Adrian Fulford, was unequivocal in his findings.
I have no doubt that if appropriate procedures had been in place, and if sensible steps had been taken by the agencies and AR's parents, this dreadful event would not have happened. It could have been, and it should have been, prevented.
Over 760 pages, the report on the events of that terrible day and the mistakes made in the years that preceded it are laid out in heartbreaking detail. The aim now is to make sure that nothing like it ever happens again. Well, I've been speaking to Chris Walker, the lawyer who represents the families of Alice, Elsie and Bibi.
They continue to live in a horror movie. Every time there's a new report, every time there's a new statement, their families go through the traumatization of that event yet again. Right now, they are going through that whole episode again, reliving the whole event. We heard in great detail during the inquiry all of the failures. So the report in itself is not a surprise. We've been working together with the families, my team and I, discussing the failures as they arise. But at this moment in time, it's very difficult for them to comprehend because they are still living in this horror movie. It's very difficult for them to understand and comprehend the enormity of the proposed changes, which have to take place.
Let's break it down before we look at what needs to happen in the future to stop an event like this from ever happening again. If we look back at what happened that day, there have been numerous failings, the various agencies involved, the killer's parents. Now, they have been identified in this report, but for you and for them, that is not the end.
No, there are several layers of failings here. There's gaps in the law, the legal process, the legal framework, which we are engaged with, and I'm relatively pleased on a personal level of the proposed changes from the framework of the legal process, which will be discussed in great detail in phase 2. Thereafter, there is the failure of the individual local agencies, Prevent, Lancashire Police, Lancashire Social Services, CAMS, FCAMS, to implement the processes which were already in place. And then thereafter, there are individual failings from the agencies to an appalling level, in my view. And of course, there is also the failings of the parents. I said in the moments after the inquiry concluded, the oral evidence of the inquiry concluded, that the apology that we heard on that day was rejected by the families, and I called for them personally to be incarcerated for the lack of foresight, lack of preventing the attack. I firmly believe that that's correct, but I'm also firmly of the belief that this report should not be regarded as the AR's failings report. Equally culpable are the individual failings and the systemic failings of those agencies which I mentioned.
So you think there should be individual criminal accountability here?
There should be individual criminal accountability for the parents. I accept that the law and the legal process which we currently have, it makes that very difficult. And I know one of the recommendations within the report is to change that, which is pleasing. But thereafter, I wrote several months ago to those agencies I mentioned, requesting disciplinary proceedings. That includes the senior managers and also the people at the coalface.
And what kind of replies did you get to that?
The predominant replies at the moment is we need to wait until the inquiry report is out. It is now out. I will be revisiting that with them all individually. And consequently, if those disciplinary proceedings have not concluded to our satisfaction, then I know the names of those people. I know the names of the people who failed, and I will state them publicly if need to. And I will also rehash the failures and go through it all in a public environment so that the world will know of their failings.
So that is something that you will continue to press for. As you said, this is the first phase of the inquiry. Phase 2 will focus a lot more on how the law needs to change, how to stop something like this from happening again. But you know, and I know, and we all know, there have been so many public inquiries before and results published, and people say lessons will be learned, lessons have been learned, and yet these tragedies, whatever they may be, happen again. So how do you and how do the families, as you say, living every day with that devastation, how do you make sure this doesn't become one of those inquiries where lessons are learned, but then they aren't?
That is very much the point. It's very clear that every so often we lurch from disaster to disaster. We lurch from inquiry to inquiry. The recommendations seem to be the same in terms of state failings, silo of work, failure to pass on information to different agencies. One of the recommendations within the report is a lead agency. That leaps off the page as something which is necessary. We have to ensure that the recommendations are implemented. But you have to also be aware that the report was almost 800 pages. It's a very detailed report. We're grateful for that. But we received the report at 8 a.m. yesterday. Consequently, the piecing together of the jigsaw is still under review, and we are still analysing that. Whilst there are a number of recommendations within that report which we feel are broadly positive, once we've done the analysis of piecing it all together to have a look at what that means, then we will be able to comment further upon that in the ensuing few days and weeks.
That is Chris Walker, the lawyer who represents the Southport families. Let's also speak to Stephanie Roberts-Bibby, who's Chief Executive of the Youth Justice Board. Good morning.
Good morning.
You also contributed to the public inquiry. Just talk us through. People will be shocked and alarmed and disappointed at the number of failings that happened in relation to the killer. He was known to the police. He was known to the local authority. He was known in the court system. What went wrong in that none of these things were picked up? Well, why wasn't he stopped when he was known to so many people? His capacity for violence was so well known.
Good morning, Anna, and to your listeners too. I also just want to start by offering my sincere condolences on behalf of myself, the organisation I lead, the Youth Justice Board, and to give a commitment that we will do all we can to make sure that the lessons are learnt and as quickly as possible. It is very clear, isn't it, from the very first recommendation in the Chair's report for Part 1 that there is a need for a single agency to be able to hold responsibility in instances like this, and we very much look forward to working through with Phase 2 of the inquiry to see how that might come to life. It is clear in this instance that there was lots of information about the perpetrator that was known to a number of professionals, but not one person had a helicopter view of what was happening with him at any given time.
Do you think there was enough professional curiosity from those individuals who knew what was happening? Because it might sound strange to people who don't work in that industry that no person, no individual would see what was going on and choose to try and take that kind of responsibility.
I made this point in my evidence around professional curiosity and the importance of professionals really leaning in and understanding what's happening in this instance with the perpetrator and the family to know what's going on, what behaviours are being demonstrated, and then how best do we mitigate and manage whether those in the event that harm would be caused. Lots of people talk about resources, and professional curiosity costs nothing. However, we should also accept that no one in our public services goes to work to do a bad job. Everyone goes to work to make a difference and to do the best they can. So, I think the Chair reflected this very articulately yesterday, that people were doing what they could do with the information that was there. However, there is clear, isn't it, that everyone could have and should have done more.
Do you think there were elements that got in the way of that? Things like the killer's diagnosis of autism, things like his ethnicity. Did those things make people stand back when they shouldn't have done?
I think there is a challenge for us in all elements of public service delivery of when we attribute a label or a diagnosis to an individual, that we can be clouded in our judgment about attributing behaviours to that rather than dealing with the behaviour itself. So I think there is definitely, in this case, evidence that the perpetrator's potential diagnosis and then actual diagnosis meant that people were attributing his behaviours to his autism. And I want to be really clear on this point. Autism is not a predictor of risk, but it certainly appears a real challenge to the professionals that were working with him and his family at the time.
From a youth justice perspective, there were real failings with the referral order that he was given. And again, you gave evidence about this at the inquiry. There should have been reparative work involved in that, which didn't seem to happen. You described the objectives set by the referral order as very, very limited, which was accepted and endorsed in the final report. Are referral orders overall, would you say, fit for purpose? Was this an isolated incident, or do they need to be looked at again?
So I think there's definitely a place for reviewing and reconsidering the referral order guidance in the light of the report. However, I think they are fit for purpose if they are used as intended, and if the plan that is set for each child meets the child's needs and risk of harm to self and others. And that needed to be much, much more resilient and robust in this instance.
Stephanie Roberts-Bibby, the Chief Executive of the Youth Justice Board. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
It is now 23 minutes past 8. How will people who are disappointed and angry with those who govern them, who are scared about the future, use their vote in next month's big election? I'm in Glasgow this morning for the biggest week so far of one of the biggest elections in this election cycle, the election for the Scottish Parliament. I'm here in the week when many will be able to vote by post, and they'll have 6 big parties to choose from in what has become a crowded political field. This is also the week when Scotland's 2 traditionally big parties launched their manifesto, starting yesterday with the Labour Party.
It is my privilege to welcome your next First Minister, Anna Sarwar.
The man who wants to be Scotland's next First Minister is desperate to inject energy, passion, belief into a largely lifeless election campaign. His message: Scotland needs change. onto land. After all, Scotland has an unpopular government, seeking a fifth term in a third decade in power. After all, there have been a series of scandals that have hit the SNP. And yet this man who is high-fiving the audience as he marches in to his manifesto launch was once odds-on favourite to win. Now he faces a massive uphill struggle.
They have had 20 years, so give me 5 and I will show that we can once again have an NHS that is true to its founding principles, there when you need it.
It's more than 2 decades since the SNP came to power, back in 2005. That's before the iPhone was even invented. And since the last Holyrood election, the party's confronted crisis after crisis after crisis.
I am announcing my intention to step down as First Minister and leader of my party.
Peter Murrell arriving home tonight after more than 9 hours in custody at Falkirk Police Station.
3 large ferries, including its 2 newest vessels, are unavailable while faults are investigated. 4 other ships are away for annual maintenance.
After first Nicola Sturgeon and then Humza Yousaf were forced to quit as Scotland's First Minister, the veteran John Swinney came to his party's rescue, having only recently himself quit frontline politics after almost 16 years as a minister in various Scottish governments. Independence is the cause of Swinney's life. Yesterday, on a visit to Oban on the west coast, he tried to link the crisis in the Middle East and soaring energy bills with the need for Scotland to go its own way.
The fact that Scotland's energy resources are powering so much of our economy, but we're not receiving the benefit of that for people in Scotland.
The leader of the Scottish National Party, Alex Salmond, has announced his resignation after failing to gain independence for Scotland.
I think that party, parliament and country would benefit from your leadership.
It is almost a dozen years since the referendum on Scottish independence. Swinney hopes to unite all pro-independence Scots in a call for another vote. He's got the backing of the SNP's former partners in government, the Scottish Greens. Their co-leader is Gillian McKay.
It's really nice to meet you.
She campaigned yesterday at a nursery.
There's a train going to England. Oh my goodness. Starting school at 7 would be better for children because that play-based environment is how they learn better at that age.
The SNP are helped by the fact that the other side of the great divide in Scottish politics, the backers of the Union, are divided 4 ways. Between Labour, the Tories, their leader Russell Finlay was pledging to fill in potholes yesterday.
We've got a plan to fix Scotland's potholes, to ensure that dangerous potholes like the ones we see here today are filled in and that our roads are made safe.
And the Lib Dems, whose leader is Alex Cole-Hamilton, he invited the cameras, somewhat unusually, to join him while he walked his dog.
We need to back teachers up with legislation that says when they're in class, they need to be mobile phone free.
And fourth, but not least, the new force in Scottish politics, one that would have been unthinkable just a while back.
Good evening, Aberdeen!
Reform UK had no members of the Scottish Parliament a year ago, no leader in Scotland just 3 months ago. Nigel Farage was widely derided as an English nationalist. But now, in some polls, his party is placed second.
The campaign's fully on, and I can't think of anywhere symbolically more important for Scotland, the United Kingdom, right now, given the events of the Middle East, than Aberdeen.
A lot of my friends are looking at reform now.
Does that surprise you? I think a couple of years ago, the thought of Scots voting for Nigel Farage would have seemed really quite surprising.
A lot of people I know are big on immigration at the minute. That seems to be the defining factor.
You can see the most amount of penguins, okay? As they're swimming, you might even come really close to the window so you can have a look.
It's the last week of the Easter holidays at Edinburgh Zoo. Penguins Rock in particular is packed with noisy kids looking at sometimes noisy animals, and their mums and dads seem to prefer them both to all too often noisy politicians.
You know, for working class families, we're in a worse position than we've ever been, so there's nobody fighting our corner here.
It feels that way.
Feels that way, absolutely, yeah.
They talk as if they're trying to help you.
Yeah. No, you just don't see it.
And this is a treat, a day out at the zoo.
Absolutely. It's his birthday today.
Happy birthday. But does it also feel budgets are tight?
You know, it's stretch, we come prepared, you know, we've got that lunch with us today, you know, because you do have to be more money savvy.
Will you vote?
No, I don't know.
Why? Why do you hate you? Obviously you don't like them.
They're a bunch of idiots.
What, the politicians here in Edinburgh?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Do you care who's going to run the government in Scotland next?
Very much so, yes. I'm quite keen on Scottish independence, even though I'm English. So
the big issue for you in this election is still independence, is it?
It's not the major one, perhaps, at the moment, but it's certainly still a consideration, yes.
Back at Labour's manifesto launch, one veteran watcher of Scottish politics says the unpopularity of the Westminster government seems, for now, to have trumped the unpopularity of the Scottish government.
Paul Hutchin and the tech editor of the Daily Record. I think if politics was normal in Scotland, Labour would be headed for a victory on May the 7th, because what you've got is an SNP government that is struggling on a range of fronts, and yet opinion polls show Labour are in line for a historic defeat. And I think there's no doubt that Scottish Labour are being punished for the sins and the record of Keir Starmer. That is the key dynamic in this election contest so far, and it's something that Nesara is really struggling with.
Vote for change, says Labour's Scottish leader, but that is exactly what Keir Starmer said in the general election. And ever since people have seen the change, or perhaps the lack of it, that has come from Westminster, Labour have struggled to look like winners here.
And Nick will complete his set of political interviews in about 10 minutes or so. He'll be speaking to Anna Sarwar, the leader of Scottish Labour. It is 28 minutes to 9 now. It's time for the sport. Carthy's back.
Morning, thank you very much. A massive result for Leeds United last night, a 2-1 win over Manchester United in the Premier League. Leeds are 6 points clear of the relegation zone after a first league win at Old Trafford since 1981. Attention turns to the Champions League tonight, with Arne Slot's Liverpool needing to overturn a 2-0 deficit against Paris Saint-Germain in the return leg of their quarter-final. And England women face World Cup champions Spain tonight at Wembley in a World Cup qualifier. Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland also have qualifiers. There are full details of those on the BBC Sport website. Now, I have a copy in front of me of the 2026 Wisden Cricketers Almanac. It's in the studio with me, along with the editor of the famous Yellow Book, Lawrence Booth. Morning.
Morning, Carthy.
Your traditional editor's notes don't hold back this year. There are various elements that I want to try and get into as quickly as we can. And I have to start with feckless, reckless and legless. Your damning description of the England team after their 4-1 Ashes series defeat to Australia. Have you taken any positives from the director of men's cricket at the ECB, Rob Key's interviews recently, admitting there were flaws in the preparation and poor decision-making in their performances?
Not a huge amount. I mean, a lot of things that Rob Key has said since the Ashes were things that a lot of pundits were saying before the Ashes, so it almost feels like they're a few months behind the loop, and in that time England have lost the Ashes.
Alarm.
I mean, the big challenge now for Key to sort out is can Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes work together again in the positive way that sort of seemed to fall away during the Ashes after England went 2-0 down at Brisbane. They went in separate directions. One of the great strengths of the Bazball regime, they hate the phrase, but one of the great strengths previously had been that they were singing from the same hymn sheet. There were signs in Australia that they weren't. They've given these guys the chance to dig England out of the hole that they created. Let's see what happens.
Okay, there's a lot more to go into on that, but we have talked about it a lot before on the programme. Wisden's men's leading cricketer of the year is Mitchell Starc. One of the elements of the new Wisden is always the announcement of your 5 cricketers of the year. India dominate that list, and the only domestic player is the Nottinghamshire captain Hasib Hamid. Why was he chosen?
Yeah, it's always nice to give someone from the domestic game one of the awards. He captained Nottinghamshire to their first county championship title in 15 years, so a big moment for the club, and he led the way with run scoring over 1,250 runs at an average of 66, carried his bat twice, converted 2 of his 4 centuries into doubles, so a nice choice there.
And I mentioned there's quite a lot in your editorial notes. You described the private investment of the 100 with its new ownership structure as risking turning the tournament into an IPL proxy event. I suppose part of the counter-argument to that would be the financial impact is partly to help grassroots cricket and county cricket. What are your major concerns about that investment and the way it's been done?
I think when you look around franchise tournaments around the world, a lot of them have become IPL proxy events, so they are an extension of sort of India's dominance of the game. That in itself isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's how the money is used. Will the counties be able to access that money properly? We're talking about 25 million possibly for the non-host counties. These are life-changing amounts, but it has to be accessed in the first place with a good business plan. Then it has to be spent well, and then one day it will run out. And we haven't yet discussed the scenario when the money goes. We'll have given away the whole of August to a non-county event. England won't play as much Test cricket in August, so there's lots of potential collateral damage from what's happened. So we'll have to watch this space closely.
Okay, come back to that probably at another point. There's a report also in Wisden about state school cricket in the UK. What can be done to address the balance of state-private school cricketers coming through the system?
The ECB are aware of this. They launched their state school action plan in 2024. This year we've got the Knight Stokes Cup. Heather Knight and Ben Stokes both went to state schools, so 820 state schools have applied to play the finals there at Lords. That's a fifth of all the state schools in the country. We're moving in the right direction, but we're still a long way from where we need to be if cricket's going to be truly representative.
Okay, Lawrence Booth, there's plenty in there, lot of other topics as well, including the incarceration of Imran Khan. There's a lovely celebration of Dickie Bird's life, and also cricket's links with the mining community. So plenty to read when Wisden comes out on Thursday.
Carthy, thank you very much indeed. Sorry, just if you're hearing Anna Sara in the background, we're going to be talking to him in just a few minutes' time here in Glasgow. But let's look ahead now to what's coming up here on Radio 4 with Jim Al-Khalili.
Hello, my guest today is Dr. Seth Barkley, an epidemiologist whose career has been shaped by one key theme: vaccines save lives, but only if people can get them. His work has taken him around the world, from helping to build Uganda's HIV surveillance system and leading Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, to founding COVAX, the initiative designed to stop wealthy nations monopolizing COVID-19 vaccines during the pandemic. I'll be talking to Seth about his globe-trotting career, from saving millions of young lives through vaccination distribution to setting his own shattered leg after a climbing accident in Namibia. On The Life Scientific, after the news at 9, or catch up on BBC Sounds.
The weather today sees a bit of sunshine in the east to start, but it'll be cloudy for all of us later with spells of rain.
You're listening to Today on Radio 4 with Anna Foster in Salford, Nick Robinson in Glasgow, 23 minutes to 9. Here's a summary of the news from Jane Steele.
A former Labour cabinet minister who last year carried out a root and branch review of the armed forces has mounted a scathing attack on the government's handling of defence. Lord Robertson, who also served as NATO Secretary-General, will warn in a speech of a corrosive complacency today in Britain's political leadership. There's been deadlock in government over its defence investment plan, although the Prime Minister has said he will resolve the matter. The former head of Joint Forces Command, General Sir Richard Barrons, told us that if the plan wasn't implemented, the armed forces would in effect face £28 billion of cuts. Ministers insist they've carried out the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War. The US Vice President J.D. Vance says there was progress during talks with Iran at the weekend. The Reuters news agency says it's been told by multiple sources that American and Iranian teams will return to Pakistan for peace talks later this week. The lawyer representing the families of the 3 girls killed in the knife attack at a dance class in Southport has told this programme that he's willing to publicly name the people from organisations who failed to prevent the tragedy. In 2024, Axel Rudikabana killed Alice de Silva Aguiar, Elsie Dot Stanton and B.B. King. Yesterday, the first phase of a public inquiry found catastrophic failures by multiple agencies.
Thank you, Jane. It's 22 minutes to 9. Iran's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz has had a huge impact on the global economy since it halted the vast majority of global shipping there when the war began just over 6 weeks ago now. But one thing which has continued was the flow of Iranian oil. Nearly 60 million barrels departing from the main Khag Island terminal, most of it heading for China. And now the US tit-for-tat blockage has already shown the first signs of impeding that, several vessels turning back when faced with US warships. So how is Beijing likely to react? Well, Dr. Yu Ji is with us, Senior Research Fellow on China in the Asia-Pacific Programme at Chatham House. Good morning.
Good morning, Anna.
This is a lot of oil heading to China. They will doubtless be unhappy if it stops. What diplomatic effect is that likely to provoke?
Well, obviously, yes, what we have seen so far, what Xi Jinping responded this morning by saying, well, the world has turned into a disarray, and certainly that is the case for the Chinese economy as well. I mean, last month, Beijing has offered overall assessment that the China's economic growth this year will only lasting about 4.5%, which is lowest in the 3 decades, and in the way factor into the ripple effects of this war in Iran and how this affected Chinese economy. And also, let's think about the Chinese economy as being very much export-oriented. So it's largely depending on the raw material, and it's largely depending on global connectivities. Now, these two factors has been hugely disrupted by this war. So China is outrightly to be concerned.
And when Beijing is deciding how to respond, will it lean diplomatically, or is there a possibility, as we've seen other nations do, get involved militarily?
Well, I think primarily from Beijing's end, it would more prefer to involve diplomatically. Whatever Beijing does when it comes to diplomacy, it always prioritizes the U.S.-China relations. Now, at the moment, I think Beijing's responses to this war seems to be very timid. That is to say, Beijing does not equally want to irritate President Trump himself, because there's going to be a visit by President Trump to Beijing, and then there's plenty to discuss about, and hence it will be the best to hold off to making any move until the leadership summit between U.S. and China take place.
Yeah, there's lots of important dates in the calendar, isn't there? Dr. Yuji, thank you for joining us. Sean Farrington's back as well on the topic of oil, because Sean, an interesting update from BP this morning.
Yeah, the oil giant has said it's now set for an exceptional oil trading result in the first 3 months of the year because of the higher oil price. So you look at the refining part of the BP's business, and it says margins there are much bigger than previously expected, adding hundreds of millions of pounds, hundreds of millions of dollars in profits. We'll get the full numbers towards the end of the month, but it's a reminder when the oil price stays so much higher for longer. We look at BP saying that the average price of Brent crude in the first 3 months of the year was over $81 a barrel. The previous 3-month period, it was $64 a barrel. That higher oil price for oil producing companies around the world will lead to higher profits in a minute. And of course, it just brings into perspective a little bit where the profits are being made at the moment, and possibly politically those questions around things like windfall taxes. Not all of these profits by any means of BP will have been made in the North Sea. In fact, a minority of their production is in the North Sea, where the windfall tax in the UK is applied. But just a reminder of why those conversations come up around the time of lengthy higher energy prices.
Yeah, and also economically, wars have losers, but they always have winners in there somewhere in the mix as well, don't they? Sean, thank you. Sean Farrington now with the latest on that.
It's now 18 minutes to 9. In the last 2 days, we've been speaking to each of the leaders of the major Scottish political parties in this big week for the election campaign, and which we're now delighted to say by the leader of the Scottish Labour Party, Anna Sawyer. Morning to you, Mr.
Good morning, Nick. Good to have you in Glasgow.
Just heard your launch just a little way down the road in Edinburgh yesterday. I've got the manifesto in front of me. Scotland needs change, you say. Isn't a central problem for you in this campaign, which is voters have seen what the Labour Party means by change. It means Keir Starmer, and they don't much like it.
Well, Keir Starmer's not standing to be First Minister. I am. It's a straight choice between me and John Swinney in this election. And what I'm saying to people across the country is this election is not without consequence. It's not about protest. It's about what happens to our schools, our hospitals, what it means for our towns, cities, villages and islands. And having been in power for 2 years, are we honestly saying that we're going to give a free pass to a party that's been in power for 20 years? I don't think we can, I don't think we should, and I don't think we will.
But it's a reasonable question for this reason, isn't it? Which is, if you go to the electorate and say we want change, they're entitled to say, well, what did you mean last time you promised change? And you backed Keir Starmer to be Prime Minister. And they say, well, we don't much like many voters in Scotland are telling the posters. They tell me when I'm out and about. We don't like the cuts to Winterfield. We don't like the cuts to disability. We don't like the disappointment that Labour in power has been. So In what way are you saying you'll be different?
So, I'll make 2 points. One is, I will always be proud of the fact that Scotland led the way of ridding this country of a Tory government that was doing so much damage. And I think everyone across Scotland will be happy that we got rid of the Tories. Have there been good things done by a UK Labour government? Yes. Do people feel a sense of disappointment? Yes, I share it. And
well, listen, remind people that the most useful thing you did in this campaign was to call Keir Starmer to quit.
Well, look, I said what I said. I stand by it. I don't recoil from it. But again, I make the point, this election is not about passing a judgment on a government that's been in for 2 years. It's about passing judgment on one that's been in for 20 years.
I hear you.
And the proposition I'm making in this election campaign is you've given John Swinney and the SNP 20 years. Give me 5. And in the 5 years, I will demonstrate that we can make the NHS work, we can make life more affordable, and we can build a better future for our country, Scotland.
This is a very long manifesto, 90-odd pages. But I mean, I've just been reading the Scottish newspaper coverage, and almost every commentary says the same thing. It's awfully long, but it lacks a big idea. What it essentially says is, I'd run things pretty much as they are now, but better.
Well, look, it's full of ambition and it's full of big ideas. And as someone who worked in the NHS, fixing the NHS, modernising the NHS is personal to me. That is a big idea. So we will fix the NHS, make sure it's there when you need it, cut waiting lists, end the ATM rush for a GP, bring back the family doctor. We'll embrace technology. Many of your listeners in other parts of the UK will know you have access to an NHS app. You have much more digital technology involved in your NHS. We don't have that in Scotland. We would deliver that in Scotland so you get faster treatment, faster diagnosis. We'll build 125,000 new homes so we can bring down poverty. We have a record number of children in homelessness in Scotland right now. We would address that and end the
competition
for all, and so much more.
Yes.
I'll let you come back.
Forgive me. So much more, and there's a lot in here. I accept that. Here's the problem, though. You and John Swinney are competing, Labour and the SNP, to offer more goodies to the election. You can have more of this, you can have more of that. This is at a time when the Auditor General has said there is a £5 billion black hole in the budget of Scotland. This is backed up by every independent financial advisor, and that was before the war, before the energy crisis. Are you not in danger of being dishonest with people when, for example, as you did yesterday, I will not raise your income tax for 5 years? You've no idea whether you'll have to raise them.
We will not increase income tax in the next 5 years, and the reason why is right now, if you earn £33,500 in Scotland, you pay more tax above that than anywhere else in the UK. That's not fair. That's a doctor, that's a teacher, that's a nurse. That's not fair that they're paying higher taxes. But if you actually look at the IFS report that came out after our manifesto, we aren't making big free giveaway pledges. And the reason why is I'm being upfront and honest with people. We've got to fix the mess. We've got to get the basics right. And over time, we've got to build that better future for our country. And that's why
the economy is getting a tougher backdrop, not an easier backdrop. Inflation is going up. Foreign costs in the UK are going up.
Of course, that's a risk, Nick, and no one can shy away from the fact that we have great global instability. And again, yesterday I set out what we would do, rather than just thinking the job of the First Minister is just to be a chief lobbyist to the UK. I will use the full force of the Scottish Government. I will use the Office of First Minister to take emergency action if this conflict continues and the stability continues. And that's a £100 million emergency package, including bailout loans, including grants for families, including bulk buy fuel.
You handing out more money.
But again, more detail. But again, that's loans, and in some cases, grants for lower-income households.
Let me ask you what I asked John
The money then comes back to the government.
In the last hour, I put the same points to him. Now, he alluded to the fact there may have to be some public sector job losses. Shouldn't you, before this election is out, if you're not to repeat the disappointment that there was with Keir Starmer, say to voters, I know you want more. The answer is you're going to get less, because there simply is not the money to do what the Scottish Government is doing already.
So the argument I would make there, Nick, is I think people in Scotland already feel like they're paying more and more and getting less and less. And the reason why is the money is not being spent on the right things. We've got layer after layer of bureaucracy and management. So I'm really open about it. We're going to cut the number of quangos. We're going to cut the number of managers and bureaucrats, and we're going to invest in the front line. We'll end the waste. For example, ferries costing £500 million that don't sail. A prison that was supposed to cost £100 million costing £1 billion under the SNP. We'll fix procurement. We'll save money. We'll cut people's taxes so we meet our growth target. But we're being honest but also ambitious in this manifesto.
Now, just a couple of years ago, people used to come up to you and say, you're going to be our next First Minister. That was the expectation.
That's a judgment they'll make in the seventh domain.
One reason they are not saying that now, although you hope they're wrong, and of course it's the voters who will decide, is not just because of this argument about Labour's performance in Westminster, because of the emergence of Reform UK. Nigel Farage in Aberdeen last night. You and the Scottish political classes have derided him. You've accused his party of being racist. You say that his ideas don't have any place in Scotland. In some polls, he's ahead of you. Well, Nigel Farage, an English nationalist, he's ahead of the Labour Party in Scotland. What's going on?
Well, he accepts that he can't win this election in Scotland, and Lord Malcolm Offord can't be that great champion of working class communities. He wants to pretend to be being a former cheerleader for Margaret Thatcher and served in Boris and Liz Truss's government. This is a straight choice. Farage and Reform are noise in this election. They can only stop change. The only route to change is Scottish Labour on May the 7th, and that's the plea I make to people across the country. Let's transform our country. Let's not have those old fights, old debates. Let's fixate on what happens in Scotland. And I honestly believe that this election's about Scotland. People will vote for change on the 7th of May.
And Asawa, leader of Scottish Labour, thank you very much.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Now, I have a confession as a former political editor, rather obsessed with British general elections. In my report earlier on, I suggested that the SNP had taken power at the time of the UK general election in 2005, not the Holyrood election in 2007.
They still had almost 20 though, Nick, so I think it's time they had a break and gave somebody else a chance.
Sorry for getting that wrong. Adasoa slipping in another party political broadcast there at the end. Thanks for joining.
Thank you, my pleasure.
It's 9 minutes to 9 now. A BBC investigation has uncovered fresh, wide-ranging evidence that indicates Greek police have for years been recruiting migrants to force other migrants back across its river border with Turkey. So-called pushbacks are widely considered illegal under international law. The Greek Prime Minister's told the BBC he was totally unaware of the allegations. Our Europe correspondent Jessica Parker has the story, and just to warn you, her report does contain elements of violence that you might find upsetting.
Hi, we are all coming from Turkey.
A woman films herself in front of a group of migrants huddled under a tree.
We have women, children here.
It's June 2023. They're declaring that they've crossed the Evros River from Turkey into Greece and making an appeal.
Please don't push back us. Please accept us.
But later, there's panic. Masked men are running down a track towards them. A report by the EU border agency's independent investigator found that, on the available evidence, the masked men are migrants themselves, armed and acting under Greek police orders. Their job here? To force other migrants onto boats back to Turkey. This is a story about so-called mercenaries. Greece's northeastern region of Evros. Folk musicians busk in local cafes. It's a borderland lying on the outer edge of the European Union. Tensions have flared here in the past, as Greece has long grappled with waves of refugees and illegal migration, including here on the Evros River.
Look, Louis, look.
Our investigation began when we obtained disturbing images via a smuggler disgruntled with his associates. In one video, an unseen man points a stick at men sat on the ground. Some are stripped, bleeding, or bruised. This video is unverified, but mirrors accounts we've gathered over months of migrants being robbed and beaten in a pushback operation where mercenaries work for Greek police. Near Paris Airport, we meet a Moroccan, who we're calling Marwan. He says he was recruited under duress to ferry migrants back to Turkey in 2020, plucked from a crowd of detained migrants by a Greek officer.
He told me, "You seem like a good guy and speak some English. Do you want to work with me?" I felt forced to say yes, because I was afraid he would beat me.
What was the deal they offered you
€700, papers to stay in Greece, and 3 mobile phones.
Marwan denies being violent to anyone, but says he witnessed the worst beatings down by the river.
The reason they beat them so much in that spot is to scare the migrants, so they won't try to come back to Greece again.
We're driving along a highway that's very close to Greece's eastern border with Turkey. Now and then you can even catch glimpses of a grey border fence that marks where the river Evros runs. But we can't just go down to that fence or the river to see what's happening. It's a military zone. So we've had to find other ways of investigating this story. We've come to Turkey. I'm not going to say exactly where because the woman we're meeting really wants to remain fully anonymous, but she says she was pushed back from Greece in 2025. That's despite having lodged an asylum claim. What's more, she has the paperwork and time-stamped photos that we've seen to prove that she made it to Greece before she says she was arrested with her family, with her children, in the street by a policeman before being handed over to masked men who took her to the Evros River.
They were stripping and beating people.
As these men hunted for valuables, she recalls, the children were not spared.
My daughter was wearing a diaper. They took it off. She was terrified and crying. He was pushing her while removing it. He didn't care if she was a child.
I'm just printing off extracts from a disciplinary inquiry into alleged corruption in the Greek border force. At a hearing in 2024, as part of their defence, accused guards talk openly about the use of mercenaries, although they call them boatmen. Pakistanis, Syrians and Afghan, first brought in from around 2020, it's claimed, because COVID and tensions with the Turkish side had made pushbacks more dangerous. One guard says there was information which they'd reported to their superiors that boatmen were going to the woods, raping the women and taking their money. We have been trying for weeks and weeks to get a response from the Greek government about all of this, but we've had nothing official back. So we come to a summit in Brussels to see if we can speak to the Greek Prime Minister. Prime Minister, has Greece been using migrants to do pushbacks in Evros? Prime Minister, why won't the Greek government talk to us? Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis didn't take any questions from reporters that morning, but did come back more than 12 hours later, and we were waiting. We've been investigating allegations that Greek authorities have been using migrants to push back other migrants to Turkey in Evros. Are you aware of these allegations? Will you be looking into them?
I am totally unaware of these allegations, but I would like to make a point. Greece is protecting its borders. It is. Hold on a second. It is my obligation. To ensure that the borders of the European Union are protected. I'm going to be unapologetic about these policies, and I would like to inform you that all the members of the European Council, through their conclusions, have made it very, very clear that we will not allow a massive influx of migrants and refugees into the European Union, and we will not repeat the mistakes of 2015.
So are you saying that pushback... Thank you very much. Sorry, Prime Minister, but these allegations are very serious. Serious violence, mistreatment of people.
The Greek Prime Minister there, Kyriakos Mitsotakis. It is just a couple of minutes to 9 after 10 happy days looking up at the skies while the Artemis 2 mission looped humans around the moon for the first time in decades. Maybe casting our gaze heavenward is something that we should continue doing. Dr. Lucy Rogers has written a guide on how to make the most of it. It's called Up, A Scientist's Guide to the Magic Above Us. Lucy, morning.
Good morning.
I think we're good when there's a moon mission or an eclipse or something exciting, but actually we could look up every night and find something worth seeing.
And it's not just in the night time, in the daytime as well, particularly now in the spring, where we've got the butterflies, the migrant summer birds coming back. There's a whole load above our heads that we can take joy in.
So how do we do it? How do we look properly to make sure that we're seeing what's there?
Just taking the time to just have a look up, see what's there. I mean, I've seen a couple of rainbows in the last couple of days, which have brought a great smile to my face.
Yeah, that's something, even as a child, you start to love rainbows. It never really goes away. Is there a particularly good place to be? You know, often if it's stargazing, you want to be out in the open areas. But you know, if you're in an urban area, what do you look for?
In the urban areas, there's still an awful lot. I mean, you can see the planets Venus and Jupiter even from the middle of London. You can see butterflies, you can see birds, you can see bats, you can see a hot air balloon occasionally. There's an awful lot above our heads that, if you take the time to actually have a look, there's beauty out there. The beauty of the sky it's above us, wherever you are.
Yeah, I think even the trees at the moment. You know, when you look up at the tall trees and they're just coming into bud, even something as small as that.
Indeed.
Is lovely to look at and enjoy. Dr. Lucy Rogers, thank you so much for talking to us. And remind us, this is all in the guide, isn't it? All these different ways to look and enjoy.
Yes, a whole load of different subjects, from butterflies, bats, hot air balloons, to satellites and rockets.
Perfect. All that we need. Thank you very much indeed. Dr. Lucy Rogers, the engineer and inventor on, you know, how sometimes we look down, but actually looking up, if we don't do it properly, we're missing out on a whole world of joy.
Good advice. That's all from Anna, from me today. Our editors were Victoria Gardner and Laura Cooper. The studio director was Ben Andrews. Have a really good day.
BBC News at 9 o'clock. A former Labour Defence Secretary is to use a speech to warn that Britain cannot be defended with an ever-expanding welfare budget. Lord Robertson, one of the authors of the Strategic Defence Review, is expected to say the country's security is in peril. The UK is committed to spending 3.5% of GDP on core defence by 2035. Duncan Potts, a retired Royal Navy Vice Admiral, says that is not ambitious enough.
Making statements that will increase to 3.5% by the middle of next decade, to me seems far too late. We need to put our money where our mouth is.
Reports from the Reuters news agency say US and Iranian negotiators are to return to Pakistan's capital Islamabad for peace talks later this week. Negotiations broke down last weekend. The US began a blockade of Iranian ports yesterday. A police watchdog is investigating 11 officers for their handling of a crash at a school in Wimbledon in southwest London in July 2023. 2 8-year-old girls were killed when a Land Rover hit the study prep school. The victims' families say they are encouraged that the Independent Office for Police Conduct is examining what happened. An inquest is due to open later into the death of the Soham murderer Ian Huntley. He died last month after being attacked with a metal bar in a prison workshop at HMP Frankland in County Durham. A 43-year-old man has been charged with murder. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex have begun a 4-day trip of Australia. The children were greeted by hundreds of people during a visit to the Royal Children's Hospital in Melbourne. The singer Moya Brennan, who was part of the Irish folk band Clonard, has died at the age of 73. The group has sold more than 10 million albums worldwide. Ireland's Deputy Prime Minister, Simon Harris, said Moya Brennan had a unique voice of extraordinary beauty. BBC News.
Many in the West have described Iran as a rogue state, yet this so-called rogue state has recorded history that tracks back more than 3,000 years. Professor Ansari is one of the world's leading experts on Iran and its history, and he asks us to rethink our understanding of Iran in the world as he continues his Persian Grand Tour in half an hour. But first, on Radio 4, Jim Al-Khalili explores the world of vaccine development, distribution, success stories and skepticism in the Life Scientific. Hello, from building a makeshift chemistry lab in his wardrobe as a child and years later setting his own shattered leg after a climbing accident, to more recently raising billions of dollars to help vaccinate the world during the COVID pandemic, Dr. Seth Barkley has never been one to do things by halves. Seth's career as an epidemiologist has revolved around one big problem: that vaccines save lives, but only if people can get them. His 4 decades in the field have taken him around the world, from helping to build Uganda's first HIV surveillance system and founding the International AIDS Vaccine Initiative to leading Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, for more than a decade, overseeing the immunization of hundreds of millions of children worldwide. And when COVID-19 struck, Seth founded COVAX, the global initiative designed to stop wealthy nations monopolizing vaccines. So it's no surprise that he doesn't pull his punches when it comes to calling out misinformation, and believes public health messaging has to get back to the science. He says we need to care about this. People must understand that vaccinating the world is self-interest as much as humanitarian. It's a strong message. Whether it's getting through to the right people remains to be seen. But we'll get to that. For now, Dr. Seth Berkley, welcome to the Life Scientific.
Thanks for having me.
Now, Seth, I think we have to start by acknowledging that this is a particularly strange time in vaccine science. There's a huge amount of anti-vax propaganda and disinformation floating about. How have we got to this point?
It really is crazy because on the one side, we're in a renaissance of science and amazing new tools are becoming available. We're tackling new diseases, and that's the exciting part. The bad part is there's been this incredible politicization of vaccines. And we saw this during the pandemic, where many leaders called on their followers not to get vaccinated. And we saw death rates shift where people, following that advice had higher death rates. And we also saw intentional disinformation, which spreads literally at the speed of light, given social media. And the combination of that has made people lose trust in governments, lose trust in vaccines, lose trust in health workers. And it takes a long time to build trust, pretty easy to lose.
Yeah. If you had to make a case for vaccines in just one sentence, what would you say to the skeptics?
I mean, we have to start off by saying the natural situation of life is for children to die. Lots of them. The mortality rates before public health was 300 out of 1,000. Today, in the best countries, it's about 1.5. And for me, vaccines are a way to have a parent never have to go through that horrible thing of losing a child. To know that if you have a child or 2 children, that they are likely to grow up, live, and in fact, today have about 40 years of extra life. That is because of these advances, as well as sanitation, clean water, etc.
Right. Well, of course, on a more positive note, we have seen some amazing success stories around vaccines in the past few decades. You've been involved with several of them. Is there any single example that stands out for you?
For me, what's really exciting is shifting from traditional infectious disease, which is the problem we just discussed, to now having vaccines that work against cancer and even vaccines that are working now against parasitic diseases. If I use an example of cancer, the HPV vaccine, human papillomavirus vaccine, it attacks the largest cancer killer of women in many countries, which is cervical cancer.
Yeah.
You get this shot, and you're prevented for the rest of your life of getting this horrible, slow, painful killer of people in the developing world. And it is now the most impactful vaccine that Gavi uses.
Well, Seth, I mentioned in the introduction that you built a lab in the wardrobe of your childhood bedroom. Tell me how on earth that came about.
So I got a chemistry set. I thought it was really fun. And then it turned out there was a chemical company not far from my house. And I went there as a young boy, and I was apparently looking around with big eyes like a kid in a candy shop. And the owner actually saw me and started to talk to me and said, do you want to help? I can't pay you because you're underage. But
how old were you at the time?
I was about 9, I think.
Oh, wow.
10.
Okay.
And he allowed me to help in the place, and I got to take home chemicals and laboratory wear, and so I had the best equipped closet anywhere. And of course, as a young boy, I was not just doing experiments, but making explosives and doing all kinds of things.
Health and safety be damned.
Yes, health and safety be damned.
Well, certainly those early home experiments stood you in good stead. You ended up going to study medicine at Brown University, and in the summer of 1978, as a young medical student, you went to get some hands-on experience at a clinic in Mississippi, which ended up being a formative time for you.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't by chance I went there. I was peripatetic, and my dean of my medical school thought it would do me good to, be thrown into a system. So I worked with an iconic civil rights physician, and he had studied at the best institutions in the North, went back to Mississippi, and tried to get privileges, and they said, you have to join the American Medical Association, and he went to do that, and they said, we don't allow blacks in. And so he ended up leading a march on the AMA, creating the Medical Commission for Human Rights. So he was the first kind of licensed black physician, and therefore he was really powerful. So I ended up living with a local black family, working in this clinic, and really beginning to understand what it was like to be in a place that still had a lot of discrimination and how that affected their health care. And it was an amazing experience.
Well, after qualifying in 1981, Seth, you did your residency in Boston at Harvard University's teaching hospital, Beth Israel. Then you took a job as a medical epidemiologist at the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Yes, and I was actually lucky to get placed in special pathogens, which is where the really exotic and interesting and new diseases appear, and actually had an opportunity to travel around the world, find interesting diseases, including novel ones where I got to discover a new disease and actually name it. So it was a really extraordinary experience and helped build up the type of skills that I was able to use later.
You remained focused on finding a way into global health. And in fact, during your next role as a state epidemiologist in Massachusetts, you got the opportunity to work briefly in Sudan.
That was an incredible story. They asked for a team to go to document a famine that was underway in Sudan. And I went with a colleague of mine, Dr. Mike Linan, who's a very experienced guy. And the two of us had to figure out how to get out there. And it became rainy season. It was impossible to get out there. We ended up renting a camel train, and actually we had to buy a camel train. Sorry, not renting it, and that was crazy. Imagine putting that on your expense report later. But we went out and we documented the worst famine ever documented in human history. 93% severe and moderate malnutrition, and we saw waves of deaths going on, but including measles deaths in children, where you'd go out in the morning and count the graves that were there. So a really extraordinary moment, and all of that had to do with poor logistics. It wasn't that there wasn't food available or funds available. Right. It was getting it there and having the political will to be able to do that, and that was the tragedy.
And of course, there was a measles vaccine.
Yes, absolutely.
It was a case that Sudan couldn't get hold of it, or couldn't get hold of enough to...
Well, I mean, again, this is the political question, because you have these tools that are so fabulous that everybody should get, and you have a situation where it doesn't get there, and it might be because they're out, but it also might be because somebody didn't want to let it through, or somebody destroyed the clinic that had the cold chain to store it, or didn't have a syringe available, et cetera, et cetera. So it really is, you have to have each piece working, and that's why, the goal should be to vaccinate everybody in the world.
Speaking of measles, and let's bring this up to date for a moment, many listeners will know that at the start of this year, the World Health Organization revoked the UK's measles elimination status, along with that of several other European countries, after multiple outbreaks here. There's a similar situation unfolding in the US. As we're recording, it still technically has this elimination status, but the latest statistics suggest it will lose that in November, when the next official assessment takes place. What's gone wrong here? And in your view, is there a simple way to fix it?
Well, because a lot of things have gone wrong. The U.S. is a unique situation because it has, as a Secretary of Health, a known vaccine skeptic. And so, there's incredible disinformation, misinformation that's being spread there. Now, it's hard to say that's the reason you're having it here in the UK, but the disinformation and misinformation is being spread by social media, and it certainly is part of a problem now that is spreading around the world. And how do we get back to a place where people understand that you can't say things on social media that ultimately will kill people? And this is really the challenge. You go into a movie theater, you yell fire, that's not free speech. You could, get held accountable for that. I don't understand how you can do that and mislead people into avoiding vaccines that are life-saving. It's a problem.
Well, Seth, back to your story. In 1987, you were offered a job with the Carter Center in Uganda. That's the non-profit health organization set up by former U.S. President Jimmy Carter. And, of course, the fact that it became the early epicenter of the HIV/AIDS epidemic in Africa meant that then became your focus, didn't it?
Well, I started out, and I was sent there to actually work on rebuilding the immunization system and started out working in that area. But we started doing some studies, and we ultimately did a national serosurvey. That's taking blood randomly from around the country to figure out what the infection rate is. And when we first got the result back, it showed that about 12% of the adults were infected and, close to 20% in the capital city. And, this is, of course, the iceberg story, with the little tip of the iceberg out and the body that's below. Or in Africa, we talk about the hippo with the hippo's ears up and the body that's below. But it was a clear public health emergency. And what was amazing about it is when we presented the results to President Museveni, who's still president, by the way, we did it with wide confidence intervals, all of the challenges that were there and, things we missed. And he had published in the national newspaper 790,512 Ugandans are HIV infected. I was horrified from a public health point of view, but he just knew that this was a problem. He began to work on it, and the countries came to his aid and set up the state-of-the-art AIDS control program.
Well, after 2 years in Uganda, you moved back to the U.S. to join the philanthropic Rockefeller Foundation, managing global programs in epidemiology, vaccination, and AIDS. But a couple of years in this job led you to a stark realization that the global HIV vaccine effort had stalled.
Yes, HIV was, of course, incredibly important. And at this point had really spread and was spreading in the developing world. And the challenge, of course, was this was before there were drugs to treat it, where we needed a vaccine. And it turned out that the vaccine effort wasn't focused on the developing world where the widest diversity of strains were. And so we decided to put together a new initiative to try to help drive that work forward.
So this is with the foundation's support. In 1996, you established and became CEO of the International AIDS Vaccine Initiative, or IAVI, where the core mission was to drive HIV vaccine development. How did you manage to do that?
Well, we had some big successes and interesting fundraising. So ultimately, we ended up taking lots of novel vaccines forward. We ended up creating research facilities around the world, which was really important because it meant that we could do the trials in Africa, do them in Asia, do them in Latin America. And the program is still going on, although recently has had some really tough moments.
And yet still no HIV vaccine. Did you ever despair?
It was hard because, you start out saying, people always ask you, when's it going to happen? And you say, we don't know, but it's at least 10 years away. But, the joke was, all right, it's always 10 years away. It is the hardest organism to create a vaccine for. Why? When you inject or get injected, it's one or two viruses that get taken. Right. And those viruses make mistakes when they reproduce, and you end up after a month or two having billions of different strains in your body. That's the challenge. It's not the immune system can't fight it, but the immune system's trying to fight it, but it's constantly changing and adapting, and eventually it isn't able to do it. And one of the things we've learned since is that some people can make antibodies that neutralize a large amount of the strains. The question is, how do you turn that into a vaccine? And that's something that IAVI is still working on. Unfortunately, with the crazy cuts in funding in the U.S., that work after 25 years has really gotten cut. And that's unfortunate because progress was really being made.
Well, Seth, back to your early days with IAVI. You were still occasionally acting as an expedition doctor on various international trips to keep up your clinical skills. In 2001, on a trip to Namibia, you had a terrible accident.
That was not my best days. I had with me a full surgical kit and medical kit, but of course, I was the one that got injured. I was carrying a pack with medical stuff in it, and my leg got caught between two rocks, and I had a slow twisting fall. I had to set my own leg in the field, but I actually injured my other leg as well. And we ultimately were able to get a helicopter to evacuate me and to have emergency emergency surgery, which I stayed awake and watched because I was nervous. I didn't want to have anybody to hang blood on me, given that the infection rate in Namibia at the time was about 25%. And
wow, yeah.
so it really changed my life in many ways, because I was at the time a marathon runner and triathlete, and I had to change and adjust my sports.
Because this was more than just a twisted ankle.
Yes.
You underwent 5 operations. You spent 6 months in and out of a wheelchair. As you say, you're a marathon runner, triathlete. Did that all end?
It really did, because the operations I had meant that my flexibility in my ankle's not great. So I had to shift to, now I can bicycle ride and I can use the elliptical. But, it changes things. The reason, right, it's not that you love running, but all the traveling I was doing, it's the one thing you can do anywhere in the world. And particularly if you're traveling a lot. I mean, if the definition of jet lag was one, day for every hour of time zone, by some definitions, I was always jet lagged. And exercise also helped you to readapt to those different environments. So it's something that's pretty important to me.
Well, it's probably a good thing then that you had various sporting stress outlets, even if it wasn't running marathons, because life was about to get extremely busy for you. In 2011, you joined Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, as CEO. So for anyone who isn't familiar with this organization, maybe you can briefly set out what it does.
So the concept, there had been a set of efforts to try to get vaccines out. And if you go all the way back to 1974, less than 5% of children in the world received even a single dose of vaccine. Not all of them, just a single dose. And so a set of efforts had lifted that number up, but it was kind of stuck around 60%. And there were all these new vaccines that science was bringing forward. And so Gavi was born in the year 2000 out of the World Economic Forum. Bill Gates was an important supporter of it. And the concept was bring industry, bring everybody together, and try to drive forward now new and underutilized vaccines. And it's been an amazing success in that they've introduced about 800 new vaccines in the poorest countries in the world, have immunized more than 1.2 billion additional children with these vaccines, saved more than 20 million lives, and really taken immunization to the place where it is now the most widely distributed health intervention in the world. So, a little over 90% of people in the world have access to a routine vaccine. That obviously means, by the way, that 10% don't, and that's still now critical to reach, because that's where about 50% of the under 5 child mortality exists in that 10% of kids, and 2/3 of them live below the poverty line. And this isn't only about helping those countries, because, when you have eliminated measles, as you talked about before, one of the challenges is that if there are areas where these are circulating in other countries, then it has the opportunity to come back. So what you really want to do for your own situation is to make sure that these diseases are not circulating in other countries.
Yeah, the same argument, I remember, was made during the COVID pandemic, that, you vaccinate other far-off countries because ultimately it benefits the whole globe.
Yes, and people initially, I don't think, believed that, but I think the epidemic taught them that.
Yeah. Well, for your job at Gavi, Seth, you and your wife Cynthia moved your young family to Switzerland, and one of your big early tests was in the 2014 Ebola outbreak in West Africa. Tell me about that.
What happened was there was a vaccine, and actually a few vaccines, but the reason there were vaccines was because after September 11th and the anthrax attacks, George Bush set up a program to try to deal with biodefense. And on the list, they put Ebola. And so a number of places started making Ebola vaccines. And then they decided, well, it's too dangerous, too difficult, not a biohazard, and they just shelved those vaccines. So the vaccines never went all the way to licensure. And so our role in this was really to, first of all, have them dusted off, have them tested in a clinical trial, and then to put a set of incentives in place to say to the company, you got to take it all the way to licensure, to manufacturing, and to create a stockpile. And to do that, we'll set up a advanced purchase commitment so that you can go to your shareholders and others and say it makes sense, somebody will buy it, because the risk was no marketplace, it wouldn't happen. And that became a really important tool that we later on used for COVID and other diseases.
As you say, it really did turn out to be important groundwork, because in late 2019, there were rumblings of a new super virus coming out of China. which is when you, Gavi, and various other collaborators swung into action to launch COVAX, an initiative to ensure equitable access to COVID vaccines. How did that come about?
I mean, we had no mandate to do it. We had no money. We had no people. But we thought it was the right thing to do. So we were sitting in Davos with Richard Hatchett, who is the CEO of the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness and Innovations. My wife, Cynthia, was with us. And, you know, we were discussing the rumors we were hearing. At that point, it was still not known whether it was person-to-person transmission. But President Trump was down the street saying it's nothing, you know, we've got it completely under control. And we weren't so sure at that point. And we thought, is this the big one? Or is this a dress rehearsal for the big one? But either way, we should try to get prepared. Because what we knew was that if this was going to be a pandemic, that wealthy countries would quickly buy up, even if there weren't yet known vaccines, but they would go to companies and put pre-orders in, like had happened in the previous pandemic flu, where countries had bought up all the doses and none were available for the rest of the world. So that's what we were trying to avoid.
Well, what you achieved in that strange period of lockdowns and anxiety all around the world was actually quite remarkable, wasn't it?
It was incredible. It was the fastest rollout of vaccine in history. So the first, by the way, dose of a vaccine outside of a clinical trial was done here in the UK. Yep. And 39 days later, we had a dose of vaccine in a COVAX country. And it took 43 days after that because WHO had to do their regulatory stuff and they weren't moving very quickly. But before we had doses in Africa, and 42 days after that, we had doses in 100 different countries. And ultimately, we delivered 2 billion doses of vaccine. And coverage rates in the developing world were 57% in the 92 poorest countries. That's about half of the world's population. That compares to about 67% in the global number. So not perfect equity, but closer than it's ever been before. So it really was an extraordinary effort.
And, of course, you were still CEO of Gavi, but after a decade, you decided to step down in 2023. How did it feel to walk away after such an intense period?
I mean, the Gavi work was intense and, you know, something I loved, but even more intense was COVAX. So I was actually pretty tired at the end of that. And it's one of the reasons I made a decision not to jump right into another CEO role, but rather to do a portfolio of activities and write a book. But I am still committed to the work that I did at Gavi, and I'm trying to, in essence, drive some of the same things from different angles now, from the private sector, from biotech companies, from new technologies that will make a difference.
Well, as we've already discussed, Seth, it's a very different world today compared to when you started your career. We've spoken before on this program about how misinformation and distrust are undermining global vaccine efforts. In fact, a major study, partly funded by Gavi and published in The Lancet last year, found that routine vaccination coverage globally had actually stalled and even reversed. How would you like to see that tackled?
I mean, I think, first of all, it needs to be seen as a problem. So for the people who are still out there saying we shouldn't have vaccines, that vaccines aren't safe, they are contributing to the problem. So we need to make sure, one, that we get good and truthful information out there. Information based on science. Without science, we are lost from my perspective. And second is really about dealing with the disinformation machines that are out there. We have to understand that when you attack a specific vaccine, people may not remember that vaccine, but they remember an attack on vaccines suggesting maybe that vaccines in general are problematic. So we really need a change in mindset, and, you know, the loss of trust in governments and in science is a broader problem that is influencing that here.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned a loss of trust in science. Of course, last year, U.S. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announced that the government was halting funding for Gavi because the organization was, and I quote, ignoring the science around vaccines. He didn't offer any evidence to support that claim, and you've since called his remarks a mix of misinformation and some disinformation. How do you feel about statements like that coming from such a position of power?
It's a real challenge because from the beginning of vaccines, there has been vaccine hesitancy. The first smallpox vaccines done here in the UK, there were wood carvings of people with cow horns growing out of their heads because they got, the cowpox vaccine.
Right.
And so that's always been a problem, but you could deal with it using local leaders or religious leaders or, nurses or doctors or... All of a sudden, when you've got political leaders, when you have presidents, when you have secretaries of health providing disinformation, misinformation, it's a real challenge because a lot of people say, what do they know that I don't know? And that's a problem because it's very hard then to convince people to do otherwise. And it's very labor intensive. You need that extra time to work with families to help answer their questions, have them understand that, in fact, these vaccines are good for them and for their children.
Yeah. As you mentioned, you recently wrote a book, Seth, Spare Doses, an insider's story of the pandemic and the global fight for vaccine equity. I hope this doesn't count as a spoiler, but at the end of the book, you say, if we start now, we'll be much better prepared for the next pandemic because it's an evolutionary certainty that there will be one. So what would your advice be then to be as prepared as possible for whatever health challenges are around the corner?
Well, the most important thing is building strong health systems. The health system is where, when a disease appears that's novel, it will be a health worker saying, I see something strange, and reporting people. So having good health systems is important. But also, we delivered during COVID 3 times the number of vaccines that had ever been delivered before. And, it wasn't pretty, it wasn't easy, but the health workers were the heroes that did that. And building those systems to be stronger and better is the way to prepare for the future, in addition to making sure there's adequate manufacturing, there's good supply chains, there's going to be money, and most importantly is we come back to science. The reason we got vaccines in 327 days, the fastest vaccine before that was 4 years. Today we might even be able to do it in 100 days. But the reason we could do that was because of a few decades of research on other coronaviruses, on SARS, on MERS. And so we knew how to make the spike protein. We knew how to stabilize it. We knew how to do that. The work on mRNA vaccines had gone on for decades before it got to the state that it was ready. So funding science is absolutely critical to protecting us. And so you have people saying, we have to cut here, we have to cut there because we need a little bit more defense money. That is not a good trade-off here. So this is the critical issue.
Let's hope people listen. Seth Barkley, thank you very much for sharing your Life Scientific.
Thank you for having me.
The Life Scientific was presented by Jim Al-Khalili and produced by Lucy Taylor. It was a BBC Studios production. In just a moment, Professor Ali Ansari continues his Persian Grand Tour from 3000 BC to the present after this.
About the Girls on BBC Radio 4.
You can't really be that confident as a girl.
Part of a special week examining the challenges facing girls and young women in Britain today.
At about 12, a man pulled over in his car and catcalled us for wearing skimpy clothes, is what he said.
Girls from across the country talk candidly about everything from school life to health.
The biggest thing in struggling with an eating disorder was actually social media.
About the Girls with me, Catherine Carr, continues on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds this lunchtime at 1:45.
Now on Radio 4, what is the shape of world history seen through Persian eyes? Ali Ansari asks us to rethink our understanding of Iran in the world as he continues his Persian Grand Tour. This series was first broadcast in 2012.
As an Iranian, I've been frustrated at the way in which Iranian history has been marginalized and relegated to the sidelines of the human story. In last week's program, we looked at Iran's mythical roots through to the great ancient empires that proved both inspiration and challenge to the Greeks and Romans. Today, we look at a reversal of fortune as the Iranians are in turn subsumed into Arab, Muslim, Turkic and Mongol empires.
Because the Arabs swallow, if you like, whole the Persian Empire, then the inhabitants of the Persian Empire, they've basically got to make it within this new empire. so they salvage what they can.
The conquest of Iran by Muslim Arabs in the 7th century AD marked a watershed moment in Iranian history. Absorbed into the wider Muslim caliphate, the political reality of Iran had vanished. Yet the cultural reality survived and would re-emerge to flourish within the new Islamic world. What is remarkable about this achievement is not simply the survival of Iranian culture and ideas, but their domination of the new environment.
Here was a tower which was built at the Arabian period. Right. At the 11th century, here was a lot of troubles between the Byzantines, the Arab emirs, and the Armenian.
There was a lot of fighting. I mean, Armenia was a bit of a war zone between these rival empires.
And then we thought that something will be discovered here. Mm-hmm. We began to excavate. And then we found a very huge building. You see, these are the stones.
Devine is a spectacular site on the frontier between the Iranian world and the West. It's in modern-day Armenia, which used to be a frontier province of the Sasanian Persian Empire. Archaeological evidence shows that the Muslim governors simply took over and occupied the Sasanian administration. This suggests far more continuity than change between the pre- and post-conquest period. Robert Hoyland.
Yes, one of the key features of the Sasanian Empire was a very strong court and bureaucratic culture. And the secretaries who staffed this, if you like, kind of civil service, they found their employment again under the Islamic regime. And they brought into that many of their old traditions and ways of viewing the world.
Of these Persian bureaucrats, one witty Arabic observer of the day noted,
"From the moment he puts on a long, full-bottomed robe, wearing his side whiskers braided on his cheeks and his hat pulled over his forehead in a V, he imagines himself the master, not the underling. None has ever been known to take the Quran as his bedside reading. He speaks of the admirable way the country was run under the Sasanians. Among books, the only he approves of is Aristotle's Logic."
Pompous they might have been, but a succession of conquerors, Arabs, Turks and Mongols, found they could not do without the bureaucratic expertise afforded by the Iranians. It was a tradition that began, as we have seen, in the Caliphate, and was to continue under successive dynasties. These bureaucrats were the intellectuals of their day, with an acute sense of their own importance and highly elitist. Above all, they carried with them a deep sense of the idea of Iran. They had 1,000 years of history on their side, and after all, the Arabs were the newcomers. Among the most famous was the 11th century vizier, Nizam al-Mulk, who served the Seljuk Sultan, Malik Shah.
It wasn't actually Malik Shah who ran the empire according to all our sources. It was in fact Nizam al-Mulk, his minister. Nizam al-Mulk means the orderer of the realm.
Andrew Peacock, a historian at the University of St Andrews.
Now, Nizam al-Mulk seems to have exercised almost absolute power. He had a private army, a very large private army of his own, and one of our sources does recount to us that towards the end of his reign, Malik Shah got rather fed up with his minister's presumption and his arrogance, and was encouraged by one of Nizam al-Mulk's rivals to challenge him. And the arrogance of Nizam al-Mulk's response speaks for itself. He replied to Malik Shah's complaints that Malik Shah merely shared in power with him. So the Persian vizier had come to dominate the state. The Sultan was merely his co-ruler. And in fact, despite this insolence, Malik Shah was unable to remove Nizam al-Mulk from office, although his suspicious death at the hands of an assassin's knife may suggest that, in fact, one of his political enemies did finally get the better of him.
The accounts give a strong sense of cultural and intellectual superiority against the political powers of the day, be they Arab or Turk. Indeed, this period was arguably the high tide of Iranian scientific achievement. Omar Khayyam, a contemporary of Nizam al-Mulk, calculated the solar year to a degree of accuracy that was not surpassed till the 20th century. Khwarazmi gave us algebra. The polymath Ibn Sina, Avicenna to the west, wrote his Canon of Medicine, and Biruni, who died in 1048, some 20 years before the Norman conquest, provided an accurate calculation of the Earth's radius.
گلعذاری ز گلستان جهان ما را بس در چمن سایه آن سرو روان ما را بس. One rose-cheeked one from the rose garden of the world is enough for us. In the meadow, the shade of that flowing cypress is enough for us.
Those lines are from the 14th century poet Hafiz. Poetry was the vehicle by which Persian culture, language, and influence spread to areas far beyond the traditional boundaries of Iran. Professor Bert Fragner of the Institute of Iranian Studies in Vienna.
Persian poetry is something which exceeds, which surpasses the territorial limits of Iran. It is strongly linked with Persian language. Wherever Persian language found a position, Persian poetry was transported with that. But within Iran, virtually everybody was in a situation to esteem Persian poetry strongly. And so it is no doubt that this area, this Iranian area, is characterized by the permanent, by the physical and the spiritual presence of Persian poetry.
Iranians today cherish the great poets, probably more than they do their kings and statesmen. Perhaps because their poetry has encapsulated and protected Iranian culture and civilization through political turmoil for future generations. Many of these poets, Rumi, Hafiz, and Sadi, are known to the West. Perhaps, though, pride of place goes to Ferdowsi, the 10th century poet who compiled the traditional pre-Islamic history of Iran, the epic Shahnameh. In Yerevan, Armenia, I saw a remarkable prose version dated to the late medieval period. I hesitated to touch it.
Would you like to turn the pages of Shahnameh? It's very interesting.
Yes, that would be fantastic. نه این که اصلا چیز نیست راست میگی ولی من میترسم از اینکه من با شاهنامه دیگه دستم بزنم شما باید He's just taking the Shahnameh out and what a wow, look at this. I mean, look at these extraordinary ولی شاه کدوم شاهی مثلا This crown looks like it actually says Jamshid. It's meant to be Jamshid. It's meant to be one of the greatest kings. It's the creation myth of the Iranians. That's what Ferdowsi laid the claim that he struggled for 30 years to basically resuscitate the Persians through their language after the Arabic conquest. That's fantastic. Oh my God, he's I'm just trying to see who that is. The warrior is riding on his trusty steed and slicing the demon's head in two with his rather long sword. There's a lot here about the chivalry and the knights. And they're a mythological narrative of pre-Islamic Iranian history from the dawn, the ascent of man, the first man, through to the fall of the Sasanian Empire in the 7th century. And it's a mixture of, I suppose, what you'd say mythology and then real history. It's sort of mixed in. The nearer you get to the time of it being written down, you have more historical material. And then it's heavily imbued with Zoroastrian ethos. I mean, that's basically what it is. Ferdowsi was commissioned by a local Iranian dynasty to compile and put into verse the traditional history of the Iranians. Their aim was to protect the Iranian heritage and make sure it wasn't totally subsumed by the new religion of Islam. Dick Davis from the University of Ohio explains.
There's no doubt whatsoever that Ferdowsi was a sincere Muslim, but it is clear that his version of the beginning of the world is basically the Zoroastrian version and not the Arab Muslim version. This kind of lays claim to the Iranianness of the whole narrative from beginning to end. It does this right at the beginning of the poem. We're not telling the universal, if you like, or the Islamic or the Arab version of how things are. We're telling the Iranian version of how things are.
A particular favorite of mine in the Shahnameh is the story of Iraj. The great king Feridun seeks to split his inheritance between his 3 sons and gives Iraj, his youngest, the plum choice of Iran itself, while his elder brothers are given the west and eastern realms respectively. So jealous do they become of Iraj that they conspire to murder him, thereby inaugurating the cycle of wars between Iran, the nomads in the east, and the Romans to the west.
یکی خنجر آبگون برکشید سراپای او چادر خون کشید بدان تیز زهرآبگون خنجرش همی کرد چاک آن کیانی برش. فرود آمد از پای سرو سهی گسست آن کمرگاه شاهنشهی.
He drew a dagger from his boot. He roved Iraj in blood. The lofty cypress fell, and thus the young illustrious monarch died. It's Iran's King Lear, several centuries before Shakespeare.
Yeah, that story is extremely interesting, and it is the first story really in the Shahnameh. It happens quite close to the beginning of the Shahnameh. It's the first story really in the Shahnameh in which evil comes from inside the protagonist. Before that, evil always comes from outside in the form of a demon. And Iraj is the first of, and there are many of them throughout the poem, the first of these noble, well-meaning young men who just get screwed by history, who are just destroyed by ruthless, realpolitik people who are going to rule come what.
Very sadly, it mirrors the reality of the history of Iran, doesn't it, really?
Well, it is a theme, the destruction of the innocent young by the cruel old. It is a theme that really does go through Iranian culture, and it's deep in the culture, and boy is it deep in the Shahnameh. It comes generation after generation.
For me, what's interesting is that the root of the conflict is seen as fratricidal. In essence, it is saying that we are all part of one family. Another epic poem is the tragedy of Vis and Ramin.
Vis and Ramin was written about 50 years after the Shahnameh was completed. Between 1050 and 1055, the Shahnameh had been completed in 1010. It's written by a man called Gorgani, about whom we know nothing at all, except that he wrote Vis and Ramin and that he wrote it in Isfahan.
Vis and Ramin is a tale of forbidden love set in the pagan past, a defiantly Iranian story at a high tide of Islamic culture and power.
It's very Iranian. Yeah, like the stories in the Shahnameh, it is a pre-Islamic Persian story. It's thought to come from the Parthian period. In fact, it certainly comes from the Parthian period, which is around the time of Christ. So when Gorgani was writing it in 1050, it was already 1,000 years old. So it's set in a kind of nostalgic Never land, in a way like some of the legendary stories of Ferdowsi's Shahnameh. But what's interesting is that it is even more pre-Islamic than the Shahnameh. Ferdowsi is quite careful not to include stuff in his Shahnameh that anybody's going to find offensive. Muslims, for example. Gorgani just doesn't give a damn. Zoroastrian royal families practiced royal incest. Gorgani begins his Vis and Ramin with a brother-sister marriage. He doesn't apologize for it, and he just says, well, this is what it was, and then he goes on with it just as if it's a norm. He's unabashedly pagan, to be honest. He doesn't really try and accommodate himself to Islam at all, whereas Ferdowsi does. I really do think it's one of the great poems, not just of Iran, but of the world.
به شادی ویس را بود شاه در بر چو رامین را 2 هفته ماه در بر در آورده به ویسه دست رامین چو زرین طوق گرد سرو سیمین.
Nargis Farzad is an expert in Persian literature and a translator of Persian poetry.
When people see this sort of exact translation of Persian classical poetry, even poetry composed by clerics, for example, they are astonished at the carnal love expressed in there, the erotic imagery. There is nothing but wine and beautiful young boy, and of course, there's no gender in Persian, so beloved could be male, female, in fact, often male. The curl of the tresses and the turn of the mouth and the arch of the eyebrows and, work your way down. And it's, they sort of think, how could this be a vehicle for carrying a religious message? And it's because a lot of these poets were highly devout to themselves, never missed daily prayer. They thought that how could they convince someone that love for the divine is good? How could they convince them that the heavenly wine is delicious? So let's see what we have here. If you think earthly love is good, then multiply that by a factor of 10, and that would be the divine love.
Literature, grammar, and the sciences were, according to the 14th century North African philosopher Ibn Khaldun, the preserve of the Persians.
Only the Persians engaged in the task of preserving knowledge and writing systematic scholarly works. Thus, the truth of the statement of the prophet becomes apparent. If learning was suspended in the highest parts of heaven, the Persians would attain it.
That's a saying of the prophet that the current Iranian regime likes so much they put it on a banknote. But all this learning came to an end, added Khaldun, when the nomadic conquerors, the Mongols under Genghis Khan, swept into Iran. Charles Melville from Cambridge University.
The Mongol invasion, of course, was a very traumatic period in the history of Iran, and one that is viewed still as a period of terrible destruction, with good reason.
And the initial invasion in the 1220s, particularly of eastern Iran, of Khorasan, was particularly devastating, wasn't it?
All the major cities were destroyed. Samarkand and Bukhara and Balkh and Herat and Nishapur. These were Marv. These were great centers of learning. And I think this is the main reason why the invasions were regarded as so catastrophic culturally.
A generation after Genghis Khan's devastating invasion, his grandson, Hulagu, was dispatched to mop up the remnants of resistance and establish a new khanate on the Iranian plateau. One of his targets in 1258 was the Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad. With his troops at the city gates, he paused to consider what his next step should be.
He had all the entourage of wise men and philosophers and astronomers with him, and he asked them all what would happen if he captured Baghdad and killed the Caliph, and they all came out with fearful prognostications. You know, the world will come to an end, there'll be a drought, there'll be earthquakes. And he turned to Nasiruddin Tusi, who is a famous Shiite theologian, really, and a great astronomer who he had picked up into his entourage on the way. And Tusi gave a very different and far more practical advice. He said, if Hulagu captures Baghdad and kills the Caliph, that will be the end of the Caliphate and the beginning of your rule. Hulagu is supposed to have said to the Caliph when he was brought out to meet him, you're sitting on all this gold, why didn't you do something about it and spend some money on your armies instead of just sitting there hoarding it? And, well, you know, one story is that he made him eat it and, you know, all these sort of ridiculous things. But in fact, the most realistic end of the case seems to be that he was rolled up in a carpet and trampled to death under the hooves of the Mongol horses.
Yet, despite the destruction they wrought, even the Mongols were to be seduced by the civilization they had wanted to destroy. The credit for this political resurrection goes once again to those wily bureaucrats who successfully co-opt the Mongols into their distinctly Iranian project.
Iran once again becomes Iran, and in fact we find the Persian bureaucrats very quick indeed to embrace this idea, to feed it really to the Mongol conquerors as part of their inheritance. You know, you are now rulers of Iran. You're not just rulers of the eastern provinces of the Islamic Empire. You know, this is a serious place, and of course the mirror they hold up is the pre-Islamic Persian Empire.
As Iran begins to recover from the Mongol conquests, we then get inflicted with this next wave of conquerors really coming with Timur.
Second wave.
Yeah, the second wave. And Timur, or known as Tamerlane in the West, is probably even more devastating in some ways.
Yes, it was a sort of throwback in a way. There seems to have been some sort of purpose, at least, with the first Mongols. It was to encourage people to surrender. If you surrendered, in theory, you were all right. But with Timur, I mean, he seems to have taken this one step further, really. He seems to have actually enjoyed just killing everybody. You know, there are all these wonderful stories about the towers of skulls that were made, and the numbers, again, are rather fanciful. But there seems to be absolutely no doubt that this is what happened. And after the sacking of a city, they just build these gruesome minarets or piles of skulls, all sort of cemented in with mortar in some way.
By the time of the Mongol invasions, Iran was an overwhelmingly Muslim country, a bastion of Islamic Sunni orthodoxy. Though in rural areas, diverse beliefs, including Zoroastrianism, survived. But beginning to take hold was a branch of Islam known as Shi'ism. The Shia identify political leadership by hereditary right through the Prophet's cousin and son-in-law, Ali, and his successors. These were collectively known as the 12 Imams. Shi'ism was finally imposed in 1501 as the official faith by Shah Ismail, founder of a new dynasty known as the Safavids. Shah Ismail has a mixed reputation among Iranians. He is lauded as the king who brought Shi'ism to the country and added religious cement to the national identity. But he also indulged in excess. Georgia Rota, from the Institute of Iranian Studies in Vienna.
Shah Ismail has been penalized somehow by scholarship. Till a few years ago, he was described very often as something between a madman, an alcoholic, a spoiled brat, Of course, he has a few features that, from our point of view, are quite difficult to understand. Shah Ismail, for instance, considered himself and was considered by many of his followers gods. And of course, this had very important consequences from the point of view of his personal behavior, of his political action. He was not a madman.
He was undoubtedly a character full of contrasts, but also militarily effective.
He was a very active military leader. He conquered Iran, the whole of Iran, within 10 years. He started at age 12 with the conquest of Tabriz. Then at age 21, he controlled the whole of Iran. And he suffered a very important defeat at the hands of the Ottomans in 1514. But afterwards, he was preparing a comeback. Unfortunately, he died too young because of his alcoholic excesses.
Alcoholic or not, Shah Ismail's imposition of Shiism added a new layer to the idea of Iran. Bert Fragner.
To anybody who came from anywhere outside to Iran, they immediately could smell, quote unquote, so to say, particular atmosphere of Iran. Nothing was like Iran. This is new because there is Shiism, there is absolutely different religious appearance, which for other Muslims was quite important.
Those differences continue to this day in rivalry between Shia Iran and the Arab Sunni states. And a central theological difference lies in the Shia belief in the hidden Imam. Rob Gleave from the University of Exeter.
One of the things which Shiism offered was a messianic figure who would return at some point in the future, known as the Mahdi within Shiite theology. This figure of an individual who will return at some time in the future, but who has went into hiding way back in the 9th century. So from that period until the return of the Mahdi, the community has to run itself in one way or another. And in order to run itself, the Mahdi is said to have delegated responsibility for community life, for the operations of community life, to the clergy.
This belief in a returning savior, built on Zoroastrian ideas, was to be a recurring theme in Iranian history. Shia Iran reinforced its sense of uniqueness with annual passion plays. Street theatre, commemorating the martyrdom of the third Imam, Hussein, grandson of the Prophet. These passion plays are reenacted throughout the Shia community to this day. The Safavids understood the power of theatre. None was better at this game than Shah Abbas the Great, under whose rule Safavid Iran reached its political and cultural apogee. Bert Fragner.
He is part of the appearance of the performance, and at his time, Safavid Iran was a perfect performance with a wonderful, splendid center which had combined aspects of privacy of the palace in terms of architecture with public openness, huge palaces which were conceived for the public, not for the public to participate in courtly life, but for the public into looking on it and to be astonished by it. In my view, Abbas, he symbolized the empire from top down, and he was an object to be admired from bottom up.
In many ways, the Safavids were victims of their own success. A century of relative peace followed the death of Shah Abbas in 1629. But this meant that they were unprepared for an Afghan rebellion at the beginning of the 18th century. This resulted in the dramatic fall of the capital Isfahan in 1722. The Afghan interregnum was brutal but short-lived, and by the end of the decade, a new actor took center stage. His name was Nader Shah.
Nader Shah, he was in a situation to re-establish the Safavid Empire, and he wanted to do that not anymore with a Safavid king, but with himself as a king. So, in order to conceive himself as something different, he worked very strongly on creating a new concept, new installation, a new performance, yes, because Safavids, in a nostalgic way, might have been to a certain extent even popular in the memory of the Iranians. And for a long time, he actually acted as a representative of Safavid kings, whom he used as puppet shahs, just as marionettes or so. Yeah?
Nader Shah was the last of the great military conquerors to emerge from Iran. He far extended the old Safavid frontiers. In 1739, he he led an invasion of India and returned with plunder estimated in modern terms to approach $70 billion. His fame reached Europe, where he was hailed as the new Alexander. But power corrupts, and growing paranoia led ultimately to his bodyguards stabbing and decapitating him as he slept in his tent. Today, Iranians are forgiving of his excesses and see instead a leader who restored Iranian pride and imperial grandeur. It would be another 50 years of chaos before Iran saw his like again, in the figure of the brilliant and brutal Agha Muhammad Khan, who established a new dynasty, the Qajar dynasty, but he lacked one essential dynastic ingredient.
The Qajar leader who ultimately succeeded to take over power over the greater parts of Iran was a person who himself had not the best qualifications for a founder of a dynasty because he was a eunuch.
The 1,000 years following the fall of the Sasanian Empire had witnessed successive waves of conquerors. Yet for all their political domination, each was seduced in turn by the culture and civilization of Iran. The pre-Islamic heritage endured, and Iranians adapted, survived, and ultimately surpassed their conquerors. But the turmoil of Iran in the 18th century coincided with the emergence of Enlightenment Europe. Just as stability was restored by the end of the century, the Iranians found themselves facing an altogether different type of conqueror. Join me next week for the final episode as I look at the modern era and Iran's fateful encounter with the West.
Through Persian Eyes was presented by Professor Ali Ansari and produced by Bill Law. And at 11:45 this morning, revealing portraits of the challenges people face in the Islamic Republic of Iran in City of Lies.
When history comes to life in your living room, when you're shown the artist behind the art, when you get a front row seat at a spectacular performance.
Oh, brilliant, amazing.
It was, but your standing ovation set the dog off.
I won't throw the flowers then.
Nothing brings us together like great TV. And a TV license covers you to watch all TV channels, plus BBC iPlayer, full of life-enhancing arts and culture coverage. It also funds everything you love from the BBC, including Radio 4. Search TV license together.
BBC News at 10 o'clock. A former Labour Defence Secretary who served as the head of NATO will today warn of a complacency on defence in Britain. Lord Robertson's criticism of the government follows a major review of the UK's armed forces he carried out last year. Our security correspondent Frank Gardner has more.
I think the words that George Robertson is due to say in Salisbury today is, we are underprepared, we're underinsured, we are under attack, we are not safe, Britain's national security and safety is in peril. And he's basically saying, we can't afford the welfare bill we've got if we're going to defend ourselves.
Marine traffic data analysed by BBC Verify appears to show that 3 ships have passed through the Strait of Hormuz shipping route since the US began its blockade of Iranian ports yesterday. Iran has called Washington's actions a violation of its sovereignty. President Trump said he ordered the blockade to force Iran to give up its nuclear ambitions and end its closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The head of the International Energy Agency has warned there could be a further increase in energy prices this month, caused by the US-Israeli war against Iran. Speaking in Washington, Fatih Birol said tankers in the Middle East had not been loaded with oil in April and that many energy facilities had been severely damaged. 11 Metropolitan Police officers are being investigated by the police watchdog for their handling of the initial inquiry into a car crash at a school in Wimbledon 3 years ago. 2 8-year-old girls died in the incident. The singer Moya Brennan, who was part of the Irish folk band Clannad, has died at the age of 73. The group has sold more than 10 million albums worldwide, and they won a BAFTA award for their soundtrack for the ITV series Robin of Sherwood. Their 1982 breakthrough hit, Harry's Game, was the theme track for the TV series of the same name. BBC News.
Later this afternoon, teenage girls from all over the country talked to Catherine Carr about their lives online in All About the Girls at 1:45. First, though, it's time to join Women's Hour with Nuala McGovern.
Hello and welcome to the programme. Well, an inquiry has found that the Southport murders could have been prevented if the killer's parents and authorities had acted in the years leading up to the attack. The findings have been called harrowing, with 67 recommendations on what needs to change to prevent such an attack happening again. We're going to discuss what one lawyer believes needs to be the first steps of change. Also this hour, caring for those with young onset dementia. 1 in 12 people with dementia in the UK are diagnosed in their 40s or 50s. We're going to hear from one young woman who cared for her mother about the impact such a diagnosis has upon the whole family. Also today, walking. We're going to bring you to Staffordshire, where I go walking with the mother and baby group who found great support and connection by getting outdoors together. Plus, fans of Grantchester and Only Fools and Horses will be happy to know that the actor Tess Jones will be with me in studio. She is in this charming new play called Invisible Me about life at 60 with all the unexpected transitions that it can bring. And I'd like to hear from you. What surprised you about turning 60? You can text the programme. The number is 84844 on social media or at BBC Women's Hour, or you can email us through our website for a WhatsApp message or a voice note. The number is 03700 100 444. Maybe you have some advice for those that haven't reached there yet. Maybe you have some wisdom if you passed it a while ago. What surprised you about turning 60? Also, we're going to bring you a little of the music of the first Black British woman who, at the age of 67, is about to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Can you guess who it is? Yes, it's Sade. That coming up a little bit later. But let me begin with the public inquiry into the killing of 3 young girls in Southport that found that catastrophic failures by the parents of the Southport killer and multiple agencies meant clear chances to prevent their murders were missed. Alice De Silva Aguiar, who was 9, Elsie Stanko, who was 7, and B.B. King, who was 6, were killed during an indiscriminate knife attack at a Taylor Swift-themed dance workshop on the 29th of July of 2024. The inquiry chair, Sir Adrian Fulford, said the sheer number of missed opportunities for intervention with the killer is striking. Chris Walker is the lawyer representing the girls' families, and he said he hoped the reports released marks a genuine turning point, and he supports calls for change in the law, as he told the Today programme earlier this morning.
There should be individual criminal accountability for the parents. I accept that the law and the legal process which we currently have, it makes that very difficult. And I know one of the recommendations within the report is to change that, which is pleasing. But thereafter, I wrote several months ago to those agencies I mentioned requesting disciplinary proceedings. That includes the senior managers and also the people at the coalface.
And what kind of replies did you get to that?
The predominant replies at the moment is we need to wait until the inquiry report is out. It is now out. I will be revisiting that with them all individually. And consequently, if those disciplinary proceedings have not concluded to our satisfaction, then I know the names of those people. I know the names of the people who failed, and I will state them publicly if need to. And I'll also rehash the failures and go through it all in a public environment so that the world will know of their failings.
Chris Walker there speaking to my colleague Anna Foster. Well, Keelan Gallagher, KC, is a human rights lawyer. She formerly sat as a coroner in England and is the former Ireland Special Rapporteur on Child Protection. I spoke to her this morning and I asked her for her reaction to Chris Walker's comments.
Yeah, well, he's quite right to raise both the issue about individual failures, but also the issue about multi-agency and systemic failures. I mean, this report, the Phase 1 report by Sir Adrian Fulford, really lays bare in great detail just the sheer level of failure that occurred here, and it's unequivocal. It finds that this was not a random act of violence. It wasn't a bolt from the blue. This was not only a predictable attack, but a preventable attack. And it's very clear that there is blood on the hands of multiple individuals here. And I think the issues raised by one of the lawyers there for the bereaved families is quite right.
Let's get into some of the specifics. There was talk of significant parental failures, with the killer's parents permitting knives and weapons to be delivered to their home in failing to, and I quote, report crucial information in the days leading up to the attack. The report asks the Law Commission to review the merits of legal reform concerning whether a person, or indeed a parent, or a guardian, has a responsibility to report the criminality of someone, including their own child. Also talked about by Chris Walker. Do you think this would be a welcome change, in your opinion?
Yes. Now, I appreciate that this is a very difficult area, and the finding from Sir Adrian Fulford is clear that certainly the parents didn't do what they morally ought to have done, and there was a moral failure. And he is unequivocal that if they had done what they should have done, the attack would not have occurred. I'm particularly troubled by the failures by the father, the significant obstructions to agency engagement, the ready excuses and defending of this man's actions. But the really key point in the report for me is the failure to report the clear escalation in risk in the days immediately leading up to the attack. And just so people understand what we're dealing with here, this isn't, parents turning a blind eye to something which was vague and couldn't have been predicted. The parents in that final week came into possession of information revealing that their son was accumulating deadly weapons and intended to carry out an attack, and they did not report it. So that's the factual background here, and that's why I think this recommendation that this be looked at by the Law Commission is quite right. And also importantly, there's an immediate recommendation that the Youth Justice Board issue guidance to parents in relation to possession of weapons by their children, and I think that's a very important immediate step which needs to be taken, as well as the longer term investigation by the Law Commission that's recommended.
So with that specific on weapons possession, what has been recommended?
So it's been recommended that the Youth Justice Board issue immediate guidance to deal with the issue of parents becoming aware of their children having weapons. That's important. There's also a recommendation, in fact, there's another recommendation which is quite important, which relates to the failure to scrutinise online activity here for him, because from as early as 2019, bearing in mind that this fatal attack occurred in July 2024, so from as early as 5 years previously, he was known to have searched school computers for materials about school shootings, terrorist attacks, graphic violence. And although there were 3 prevent referrals, none of those were adequately pursued. And by the time of the attack, he'd downloaded an Al-Qaeda training manual, he'd acquired an arsenal of weapons online, he'd manufactured ricin, all from his bedroom, all without parental controls in place at home. And that is the factual background which led to the chair concluding not only that issue about parental failures, but also the failure to engage with his online life was a significant failure that hampered agencies from identifying and addressing the risk that he posed. So that's part of the complex background here, which meant there were multiple failures. And what's vitally important, and what all of the families and the survivors' families have been emphasizing, is the importance of learning lessons immediately and steps being taken to prevent something like this dreadful occurrence happening again.
And of course, many have said that they feel this story has been told previously when other actions weren't taken. Just to mention with PREVENT, for those that are not familiar, it's a UK government multi-agency programme designed to stop people from becoming terrorists or supporting terrorism. But it does bring up everything that you mentioned, Keelan, brings up other questions in the sense of monitoring internet activity. Exactly how would you do that when it comes to parental responsibility or moral responsibility as it's described? There must be so many different levels, that from realizing a child is owning a weapon to that of something that is a much more complex situation, which you described in the days leading up to this attack. I mean, surely it would require quite a complex legal structure to be able to address these various issues that you're talking about.
Of course, and that's why, although Sir Adrian Fulford has made a series of recommendations for some immediate actions, there's a recognition that the issue of parental responsibility in this area is complex. Now, I think it's less complex in the immediate days leading up to it. That's why I highlighted the fact that the parents were expressly aware at that point of the possession of weapons and the intention to carry out an attack. So that's quite different to the earlier background. There's also a focus by a number of the lawyers representing some of the families I see today on the issue about online retailers and the possession of weapons and regulation in relation to that. So could I just flag one other core issue here,
A key issue for me, and this is something I've seen again and again as a lawyer representing bereaved families in a range of contexts, also sitting as a coroner, and also in a different country in my former role as the Special Rapporteur for Child Protection in Ireland. One of the issues that is raised here in this report and laid bare is the inadequacy of information sharing between multiple different agencies. And there's a very clear finding here that there was essentially a failure of the multi-agency model for identifying and managing risk. Now, for many years, the idea had been that with the multi-agency model, you in fact have more people watching out for risk and more people taking steps to minimize risk. But what we see here, and it's a very, very familiar picture to those of us who work in this field, what we see here, in fact, is that there was a total absence of risk ownership. So you had no single agency accepting responsibility for assessing and managing the risk that he posed. And throughout the inquiry, witnesses were asked during the hearings who was responsible, and there was no consistent answer. And that's why the chair has described that what followed was, and I'm using his words, an inappropriate merry-go-round of referrals, assessment, case closures, and handouts. And he identifies that as the single most important conclusion of phase one. And I agree with him. You know, here we see police, social services, mental health, schools, all of those agencies seeing red flags and inappropriate communication, inadequate communication between each other, and ultimately no one grasping the nettle and dealing with the very, very real and immediate risk that this man posed.
Because the teenager's father did get in touch with the police and other agencies a number of times over his behaviour, not in those days leading up to that tragedy, as we mentioned, but reports indicate at least 4 or 5 significant interactions with the police. So
that's right.
Obviously, there's each of those agencies where questions will be asked and people will try and figure out exactly what went wrong. But does it require something else? You know, I heard somebody mention, like, nobody had a helicopter view of what was happening. And I'm just curious, with your expertise, is that even possible?
Yeah, so I think this is a key issue which is going to be looked at also in phase 2 of the inquiry. So yesterday you had the publication of phase 1, and by spring 2027 there's going to be phase 2 completed. And that's Sir Adrian Fulford looking at the adequacy of the identification and managing of the risk posed by individuals who are fixated with extreme violence. So I think there's going to be a deep dive into some of those issues within the next year, and by Sir Adrian Fulford and team, which is very welcome. But my view is here that there were very clear findings that there were repeated red flags, and red flags in themselves, just individually, but the cumulative picture wasn't seen. And what ended up happening with the multi-agency model, which is supposed to, in fact, give you that helicopter view, instead it meant that information and critical intelligence that he represented, a real risk of harm, was in fact diluted and not acted upon across agencies. Can I just give you one example which is very stark in the report? So in March 2022, so 2.5 years before the fatal attack, he was found with a knife on a bus. And he told police expressly that he wanted to stab someone. Now, at that point, had the agencies dealing with him even a basic understanding of his risk history, in all probability he would have been arrested. A search of his home would have uncovered ricin seeds, downloaded terrorist material. Now, that's one of the red flags, which is very stark when you read through the report. And that's not only a failure to have a kind of helicopter view between agencies. There's a very real question about the adequacy of the steps that were taken just in that individual instance. But I think the whole concept of the multi-agency model was supposed to be to give that helicopter view. And I'm afraid what I've seen repeatedly as a coroner and as a bereaved, acting for bereaved families, repeatedly what I see instead is that simply no one takes responsibility, and you get a dilution instead of a maximization between agencies. And that's got to change. That's what was supposed to change with the Children Act 2004, over 20 years ago. And there've been a whole series of attempts to ensure that you have that fulcrum and that core responsibility rather than a dilution between agencies. And I think what's going to come out in phase 2 is critical to look at how we ensure that real lessons are learned here from these tragic deaths and from the terrible attacks on those who survived.
Caoilinn Gallagher, KC there, thanks very much to her as we talked about Southport. I want to turn to dementia next. You might well know somebody with it. There's nearly 1 million people diagnosed in the UK. Dementia is a syndrome, so a group of related symptoms associated with an ongoing decline of brain functioning. There are many different causes of dementia and many different types. But we do know that 2/3 of those diagnosed are women. But maybe we tend to think of dementia as a condition that only affects older people. But actually about 1 in 12 people with dementia in the UK are diagnosed in their 40s and their 50s. This is known as young onset dementia, where symptoms present below the age of 65. So what happens to families when dementia strikes at that point? Well, someone who knows about this only too well is Amelia, who as a teenager cared for her mother. Sadly, last year her mother died. Amelia joins me in studio to share her story, along with Amy Pagan, who's from the charity Younger People with Dementia, as they launch a new campaign, Dementia Doesn't Care, and it wants to highlight the difficulties of caring for those who were previously a linchpin of the family. Amelia, you're very welcome.
Thank you so much.
I'm so sorry for your loss of your mother, who had dementia, as we mentioned. Can you take us back to when you first noticed symptoms in her?
Of course. So, it wasn't the typical symptoms that I think people often think of when in regards to like memory and which is typical with older people. So with my mum, one of the big things was she was a very good driver. She could like parallel park anywhere in London. And suddenly she was really struggling to drive, and it was particularly at night with the lights. So initially we kind of thought, oh, she's just, it might be a vision problem, or she's just feeling a bit anxious about driving at night, and that was fine. And then it got worse and worse, and it ended up being, I'd be driving with her and she'd be swerving towards the curb, and it was very, dangerous, and it was more so things to do with vision. And also, she was feeling very anxious, very paranoid. She was beginning to forget. She was very independent. Very independent person. She nannied.
What age was she at this stage?
She was late 40s at this
And
point.
you?
14, probably. So, she would have been 47, around there. So it was just little things where my, very, very highly independent mum, very, she was cleaned the house. It was her pride and joy. She looked after me and my little sister while my dad was at work, and it was her whole life. Suddenly we were kind of like, oh, there's something going wrong here, because my mum, who's so independent and so sure of herself, suddenly was feeling really not.
So she went to the doctor?
Yes.
But it was really difficult to get a diagnosis.
It was really tough. So we went to the doctor, obviously being like, there's something going on here. And the initial thing was, it's likely menopause, because obviously she was around that age. And we were like, okay, fine. We were doing HRT. And then it wasn't getting any better. And also there weren't any other symptoms typically of menopause. So we were sort of thinking, this doesn't sound quite right. And then, so it was menopause, and then it was anxiety, it was dyspraxia. This was over, until her diagnosis, it was about 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
It was a very long-winded process.
So you did eventually get a diagnosis.
We did.
And how did that feel?
That felt, honestly, like an absolute relief.
Really?
Because I think if it wasn't what we were expecting, it would have been heartbreaking. But me and my dad, for so many years, had been absolutely convinced. We were like, this isn't typical of anything other than dementia. And we'd been so certain, and my mum was so understandably in denial, and it was causing so much friction in our household, because me, my sister and my dad were caring for her, and we were trying to bring her to doctor's appointments. She was completely against the idea of going to them, because she was like, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm absolutely fine. This is ridiculous. Of course I don't have dementia. It could never happen to me at this age, especially. And then when we finally got the diagnosis in 2022, so symptoms started around 2017. It was a very long process. My mum, I think it kind of hit her like a ton of bricks, even though she probably knew. So I remember her being very upset. But me and my dad, I have memories of the day. It was completely unlike you'd expect on the day that my mum got diagnosed with dementia. There's a photo of us outside with sandwiches from Marks and Spencer's, just because it was that thing of finally now we can start the process of getting support.
And also you're getting support and people believing you, or kind of having some sort of framework. But what did it mean in terms of caring duties and managing what your mother, of course, as I mentioned, linchpin there, I feel is probably the proper word. She was holding it all together until this hit.
Yeah. So as a carer, it was really, it was a weird transition because, like I say, it was me and my sister, and my mum was the one who, if we forgot a book at school, I'll be like, Mum, can you bring up my book, my maths book, I'm going to get in trouble. And she was always in motion doing that kind of thing. And then it was suddenly something I mentioned to my dad, I was talking to him yesterday, was the fact that it then became in the house that she always cleaned. We were having to clean it without her knowing we were cleaning the house. So it would be like, oh, Mum, why didn't you go out with your friend? And then me and my dad and my sister would deep clean the house. She'd come back and then she'd, wipe up the surfaces and she'd feel like she still had that independence. Mm-hmm. So that was a caring aspect in terms of caring for her dignity and her independence and making her still feel like she had like a real purpose.
It's mental gymnastics though.
No better word for it. It's completely, I was speaking to Amy earlier about the thing of you're constantly, one of the big things was, you lose all abilities really in terms of like getting dressed and all that kind of thing. And towards the end, I think also with being her eldest daughter, she felt very happy with me helping her. So that was that thing of being a woman and having her daughter versus who was an absolute lifeline for her, but having in her mind like this figure dominating or whatever. And it ends up being, I'd help her get dressed. Honestly, I was saying to her, finally, my mum's dressed, I go in the bathroom, I go grab your perfume, I walk back in. Oh, Mummy, you're completely undressed again. Let's do that again. Okay, go back and get your perfume. Oh, again. Okay. And it's that, but you're also parenting completely, which was a really weird process because in one way it was awful and it was horrible and disorientating because, yes, totally it was me sitting with her and regulating her emotions and everything, but also then when she died it was that loss of purpose almost, where I was like, I cared for her so much and we all did and we all looked after her and you get glimpses of her and you'd make her laugh and all that kind of thing, and then suddenly that was gone. And that really, in the last year we've all been trying to navigate that lack of purpose.
It's been also, as you're a young woman and you talk about this starting when you were 14, it's been a big proportion of your life as well. Again, I am sorry for your loss. Amy, let me bring you in here. Emily's talking battling to get a diagnosis. Her mother's refusal to engage with the condition. How common is what Emilia is telling us?
It's so common. We hear it from a lot of the people that we support that it took such a long time for them to receive the diagnosis, and we know that post-diagnostic support is so important, with the services that we provide. It's so important in making sure that the carers have that respite while the person that they're caring for is with us. So, it happens a lot, and unfortunately, on average, it takes twice as long for someone living with young onset dementia to get diagnosed as living with dementia.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Neve Ativ.
So with young onset dementia, there are an estimated 41% of women living with young onset dementia. So in terms of the statistics, it means that more men are living and diagnosed with young onset dementia. So that means that there's more women who are caring for their partners.
Because I'm just wondering, because we cover women's health a lot on tomorrow's programme as well, but it can be difficult to get a diagnosis for anything, that sometimes they feel they're met with silence or questions in a way at times that men are not within the medical system. And I don't know how it relates to this, but it's just something that comes to my mind. But I'm wondering for you, Amelia, how did it affect your life? There are crucial years in school, for example, your studies. How did you manage?
So, it's a question I could think about all the time. Honestly, it was just like you say, a complete coincidence. And also, I think I managed because you had to, and it was a thing of, I just wanted to help in the house and whatever, but the impact, I think, in the last year I've been able to reflect on so much more since my mum's been gone, because I think it all suddenly comes flooding to you when you haven't got the immediate person that you're caring for and dealing with. And it was so tough. I think it was all those years where I often say to people, as a daughter, it's like the years almost that I would imagine I'd become closer with my mum, and that I would start, going out with her, or like going out in London, or
being a grown daughter.
Totally. And it's that point I see a lot of my friends at, where they're so close with their mums now, and that's that classic thing of my best friend's my mum and all that. And I think the fact that it started when I was around the age that I was almost on the cusp of getting there, that's a constant thing now, where it was so tough watching people be, that they're like, oh, I've had a tough day at school, I'm going to go home and my mum's cooking me dinner, or me and my mum are going out, and I was thinking, I'm going to go home and, help make dinner and help clear up, and my mum's probably going to have a go at me because she thinks I'm being awkward, but I'm just trying to help. And, if we went to the theatre, it was that thing of trying to get her sat down, and then she'd get annoyed because it was just a total balancing act.
I suppose it must give you, Amelia, such compassion and maturity, however, for others that are going through anything tough.
Yeah, no, I definitely think so. I mean, at the moment I'm at university, and I have a lot of friends who are going through not similar things, but things in terms of grief or issues with parents or family or illness or whatever. And I think it's given me, I was saying to Amy earlier, I was not a patient person before this, and it's really like that silver lining is I feel I have such a awareness now of like people would never in a million years would have looked at me and thought I was going through what I was.
The campaign is called Dementia Doesn't Care, which I think Amelia is illustrating so beautifully. If any of our listeners are living with a family member with suspected or diagnosed young onset dementia, what would you say to them, Amy?
I would say make sure that you get that support. There are support services out there, and our charity support people diagnosed in Berkshire, Surrey Heath, North East Hampshire and Farnham currently. So to have those support services, they are a lifeline, and I really think that if you suspect symptoms in someone that you know or in yourself, it's so important to get that support because it's just so important.
I'm just going to also mention to people there is the BBC Action Line with links to help and support if this is something that you've been affected with. I know you've released a little movie as well that I was watching for Dementia Doesn't Care as part of that launch about the relationship between a daughter and her father as he has young onset dementia. What would you say, Amelia, after living through it? Maybe some advice or insight that you could give to people?
I think, just like you were saying, get as much support as you can. I think, like for us, the point in time where it was so unbelievably difficult was when we felt isolated. And I think, reaching out and getting that support was when it became just that bit more manageable, having, organisations like Younger People with Dementia.
And how did they help you, Younger People with Dementia?
Like you were saying, it was the respite, I think. It was the fact that we could, drop off my mum, and even if when it was things like visual things, like there were like ponies and things that she would see, and it just brought her a sense of like ease and gave us that sense of respite, knowing that not only was she in a loving sense out of our hands so that we could have that respite, she was somewhere completely safe with people who recognised.
And respite must be so important, Amy, for families that are going through this.
Yeah, absolutely, because you can imagine for a family when they're living with someone who's been diagnosed at a younger age, it really changes the family dynamics. And for a partner who is still working and then their partner potentially has to give up work because of their diagnosis, they're kind of left with a feeling of, what do I do now? What is my purpose? And to have support services where they can go and be in a safe environment, like Amelia said, going to see the horses, doing really fun things, like we've done climbing, we've done anything you can think of, to be honest, just doing age-appropriate activities that keep people busy and around people that they can relate to. It's a massive sense of relief for the families, and we often hear from people that the services are a lifeline because they can go out and get a coffee, or they can go out and just get the shopping done without that stress. And especially if they've got children, being that primary caregiver of their partner and their children, the stress that is put on the person caring, it's immense.
So to be with others that understand as well. The campaign is Dementia Doesn't Care. Amelia, thank you so much for sharing your story with us, and Amy for coming in as well. That was Amelia and Amy Pagans from the charity Younger People with Dementia. Now, I mentioned a little earlier, I'll bring you a little of the singer Sade. She's become the first black British woman who will be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, class of 2026. She's known for her family songs, Raspberry, Smooth Operator, Your Love is King, The Sweetest Taboo. She blended jazz, soul, R&B. Sam is really her own. You hear a Sade song, you know it's a Sade song. Many people find it so deeply personal, resonated with so many across 4 decades. So her first album, Diamond Life, I remember that one, arrived in 1984 and immediately positioned Sade as a major new presence in pop and soul music. Why don't we take a moment to listen to some of those classics?
Your love is king. Dwelling in my heart. Your love is king. Never need to part. Your love is real.
Sade, therefore, very rude to interrupt her. 67, as I talk about 60s today on the programme, and she will be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Right, here's some of your messages coming in since I asked what surprised you most about turning 60. Here's one. I turned 60 on the 4th of March this year, and I'm surprised how little it bothers me. In fact, I literally feel like the best I've ever felt. As a woman, I think you always have to feel you have to prove yourself one way or another. Work, motherhood, grandmotherhood, wife duties. But this calmness has just come over me. Like, I just cannot go down anymore. Take me or leave me. Nothing to prove. I just want to live my best life. And I am. Added bonus, you're still considered young, says Caroline. The other point, Pauline, says, what surprised me most about turning 60? The sheer number of flyers I got through the post regarding funeral plans. 844 if you would like to get in touch. Now, with another chance to hear an inspiring story. One in a joyful series about women helping the planet or others in their community. Maybe these longer days may be inspiring you to get out walking a little bit more. They do me, but also, I might remember this a little while ago, one of our Women's Hour listeners, Thomasina, got in touch, and she invited us to visit her mother and baby walking group called Blaze Trail. So I laced up my walking boots and took a trip to Staffordshire. There, I joined a group of women and their babies for a walk at Stone Common Plot. I wanted to find out why they love to get out of nature with their babies and other women. What does it do for them? Why is it just so wonderful?
So I'm Kariana, and I'm leading today's walk with my 1-year-old son, Nico. We started walking with Blaze Trails when Nico was about 8 weeks old. I do about 3 or 4 walks a week, all in different locations with different groups.
Your baby's fast asleep.
Fast asleep. He loves walking. He loves sleeping. He does love sleeping as well. But as soon as he's in the backpack, he generally falls asleep. He gets the rocking motion, and he's so used to it now. He just loves going for a walk.
So I was just making a way up the hill, and I stopped to talk to Katie. Nice to meet you.
Hello, lovely to meet you as well, Mila.
You helped found this organisation that so many women are taking part in today.
Well, when I started my first little walking group where I lived, I had no idea it was going to turn into a national community of people getting outdoors. I still feel a little bit surprised by it all. But it started because I wanted to get out with other parents. I'd always loved the outdoors.
Had you just had a baby, or bring me to your personal situation?
Yeah, so I'd had my first baby. I knew I wanted to get outdoors. I'd always loved doing it beforehand. And I just wanted to do it with other people. I couldn't find a local walking group near me, so I started my own. And before I knew it, I had lots of people coming along. And then when I had my second baby, I realised that this is the thing that parents really wanted. So I started up again, and it's just gone from there. We've got over 15,000 members now of our community all around the country, just getting out for walks together.
What's the biggest draw, do you think?
It is about the outdoors. It's about being outdoors together and, yeah, being in nature. But I think the main thing is about
finding solace with each other and sort of parenting together.
Particularly, I suppose, those early months.
Yes, yeah, when you're all really tired and you haven't slept and you don't know quite what you're doing with this new baby. I think, yeah, having somewhere that you can come together, share all of that, the trials and tribulations, and get some tips, but mostly kind of, yeah, have some friends.
So when you look at this group of women that are ahead of us right now, how does it make you feel? To know, like, you started this.
Yeah, to be honest, quite emotional. I really can't believe that there were women around the country getting out as a result of something I started a while back as a sleep-deprived parent. It makes me feel really, really proud and emotional. Yeah.
Moving into another part of Stone Common Plot now, a narrower path with leaves that are firmly packed underfoot. It's quite fairy tale looking, and I want to go and meet another of our walkers, Natasha. So you're out with the gang today. How does it feel?
It's great. It's absolutely beautiful day. This is my favourite weather, like sunny and frosty.
And what is it that you get from it?
And what I really love about Blaze Trails is I feel like me, not just mummy. I can have an adult conversation that's more than just, how's your baby sleeping? Have you started weaning? You know, we have those conversations, but I can also be Natasha, and I can chat about, oh, I'm feeling rubbish today, or this happened, or like those, you know, adult conversations that I think you often lose when you become a parent, because everything becomes so focused on the child that as the parent, you get lost. And I find that I get found when I come on these walks.
Such a lovely way to put it. I was speaking with one walker who said to me that the nature of walking, somehow it allows you to have more personal conversations that you might have, like sitting in the pub, for example.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with that. With Heath this time, my second child, I've actually been diagnosed with postnatal depression, and I found talking about it has opened so many doors to me feeling better about what I'm going through. That diagnosis is so scary, but once you've had it, and if you are able to talk about, like for me, talking is a tonic, so I find talking about it, getting it out there is like me getting it off my chest, and I feel much lighter. I don't think I would have had those conversations if I didn't have this opportunity to be outside with other parents at the same stage of parenthood.
Sunlight is blazing in our face now, and I've just come to meet Steph and Jacob, who's given me gorgeous smiles with his new teeth. Yes, you are. You like the look of my microphone as well, don't you?
You do.
Steph, so nice to meet you.
Lovely to meet you as well.
So let's talk a little bit about these walks.
For me, they've been really important, especially being on maternity leave. It can be quite lonely, can be quite isolating at times. And I'm very much somebody that likes being outside. I always have done. I find it is really good for stress relief. And when you feel a bit overwhelmed, which, you know, are common things to feel when when you become a mum. So when I discovered these walks, it just seemed perfect. It's like a perfect way of getting outside, getting Jacob outside. And
You've got to give a little reach for the microphone. I used to be a future broadcaster. Stop the phone, Jacob.
Yeah, do you want to talk?
I want to go and meet one mum with a new baby who has found community with the women who are here.
I'm Robin, and this is my lucky baby girl, Stella, who is 4.5 months. And she looks like she wants to eat your microphone, I think.
She's looking at us slightly longingly. When was the last time she ate?
Yeah, that might be a point, actually, now you've said that.
It's very nice to meet you, Robin. I can tell from your accent and more than my own that you're not from around these parts.
I'm not from around these parts, no, not at all. I've lived here for 7 years, I think, now. I'd love to move back to Glasgow one day, but yeah, no, I'm not from around here, and this is one of the lovely parts about having Blaze, because I meet all these lovely ladies.
Obviously, this is such a pivotal time in your life. To not have immediate family, perhaps, or friends that you've grown up with, but I'm sure that is its own little challenge or big challenge.
Oh, 100%. I'm sure that a lot of people are in the same boat as me, and they might even not have any family. At least I've got my husband's family nearby, but not having my mum and, my very much my central close friends just down the road to pop in for a cup of tea when you've had a rough night's sleep or anything like that. It is incredibly difficult. When you first have a baby, your whole life completely changes, and all of a sudden, my job is to keep her alive, and it's the most humbling and beautiful experience ever, but it is incredibly lonely. All these lovely, wonderful baby classes that you go to is obviously great for the little one, but it's more like this is for me and it's for her as well. It's just having those people next to you that you can chat to, and yeah, like I say, loneliness is so common for new parents, and it's just combating that in a way that you can come out for a walk, because that is just the best thing that you can do for your mental and physical health. Like I say, we've got nights that are completely sleepless nights, and I wake up and I don't even know how I can face the day, and I'm like, no, right, put your hat on, get in the car, and we're going out for a walk, and I just always immediately feel better. And then we finish then more often than not with coffee and cake. How can you say no to that?
How can you say no to that? I was walking there with the women on Blaze Trail. Thanks so much for their hospitality and chat. So I have another little chat in case you missed it. We explored the topic of light and women's relationship to it for our special Easter Monday episode. Nikki Baby was joined by the GP, Dr. Radha, who explained why we feel different when there's more light and how to harness its benefits.
So we talk a lot about exercise and diet when we talk about health, but we don't talk much about light. But light is just as essential as those two things for our health and well-being for many different reasons, but it's all chemically based or hormonally based. So when we get that natural daylight and it hits the back of our eyes, we have things called photoreceptors. They pick up that natural light, they then signal to our brain that actually it should release something called serotonin. So that's a neurotransmitter, a chemical which boosts our mood, it helps us feel better. It's the same thing we get when we exercise. We also get a reset of our circadian rhythm. So we have an internal clock, a master clock if you like, called the suprachiasmatic nucleus, which is in our brain. And when we get natural daylight, or when the daylight hours increase, that resets our body clock. And that body clock basically impacts when we go to sleep, how much melatonin, a sleep hormone, is released and when it's released, and how alert we are. And also, when it's spring, we feel like we want to get outside more, we want to exercise more, which boosts our dopamine and serotonin, and we want to connect socially with people.
But is it the boost in the serotonin that makes us want to get up and do things earlier? Or does it work both ways around?
A bit of both, actually. It's that psychological association, I think, of, like you said, spring comes, all of us, myself included. I think I always have a moment every year where I'm outside, the sun is on my face, and I just think, oh, thank goodness. A bit like you said, we've got through winter and autumn, thank goodness, we've done really well, we've survived that, and now hopefully the months ahead will be easier for us.
And does it, apart from what it does in terms of chemicals in the brain, does it have an impact physically on our bodies? I mean, what changes within us physically?
So that part in our brain is called the hypothalamic and pituitary axis, and that axis, or that kind of pathway in our brain, which responds to light, actually produces a lot of the hormones and chemicals which regulate how fast our body works, our hormone levels in all kinds of ways. So that HPA axis, we call it, is absolutely vital to every single other working bit within our system and our body entirely. So physically and mentally, it's absolutely crucial.
That was Dr. Radha speaking to presenter Nikki Baby on our Easter Monday program on light. You can listen to the whole episode on BBC Sounds now. It might inspire you a little bit, perhaps, to get moving and to get out there. I was asking you whether you were surprised or what surprised you about turning 60. So many messages coming in. Here's one. I turned 60 last year, and what surprised me is how well I felt. I expected to feel jaded, cynical, and aware of death, but instead I feel at the peak of my life, joyful, grateful, and well in my body. So says Mary Louise in London. Peak, as in Tessa Peak Jones, who is my next guest. The actor has been thinking about this in her latest work. She's currently on stage in a heartwarming new play called Invisible Me. It's a comedy drama which asks, what does life look like when you're 60, single, and starting over? Tessa plays Lynn, who's been a carer for a mum who escaped an abusive relationship. You will know Tessa, of course, as Grantchester's Mrs. Chapman, Raquel in Only Fools and Horses.
You're so welcome to the studio of Woman's Hour.
Thank you. It's really lovely to be here.
I mean, this turning 60, I just threw it out to listeners, and I've got a board full of callers of what surprised people about when they turned that round number. What about for you?
Well, I celebrated it. I invited a whole load of women friends.
Did you?
Who, yeah, that's how I marked my 60th, that have been important to me throughout my life. So it was a mixture of people who'd never really all been in a room together. Some going way back to teens, and some more recent people that I'd worked with, met, but people that had meant something to me. And it was so lovely.
How lovely, because I think sometimes it's only traditional, ceremonial of a wedding sometimes that you get those people together and that it's not repeated in the same fashion. So I'm very glad to hear that. I had a listener as well who got in touch. He says, turning 60, I had a big party where I played in my funk band, and where 150 of the most wonderfully diverse friends came. So I was honoured and thrilled to be surrounded by people who had journeyed with me for decades, like you, along with my husband, my family, to say thank you to all who supported me with the recent removal and recovery of my brain tumour. Turning 60, I realised I can survive trauma, celebrate life, enjoy a good party, and find the time to recover a few days later.
That is a fantastic result, and to be well at the end of it all, the best news ever. How wonderful.
Let us talk about this play. I mean, we had a quick chat just as you came in. I felt I left the theatre with a spring on my step.
Good.
It felt very uplifting, very funny, but moving, and didn't shy away from some of the uncertainty that turning 60 can bring. Tell us a little bit how you see it, and particularly your character, Lynn.
Yes, well, I think the play follows for all three characters, actually.
Yes.
They're quite isolated at the beginning. They're probably quite... They don't all admit it, but they're quite lonely. And they gradually, throughout the play, meet individually someone who has an impact on their life and sort of changes the way their life then goes, and allows them to open up in a way that perhaps a slightly different version of themselves by the end of the play than they were at the beginning. And I think, we don't tackle this enough, this thing of being older and isolated and alone.
And I think the title is Invisible Me, and we see how that plays out during the play as well. But it is something that particularly is foisted, perhaps, upon women that they can feel at a certain age, particularly from 50s or 60s. You have said maybe being invisible is as much about how you see yourself.
I think it is for a lot of people, and I think because you've gone through, by 60 usually, you've gone through menopause. As a woman, you've done the child rearing, you've done mainly the relationships. You're on a different sort of section of your life. I think that enables or makes a lack of sexuality. I think it's still there, but I think some women in their 60s begin to feel that is going away from them. It's seeping away from them.
Well, they don't see it, on screen or portrayed, and we've even done items, how often women of that age are not the protagonists within even novels, for example.
Yeah, that's true. And I think that's why this play, the fact that it celebrates three human beings, 60 plus, all with very interesting stories to go through, that's to be celebrated. Thank you, Bren Gosling, the writer, in itself, because we don't see enough of these stories, I think, on stage. I think it's changing for women, particularly, actresses. People like Brenda Blethyn are leading the way with, Vera. Producers are beginning to realise that older women in the 70s and 80s can carry shows and the public will love them for it. But it's still got a way to go, as has a lot of stuff with equality in women.
But do you think, because I know when you talked about being invisible as much about how you see yourself, particularly sexually, do you think that's changing on screen or page?
I think it possibly is. I think it's a rather slow change. I think it is changing. What still makes me hoot is when you have a leading man, particularly in America, but it happens here too, in their sort of 60s and 70s, they have a romantic interest, and that the woman, instead of being their own age group, is, 30 years younger, and you think, oh, come on, let's get real. It's so mad. But I think... That, I think, is slowly changing. But like everything in life, change takes so long, doesn't it? And we get quite impatient about it. I think
I think we as women in our 60s now, I'm going to speak, well, myself, but I'm going to be general. I think we are beginning to feel that we do have a sexuality and much more to offer than, my aunt, I remember when she, who I lived with my mum.
You were raised by two women, really, yes.
My godmother, Aunt Irene, she retired at 60 on the dot. She'd worked in a hardware shop 6 days a week all her life. And I remember I was a teenager at 60. She retired. We went to the pub, to a Burney Inn, and we had a meal, friends and neighbours, and we celebrated the fact that she would no longer ever have to go to work. But along with that, I felt she slightly aged from then on, because it was like she didn't have a focus anymore. She'd meet people for coffee, but it was like that whole thing that had driven her stopped. Now I think we, work to our 70s and 80s, a lot of us.
And thankfully live longer.
But I think when we get to 60, there isn't perhaps that marker of, things stop. It's more about, this is a springboard for the future.
What about this? Here's from a listener. Do I have a name? I do, Sue. The secret to turning 60 or 70 is not telling anyone your age.
Oh.
As soon as people know, they treat you differently. Mix with younger people, dress well, and don't moan about your ailments, and nobody will guess.
Well, I think that's great. If that's the way forward for her, that's fantastic, Sue.
Another one. What surprised me on turning 60 and divorced long ago, I've created a bi-hemisphere life in UK and South Australia wine regions. I changed careers at 58 from corporate to freelance, retrained to become qualified as a wine specialist. If you suggested this would be my life 5 years ago, I would never have believed it. So that's kind of to your point.
Wow, that's fantastic. And also that's quite similar to the storyline of Lynn, the character I play in the play.
She has a few iterations.
She certainly grows in ways that you don't predict at the beginning of the play. But yes, indeed, it doesn't take much to have a little bit of confidence. I think partly what the play also deals with is, for the age group of 60 plus, the online.
Oh, yeah.
This is a difficulty, isn't it? Because we weren't brought up with that language. Our children were. They speak it like a different, like French. We were never brought up with computers and keypads and iPhones. So that whole area is quite alien to us. So if you are isolated and you do want to reach out and you perhaps don't have a facility to do it via a club or meeting in person, how do you do that? How do you go online when you're not familiar with how any of those apps work? That's another area.
And the faux pas that can happen.
Indeed.
We're giving them little.
We can't give it away.
We can't give it away. We're just giving them. We're not giving any spoilers. We're giving, I think, as they say online, some Easter eggs as they kind of figure it out. I want to ask you about something else actually, because at 60 or around that age, many people will have or gone through empty nest syndrome. You said you didn't have it.
No, I quite like the fact that I'm now alone and able to enjoy my life and not worry about. I've cared for people, my mom included.
My mother was bipolar.
She was bipolar, so there was a little bit like your previous guest. There was a bit of teenage caring going on there. So it for me, having cared for people and love doing it, I don't regret it for a second. It's been fantastic. But to get to 60 and think, actually, I don't have to worry about anyone else. I can think about what I'd like to do. I found it incredibly invigorating and very freeing.
And I'm sure many will also, that will resonate with many as well. But I love this line. It was a headline in a paper. Actually, you're in some of the papers today as well. You gave a lovely review to your play. But this line, why being alone at 60 might be the best relationship you've ever had.
Oh, yes. Is that something I'm supposed to have said?
Yes.
Oh, don't I sound intelligent? Well, yes, I think actually having and some people don't want this, but for me, I was an only child as well for a lot of my life. So you learn as an only child to be quite independent and to value your own company. So for some people, that frightens you as you get older. But personally, I like sitting in my own company. I like the peace and quiet that comes with it. I don't find that frightening, but some people do, and that's why, again, this play is about reaching out, connection, that you don't have to be isolated, that you can alter that.
And you don't, I think, from the play, you don't have to have everything in common with that other person that you can have an amazing connection with.
Absolutely, and it's about looking out, isn't it? Looking outwards, and yes, the apps and the dating and the this and that can all work too, but actually sometimes it's just about catching someone's eye that sort of connection, which is very vital, and we've sort of lost that a little bit, I think.
Because there is a cafe at the centre of this community that manages to be some meeting in real life. I think I was doing Rivals, and I had a young woman in her 30s on who, she says her and her friends were so excited by this fact that there used to be parties where people met in real life.
Oh my goodness,
and went dating.
Oh, really? It's our life.
So there you go.
Wow.
Some more messages coming in. You were talking about didn't you sound so intelligent and bright, and indeed you do. The course leader at Open Day at Exeter University says we find women over 60 are the best students for master's degrees. They concentrate more. I thought it was flim-flam, but actually it's true. Here's another. I was surprised at how clever I felt when I turned 60. I went back to university, and 40 years away from academia, I was nervous and convinced I would be too shy or not to understand. Instead, I was so stimulated and yes, bright. I took an MA. I got a distinction. I published a book. Being 60 and clearing my head from work and domesticity enabled me to learn, express, create, and believe. So says Roz on Dorset's Jurassic Coast.
Wow, how amazing. You see, look at that. The future can be so bright, so good. It's fantastic.
We shall leave people at the end of this programme with a spring in their step, hopefully. Thank you, Tessa Peake-Jones. Lovely to have you in.
Thank you.
I want to let people know that Invisible Me is on at the Southwark Playhouse in Borough in London, running until the 2nd of May. A lot of laughs. But also with some real moving and emotional themes as well. So thank you so much for coming in to join us and talk a little bit about turning 60. Do need to let people know the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, will be with me tomorrow to speak about the government's priorities for women's health in England. He wants to hear from you. What are your priorities when it comes to diagnosis, treatment, care? Email the Woman's Hour website where we can put your thoughts to him at 10 o'clock tomorrow. So you'll help me as we do that interview with the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting. Thanks very much for your company today. I will see you this time tomorrow.
Woman's Hour was presented by Nola McGovern and produced by Sarah Jane Griffiths. And later this afternoon, teenage girls from all over the country talk to Catherine Carr about their lives online at 1:45. Now, it's Call You and Yours this afternoon at midday, and here to tell us more is Winifred Robinson.
Yes, thanks, Arlene. Today we want to hear from you about leasehold homes, houses and flats. If you've bought one, how has it worked out? Give us a call, 03700 100 444. Now, the terms of a lease may sound dull and technical, but rising ground rents and steep service charges have made some properties, flats in particular, unmortgageable. In London and other prime city centre locations, it's a problem. Some people have been left in deep financial trouble. Reform is underway. We'll be explaining where we are with all of that, and we'll be offering some advice, but we really want to hear from you. Are you struggling to sell a leasehold flat? Are your service charges rising? Do you think you get good value for money for what you pay? What is your experience of buying leasehold? Call 03700 100 444.
BBC News at 11 o'clock. A Labour peer and former Defence Secretary will today warn that the UK's security is in peril. In a speech later, Lord Robertson, who wrote the government's Strategic Defence Review, will accuse those he calls non-military experts in the Treasury of vandalism. When his review was published last year, Lord Robertson warned that Sir Keir Starmer wasn't willing to make the necessary investment. A government spokesperson said the review was followed by the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War. General Sir Richard Barrons co-wrote the report.
We have left the relative comfort of what we call the post-Cold War era. That evaporated from about 2014 onwards. But we've arrived in this very dangerous world with the armed forces we ended up with after more than 35 years of making the armed forces smaller and hollowing them out, because in the post-Cold War era, we couldn't point to the sort of threats that we would need big and ready armed forces for.
The UN's Maritime Agency has said no country has a legal right to block shipping in straits used for international transit. The US is currently blockading Iranian ports after Iran largely closed the vital Strait of Hormuz. 11 Metropolitan Police officers are being investigated by the police watchdog for their handling of the initial inquiry into a car crash at a school in Wimbledon 3 years ago. 2 8-year-old girls died in the incident. Moya Brennan, the lead singer of the Irish folk band Clannad, has died. She was 73. The group sold more than 10 million albums worldwide. Clannad's hits include Harry's Game and In a Lifetime with Bono.
A gold pocket watch awarded to an engineer of a steamship which helped save more than 700 passengers of the Titanic is expected to sell for £100,000 at auction. Hours after the ocean liner went down, John Richardson, aboard the RMS Carpathia, worked to keep the vessel's boilers fully stocked to help it reach the scene quickly. BBC News.
Rumita Navai was a journalist in Tehran when she began writing City of Lies, Love, Sex, Death and the Search for Truth in Tehran, published in 2014. It tells the real stories of people whose lives were affected by the regime, stories that were often censored. You can hear these revealing portraits of the challenges ordinary people face in 45 minutes. But first on Radio 4, Screenshot, and Ellen and Mark are calling.
Hello and welcome to Screenshot, Radio 4's guide through the ever-expanding universe of the moving image. I'm Mark Kermode.
And I'm Ellen E. Jones. 150 years ago this spring, the Scottish-born inventor Alexander Graham Bell made the first ever telephone call. And do you know what he said, Mark?
He said, hello, this is Alexander Graham Bell.
No, he said, Mr. Watson, come here, I want to see you.
I want to see you?
Yeah, he probably should have FaceTimed. Come to think of it.
Looking into the future. From the very beginning, the telephone was built for drama. It's long been one of cinema's most versatile devices, providing lifelines, punchlines, and frequently plot lines. Some of the most memorable movie moments have played out down the line, like Liam Neeson threatening to use his very special set of skills in Taken.
If you let my daughter go now, that'll be the end of it. I will not look for you. I will not pursue you. But if you don't, I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you.
The telephone even provided the hope of intergalactic connection for the stranded alien in Steven Spielberg's 1982 classic E.T.
E.T. home.
And let's not forget my favourite in America, Mr. Banks picks the phone off the wall and says, get me the Times. No, I do not know the number. So this episode, we're delving into crossed lines, missed calls, and trying to untangle some very long phone cords in order to trace how the telephone has evolved on screen. Ellen, I can't imagine the movies without the telephone.
Yeah, there's so many scenes, now I come to think of it, which have telephones or telephone boxes or conventions of how you answer the telephone.
See, I remember watching American movies in which they'd have really long phone calls. They would walk between rooms while having very, very long conversations, which I always thought was very transgressive because here we paid by the minute.
Right.
So if you were on the phone for like 4 hours, you know, the phone would be cut off.
So that's like the pay-as-you-go Nokia from my generation.
Your generation, yeah. But of course, did you grow up entirely with mobile phones?
No, I can remember like getting my first mobile phone, and we definitely did have landlines. I can remember like the era of your mum calling you to the phone, Ellen, your mate's on the phone. But nowadays, I don't really know anyone who has a landline. So
I have a landline.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. Old school.
But let me ask you a question.
Okay.
And this is potentially career ending, so
right.
Careful how you answer. Have you ever watched an entire film or episode of TV on your phone?
Yes. Yeah, of course. I spend quite a lot of time on trains.
So you watch a film on your phone?
I have watched a film on my phone.
Really?
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would be surprised by that. And like,
why?
Well, this pushback against the smartphone ubiquity in our lives, wanting to do things the old-fashioned analog way and go to the cinema, which I'm sure you admit is obviously superior.
Of course it's better, but I live in Cornwall. That's 5.5 hours on the train, and if I can watch a movie, then why not do it on the phone? As long as you actually watch it. What's much worse is watching a film whilst doing something else on a mobile phone. I bet you've done that.
You know me so well. Constantly scrolling away, shopping while I'm supposed to be watching some French
So 21st century.
I mean, I think the problem is smartphones are a part of our life, whether we like it or not. And
part of your life, I mean.
You're watching movies on them.
Yeah, I know, but
So this is what we're going to find out this episode, is have smartphones ruined the movies, just like they've ruined all of our lives?
Yes.
Later on, I'll be talking to pop culture critic Kayleigh Donaldson and writer-director Janixa Bravo about how film and TV are responding to the smartphone age. And believe it or not, it's a lot more sophisticated than just people shouting, I've got a text on Love Island.
But before that, I wanted to look back at the history of the good old-fashioned telephone on screen. So I flipped through the yellow pages, found the man for the job, and made a reverse charge call to screenshot regular author and critic Kim Newman. Luckily, Kim agreed to accept the charges and to take me back to the days when film audiences first found themselves hanging on the telephone.
I'm in the phone booth, it's the one across the hall. If you don't answer, I'll just bring it off the wall.
Well, the first telephones on screen I think of are those stand-up models. They must have appeared in silent pictures, but you didn't notice them because, hey, they were silent. So my first images of the telephone on screen have got to be those really urgent Warner Brothers movies of the early 30s, which were about gangsters, or more particularly, newspaper reporters. There was all that jockeying around the public phones in the courthouse to try and get the story.
Get this, I can only say this once. I just captured Earl Williams. Yeah, here in the press room. Come over here right away, I need you.
And of course, the thing you see in so many thrillers, the police are tapping the phone line, but they've got like 2 minutes, and it's keep them talking, keep them talking.
Listen, you crummy, flat-footed copper, I'll show you whether I lost my nerve and my brains.
Come on, tell me some more. The sound of your voice does my heart good. Trace that call. Find out where he's phoning from quick.
It's people making threats, people making dates, people making arrangements, and it's the idea that maybe somebody's listening. That conveys the excitement when telephones were relatively new tech.
Yeah.
But also it's the excitement at last films can tell you things. At last they can just talk.
Oh, Mac, I get you out of bed? Oh, I'm so sorry.
How does something like the white phone movies fit into all this? Because there was a period in which a certain type of phone bespoke a certain type of life.
Absolutely. This was a 1930s thing. It's actually an Italian genre, Telefono Bianco. The Hollywood equivalents would be things like the Astaire Rogers musical. This is a period of the Depression, right? Bread lines. But in the movies, Fred's in top hat, white tie and tails, and Ginger's in beautiful gowns. A status symbol is the white telephone. And it's not just that the telephone is white, it's that 1930s Art Deco design. When those films were made, most of the audience would not have had a home telephone.
Yes.
Or if they did, you see the party line, one telephone circuit for the village. The idea of having an exclusive phone to yourself was so powerful an image that it did recur. But once you get past, just wow, I can speak to somebody on the other side of the world, telephones start becoming scary in the movies. To me, the great telephone movie is Sorry, Wrong Number. Barbara Stanwyck is a neurotic hypochondriac who thinks she's bedridden, so her only means of communication is the telephone. Well, picking up her telephone to nag her husband, Burt Lancaster, she gets a crossed line. That was when you picked up the phone, and at the exchange, they plugged it into the wrong hole, and you heard somebody else's conversation.
And we should point out, this was a real thing.
Oh, yeah,
this
very
really
living
happened.
memory, this happened. But anyway, Barbara Stanwyck hears 2 men plotting a murder. And then she spends the rest of the film trying to get other people to pay attention. She's got a few clues as to who the victim might be. And of course, I mean, this is a spoiler, but she eventually realizes that she is the intended victim.
All I know is that I'm a sick woman, and I'm all alone in this horrible empty house.
It's the film that makes the telephone look ominous. And actually, I now associate telephones with ominousness. I mean, in Alfred Hitchcock's Dialing for Murder, there's a particular sequence where the heroine is attacked while on the telephone.
Yes.
And later, the 1970s, you get films like The Anderson Tapes or The Conversation, which are all about the idea that somebody is out there bugging their telephone. That becomes the wellspring of paranoia. And alongside that, you get the image of the telephone as it is in dark thrillers and horror films. Titles that give it away: Don't Talk to Strange Men, When a Stranger Calls. You know that it's an urban legend, isn't it? The isolated woman is getting the terrifying phone calls, and she gets through to the police, and they trace the calls, and says, the calls are coming from inside the house. Yeah, it's first in a really obscure movie called The Severed Arm, but Black Christmas is the film that really tells that. The idea that the telephone is something that's going to enable a psychopath to make your life miserable.
One of the things that's interesting about Black Christmas, it begins a group of young women gathering around a phone, and one of them says, "Oh, it's the creepy guy ringing to threaten and insult us again." And they'll go, "Oh, great."
It's him again, Leona.
So there is something going on there as well, which is it's threatening, but you can't hang up.
Well, one of the other great telephone sequences is the beginning of the musical Bye Bye Birdie. There's a song called The Telephone Hour, which is how gossip gets around the school because of teenage girls hogging the telephones, passing on the news.
Morning glory, what's the word? Hummingbird. Have you heard about Hugo and Kim? Did they really get pinned? Did she kiss him and cry?
But it was a cliche, particularly in American films, the idea that the teenage daughter will hog the phone. The British equivalent is actually a brilliant film called Don't Talk to Strange Men, and it's about a girl who answers a ringing telephone in a phone box. The guy starts flirting with her and she pretends to be older than she is. And then, of course, it's a psychopath, because he always is a psychopath.
Do you always wait there for the bus? Every evening?
Oh, no, only this week, but, You don't know me, do you?
Tell me who you are. And tell me what you're doing there, waiting for the bus.
But of course, that rather brilliantly predicts what we now think of as internet grooming ages before anybody had
At the time, it seemed like quite an ordinary creepy little picture, but it's very pressing.
Talk me through the opening scene of Scream, which begins as an apparently cute, innocuous phone call.
I suppose the fact it's called Scream tips you off.
What's that noise?
Popcorn.
You making popcorn?
What's odd is that Drew Barrymore actually starts chatting and flirting with the anonymous caller. I think it's because Drew Barrymore thinks she's in Bye Bye Birdie, and we know she's in Halloween.
I'm getting ready to watch a video.
Really? What?
Just some scary movie.
Scary.
Tell me something about the way in which phones feature on screen. The thing about framing a phone, putting a phone in the frame, that became a sort of trope, didn't it?
Oh, absolutely, in many films, the oversized phone prop. But even if it's not an oversized prop, the oversized close-up of the phone to emphasize this is where the troubles start. But there used to be a convention of the split-screen phone calls. The one I particularly remember is the one in Pillow Talk, where Rock Hudson and Doris Day are both in their bathtubs. Being Americans, they have phones in their bathrooms because, hey, of course they do. The Rock Hudson and Doris Day characters share a party line, which means that Doris Day can't make her important phone calls.
He's on the phone.
He's always on the phone. He's always chatting up some other woman.
You have been on this phone for half an hour. I've got an important call to make.
I happen to consider this an important call.
Silly to a girl at 9 o'clock in the morning? It's none of your business what he does to me. Young man, would you please get off this phone?
There is a recurrent motif in films in the age before mobile phones of somebody walking past a phone box, the phone is ringing, and that sets the party rolling. The thing that always comes to my mind is Miracle Man.
Miracle Man is the one where the caller is a guy in a nuclear bunker who's panicking because he knows World War III has started and the news isn't out.
I can't believe it, but we're locked in like 50 minutes and counting.
And it's then what happens in the next 90 minutes. And the other picking up a ringing phone will be his phone booth with Colin Farrell, which was a script that had been around for so long that by the time they made it, they had to explain why he was using a phone booth. And it's because he's having an affair and he doesn't want his mistress's number to be on the mobile phone records.
What was so interesting about a guy in a phone booth on 53rd and 8th?
The school show, better than TV.
Look, how'd I get so lucky to be picked out by a killer with a rifle?
With me, Pam and Pam on the side. I saw Pam once and followed her to a restaurant. Life has given you more than your fair share, Stu, but it appears you don't appreciate it.
One of the things nerdier film lovers will have noticed is that if you see in an American movie a phone number, it usually begins 555. What's that about?
That's because the American telephone companies set aside a whole bunch of fictional numbers. The reason, of course, for doing this is if you put a real phone number in there, people will ring it. Invaders from Mars in 1953. The original screenwriter, as a placeholder, put his own phone number in a key scene. And every time the film was on television, some idiot would call them up. And also, the original screenwriter had had an argument with the director and had taken his name off the film, so it must have been even more annoying. I think they don't use 555 numbers anymore because everybody knows that.
Yeah.
In fact, there's a film you will remember, The Adventures of Ford Fairlane.
Yes.
Right? The smarmy hero gives the girl a 555 number as a pass-off. And she says, that's just for the movies, isn't it?
Do you have a favourite phone scene from a movie?
The single best phone call in the cinema is the hotline in Doctor Strangelove. And that's all about how two really important people with a massive issue to discuss cannot actually communicate. This could never happen here. But a mad American military commander decides to launch World War III without telling anybody. Information gets through to the president, and the hotline to Moscow, which had only recently been instituted as a measure against World War III, is activated. But it turns out that the premier of Russia is A, not at his office, he's with his girlfriend, and B, he's drunk.
Hello, Dimitri. Listen, I can't hear too well. Do you suppose you could turn the music down just a little?
Peter Sellers, playing President Nestor, has to explain to the premier of Russia as if he were a 12-year-old what has happened. It may well be the single funniest sequence in cinema. And yeah, it's terrible. It's about the end of the world.
Now then, Dimitri, you know how we have always talked about the possibility of something going wrong with the bomb. The bomb, Dimitri. The hydrogen bomb.
Since now everyone is on the phone all the time, has that sort of allure gone?
Yes. And the idea that technology is something to aspire to,
Because we're all walking around on mobile phones, essentially doing something they did in Star Trek.
oh yeah, and obsolete technology now, but the flipper phone was designed to look exactly like a Star Trek communicator, because if you conceive of a device in fiction, when that device becomes something that actually exists, there is a precedent for what it's supposed to look like. The movies predicted quite a lot of the way communications technology was going to go. I mean, one of the most prescient satirical films is the 1967 movie The President's Analyst with James Coburn, which is one of those very like to get them paranoid films. And it turns out that the villain is the phone company. And their evil scheme is to implant a telephone in everybody's head. James Coburn at the last one has this great realization: everybody hates the phone company.
Earthworm critic Kim Newman. Alan, Kim mentioning that the glamour of the white phone movies. Do you still think of phones as having a glamour?
No, the opposite, really. Sort of like
grubby.
Scrubby and, yeah, something I want to get away from as quickly as possible, yeah. But I think it's really interesting how there's like this sort of journey that Kim traces from the kind of urgency and excitement and glamour that phones give in the early iterations on screen, but how quickly that becomes something sinister. But I think a big part of that, and you see this in films like Sorry Wrong Number that Kim was talking about, any kind of scary thriller or horror film, the phone is the thing that allows the predator to get from outside the house, in a way, to inside the presumed safety of the house. You know, it's through the phone line that they can start scaring. That's why that line, the phone call coming from inside the house, is so scary.
What about the thing about hang up? Because they don't hang up.
Yeah, I find that fascinating too. Like so many films where the phone is like the instigator of the plot just wouldn't happen if the character did what you're probably telling them to from where you're watching at home or, you know, in the cinema, which is just hang up. Or don't even take the call in the first place. And I think it's tempting to answer that question of why they don't just hang up with because the film needs the drama to continue. But I also think there is a recognisable bit of human psychology in that as well. Like I think of my friends texting some guy and continuing to text him when he's being horrible or they're just lost interest in him or whatever. And I'm like, just stop texting him. But they feel compelled to carry on anyway. I think there is something about phone communication that keeps you hanging on the line.
And that's also an idea that, that you have to answer the phone. People will be in the middle of a conversation, the phone rings, and they suddenly have to answer it. There's a weird thing as well, which was phones used to be a lot more anonymous. You didn't have what number was coming in. You couldn't see what it was. And in fact, I remember we had a whistle by the side of our phone because every now and then you'd get creepy phone calls. And what you were meant to do was to blow the whistle down the phone.
Yeah.
And the creepy phone caller would be so alarmed.
The nuisance caller is like this obsolete sex crime that thankfully is mostly consigned to history because the technology has moved on. But then there's a more innocent flip side of that, which is the prank phone call, which I can just about remember doing. And that which you always get in the Simpsons episode. There's like a running joke with Bart doing prank phone calls at Moe's bar.
I remember it was a kid at school who would ring people up and go, is Mr. Wall there? No. Is Mrs. Wall there? No. Is Jimmy Wall there? No. Have you got any walls in your house? No. How do you keep your roof up? And then put the phone down. It was literally the phone equivalent of Knockdown Tommy. It was... Well, I'm glad you found it funny. The other thing is to do with the landline, you are confined to one place. You may have a long call that you can walk from room to room, but you are in one place. And that then changed. I mean, between the landline and the smartphone, there's the phone in the car, for example.
Yeah, but then you get a film like Lock, the one with Tom Hardy, Steve Knight written film. The whole film is him in a car with a car phone or a mobile phone, I guess, taking a series of phone calls from different people. Apparently, all the other people on the other end of the line, which includes actors like Olivia Colman and Andrew Scott, all giving great voice-only performances. Apparently, they were all in one room, like on a sort of conference call almost, and they did it kind of in real time, which I find really interesting as well. I think that's a really good example of how every step forward that communications technology takes, there's the kind of equivalent step forward in cinema trends. So, like, you've got the split-screen phone call, which is party lines that Kim talked about in Pillow Talk, which is, like, now much parodied in sort of later films, trying to reference that kind of 1950s or 1960s nonsense.
One of my favourite movie scenes is the scene in Maritime when he's in bed with the phone, he calls her, and he starts watching a movie on television. I love this movie. And she says, which channel? And they both start watching it together. And I like that idea about it's intimate but distanced. And that was always the thing about the phone. You cradle a phone. You cradle a phone to your ear and you can talk quite quietly. And yet you're, miles and miles away from the other person.
Yeah, and I think even in Harry Met Sally or in something like Sleepless in Seattle, which is also a film that would change with modern communication technology.
You just Google her.
Yeah, exactly. The kid would look her up on LinkedIn. They'd be WhatsApping in no time.
But very short film.
Even in those films, there's still a kind of nostalgia for an earlier time of phones and an earlier generation of romantic films as well.
Just a final note on the kind of nostalgia of the old phones. I only just realised this, that I have a smartphone that I carry around with me, and of course the ring setting is the old phone ring. And I've been in rooms with men of my age, and they all have that old phone ring. It's either that or the Star Trek communicator. That's it.
Oh, you see, I just have it on silent. No one better ever call me.
Never answer the phone. You're listening to Screenshot from BBC Radio 4, and this episode we're picking up one of cinema's most reliable props, the telephone.
In a moment, you'll hear me talking to filmmaker Janixa Bravo about her 2020 film Zola, which is based on a Twitter thread by a woman who took a road trip to Florida with a new friend and found herself almost accidentally sex trafficked. You've heard of the greatest story ever told? Well, this is the greatest stripper saga ever tweeted. But first, I placed a long-distance call to Dundee and pop culture critic Kaylee Donaldson. That was adorably quaint of me because Apple launched the first iPhone in 2007, and by around 2013, smartphones had already started to feel like they were absolutely everywhere. I asked Kaylee how that change has been reflected in film and television.
Definitely over the past 10-15 years of TV, you really see the omnipresence of phones, both as just a thing that characters have, but also as a narrative device. The way that we used to have split screens of people talking on the phone, like in His Girl Friday, you now have text popping up on screen. You see a lot of films relying on the convenience it provides narratively. Like, just from a filmmaking perspective, it's easier and cheaper to have someone type something on their phone and have it come up on the screen than do constant shot over shot. And it is such a mundane part of our lives that you could not do it in any of these films.
There are, though, lots of traditional film and TV plots that no longer make sense in the age of the smartphone.
Yeah, you can't really get away with a horror plot where you have no source of contact. Either you will make it this guy
I pulled a big clip.
So the way we use our phones is by definition very small screen, very uncinematic. Getting a text might be hugely exciting depending on who it's from, but watching someone get a text isn't usually very exciting. Have film and TV makers found any innovative ways of getting around that?
We've actually had variations of this for the past couple of decades now. Back when it was the Nokia, you had to hit the numbers individually to get the letters. Largely, I think we have decided to rely on pop-ups on screen. I think Sherlock actually did this incredibly effectively. They had a very simple font choice. They would have it properly framed in the shot. You would see when multiple people got a message at once. You wouldn't always see who the message was from, so you'd have an element of mystery to it.
So this is the BBC One series with Benedict Cumberbatch.
Sherlock in the modern world is the huge hook of that show. Of course he would use a phone. Of course he would troll people with text. Of course big plot points would happen through text message.
If you've all got texts, please ignore them. Yeah, well, just ignore that.
When it comes to, I guess, general internet use, it gets a bit more complicated because for whole generations of people, I think phones are the internet. It's, not the days where you had to go and sit at your desk with the giant monitor.
I'm hearing your modem sound in my head as you're saying it.
Even now, we don't have stories like that anymore because technology evolves and storytelling goes with it.
Are there examples of smartphones giving tech companies too much influence over what we're watching on film and TV? I'm thinking of the ubiquitous Apple logo.
Cinema has always loved product placement, almost pornographic shots of cars, that kind of thing. With technology, because everyone has some sort of smartphone now, maybe it's not necessarily an iPhone, we kind of excuse the product placement. I was thinking about this while watching Ted Lasso, which is a TV show on Apple, and everyone is using iChat and everyone is using an iPhone.
Actually, would you like to comment on the new picture of Elsie Richmond that just showed up online? What picture?
It's not especially subtle and it kind of gets away with it, but I think it's a sign of how ingrained this stuff is in our society, that this is just another way to market to us, and maybe you can make it narratively relevant.
What do you think about this thing that Ryan Johnson, the director, has spoken about? Apple have more or less de facto a clause that they can't have Apple products being used by villains.
Knowing that is just sort of hilarious because I think our prevailing image of like tech pros now is one of essentially evil, inept losers. Every time I see a Tesla or a Cybertruck in pop culture now, my thought is that character is a loser. I don't know if Apple has quite got that image. There's just so much competition for evil tech pros. But it is also just something that happens when you do product placement. This is the dark capitalistic underside of how a lot of films, especially very expensive films, get made. So it's no surprise to me that Apple will be like, we only want the lovely glowing heroes to use our amazing technology. It's not reflective of the real world, but that's, not the point of film, I guess.
Having an internet-connected device in our pockets has also changed human culture and psychology in more profound and difficult to define ways that we're still probably getting to grips with. Are there any filmmakers who are getting into that nitty-gritty or attempting to describe what that is like on screen?
One filmmaker who I found has had a really interesting take on how the internet has shaped us has been Jane Schoenberg, who directed I Saw the TV Glow and We're All Going to the World's Fair. They're a trans-non-binary filmmaker, and their work is very heavily about how the sort of liminal state between real life and online can be both an incredibly isolating experience, but can also provide crucial community.
Hi guys, Casey here. Welcome to my channel. Today I'm going to be taking the words from Dementia.
I think Eddington, Ari Aster's film, which was about a town imploding in the middle of the COVID lockdown, was also incredibly smart about the ways that technology contributed to what we now refer to as brain rot, and sort of left us all falling into a really dangerous rabbit hole of paranoia and conspiracy and post-truth.
If you look into that lab in Wuhan, China, and you go to that lab in Wuhan, that was established, it was 1946. Of course, that's the year Tom Hanks was born, the first coronavirus.
You're right. You should think twice. Because the people of Edmonton were dumb.
Your pain is not a coincidence. You are not a coincidence. We are not a coincidence.
I think this is another thing that a lot of entertainment is finding really difficult to capture about modern internet use, is it is incredibly fast, it is the instant dopamine rush, but it's also a complete bombardment of noise and a sort of proud stupidity. One of the reasons I was so taken with Eddington is it fully captured the horrible pain in your chest you get by lying stationary on your bed, swiping hour after hour. Film and TV is a very slow medium. It tends to be 2 or 3 years at best behind what's going on in the culture. I first got the internet, I think, when I was 15. So I had a few years to at least be reasonably normal. I can't imagine what it would have been like to grow up with the complete access to the world at your fingers and generative AI and social media and filters and radicalization and hate speech. I think maybe people are waiting for things to hopefully calm down a little before they start making films about it. Maybe once, we're all forced to wear those meta glasses or whatever, we'll be able to look back on smartphones and go, those were the halcyon days.
Pop culture critic Kayleigh Donaldson. Janexa Bravo is one filmmaker brave enough to tackle the smartphone era on screen, albeit with a film set in the now halcyon days of 2015. Released in 2020 and co-written with playwright Jeremy Harris, Janexa's film Zoe is based on a Twitter thread by Detroit waitress Asia Zola King. I asked Janexa if she was online enough to be aware of that very viral thread back in 2015.
Yeah, the day that it happened, I was on set. I remember looking down at my phone, and there were over 100 text messages, primarily in this one group chat. It was like a active sort of live response to it, and I think right before bed, I remembered, and I read it, and I immediately fell for it.
The radio story that you mean with bitch you fell out? It's coming on, but it's still suspect.
What did interest you about it as a film critic?
I really was attracted to the voice. I think on the surface, I don't know that I would have felt like I was the right person to make a film about the subject matter, sex trafficking and sex work. But because of the humor, it felt so right for me because it was about how do you inject the comedy into such serious subject matter, which, by the way, she had already done, right?
What you doing, Mike?
It just read like a movie. But I wasn't alone in that. I think a lot of the folks that had read it on Twitter also thought it was a movie. This is a film, you want to see this film, this is how I would cast it.
There's a consensus view that smartphones are inherently uncinematic. Did you share that view at the outset? Did you see the centrality of phones to the story as a problem for you as a filmmaker?
Yes and no. The story is told on a phone, but this happens a lot in letter directing too. I do direct a decent amount in television, and whenever there are phone inserts, like that truly feels like a moment of like cinema dying when your spirit dying. But it's kind of like hard to get away from a cell phone. And so I am always like trying to imagine like how else can we convey this thing. But sometimes it's a great fill in the blank, quick way to get to the next thing, right? Is like text on screen or whatever that is. So because I knew this story was told on a phone, and I also knew these characters would spend a lot of time on the phone, there's only one shot of a phone in the film. It was like, let's just make sure we do this one time. And yet, I don't think it feels obvious that we're not featuring a phone because they're so inherent to the infrastructure, right? Like, while we're not looking at cell phones, the sound of cell phones are a part of the music. There's like a screen grab that happens in the movie. There's like a moment where footage is shot. There's just like Hannah Montana song that happens in the middle of the road trip.
And it feels like they're shooting themselves on their phones.
Yeah, and they were. They shot it themselves. So I think like I'm totally trying to embrace how so much of this technology has become an aspect of our everyday. Some of the issue with shooting cell phones is that a lot of that stuff feels rather like alienating and doesn't allow you to get closer. And so I thought, we're going to embrace this, but how do we make it still feel like open? Rather than seeing a character send a text message, what if they were just spoken, right? But what if they were spoken in a rhythm that kind of matched the music of typing on a phone so that it didn't sound like their speaking voice, but it sounded as if you're like talking to yourself while you're writing the text?
Hey. Last month, I went dancing at this cute spot in Florida where my roommate's girl made like 5 G's a week. My roommate just told me that he going out there tomorrow, and he asked me if I had any friends that want to make some money, and you the first bitch I
There's also these great soundtrack motifs, which for me are really evocative. The twittering of the birds, also the kind of harpsichord. Did it take a while to land on those?
Some of them are written into the script. I think the main thing is that, like, whenever a line is directly pulled from the thread, it was to homage it. But the composer, Nick Levy, is such an inventor. He's amazing.
One of the things that's fascinating about it is that whole kind of aspect of culture moves really fast. And there's some stuff that does feel over time, but there's lots of stuff that still feels constant and prescient, yeah. I wonder what are the parts of Zola that speak to a particular moment in time and which parts for you are more continually relevant?
Oh my God, we made the movie in 2018 and it takes place in 2015. And something that was important was to treat 2015 as if it was nostalgic. 2015 is 11 years ago. We're still in the Obama years. That's like a different planet. The real Zola was, I think, 18 or 19 years old when this happened. Something that felt important to us collectively was to look through that lens that one looks through as a teenager, where, like, the idea of mortality doesn't exist. At that age, I was probably likely to say yes to someone that I didn't really know without asking too many questions. That would be a lot harder today. And so, like, having that spirit, right, where it's like things couldn't end poorly and all the doors are open and you just say yes. And I guess from this current vantage point, like, the world feels a lot less innocent. I think even for very young people, it feels like we've invited them into a less generous, less kind terrain.
What's your own relationship with your phone like?
Deeply negative. Absolutely hateful. I can't do that. If I were to make that movie now, there's, like, a lot of new good jokes I'd put in it. You know, like when the phone tells you how long you spent on it.
Yeah.
The rudest, line. You know?
Shit, Dad.
Who asked for this? Nobody wanted this. But, yeah, no, I have a bad relationship to the phone.
Well, welcome to the club. Filmmaker Janica Bravo. Zola is widely available and you should watch it, it's brilliant. And if you want to hear more about the work of I Saw the TV Glow filmmaker Jane Schoenbrunn, I interviewed them about Buffy the Vampire Slayer chat rooms, among other things, in our Vampires episode, which is available now on BBC Series. Mark, I need to ask you another question about contemporary phone etiquette while watching films as the oracle of this. Is it okay if I'm scrolling on my phone while I'm watching a film, but I'm not just shopping, I'm looking up the biographies of the character actors in the film?
No.
Really?
Well, no, despite the fact that actually that's something that your television will often do. You know, if you're, for instance, when you're streaming it, it'll tell you who the people are in the scene, what the piece of music is, probably where you can buy the jumper that the lead up to.
I did find out something interesting about Miracle Mile, though, that great film, which kicks off with
brilliant film.
The lead actors in that, Anthony Edwards and Maya Winningham, after 30 years of knowing each other, only recently got married in 2021. They eloped. They've been with other people in between.
Okay, that's a really interesting fact, but I'm still annoyed at you for having found it out whilst you were watching the movie.
It enhanced my enjoyment.
It's interesting. I was thinking when listening to that discussion that now the mobile phone, the smartphone, the thing that it does, both in life and in films, that's much more important than phone calls is everything else. It's not just text messages, not just Twitter messages. There's a film last year, actually a very decent little horror thriller called Drop, about a woman in a restaurant who starts getting digi-drops on her phone, messages on her phone that can only be being dropped from somewhere in the vicinity.
Yeah.
So someone in the restaurant is sending her these threatening messages.
Yeah.
But absolutely the last thing that anyone does on a phone now is talk.
I think that's interesting, though, because surely this is just another option or another range of options for, like, the innovative, creative filmmaker to actually engage with how we really use phones in our lives. Like someone like Janica Bravo, who I really admire because of how Zola, instead of sidestepping the whole issue of smartphones, ubiquity, actually engaged with it, embraced it. And I think she does a really good job in that conversation of drilling down to exactly what the problem with phone use is from a filmmaker's perspective. And that's why she solved the problem so well. The problem is that it feels alienating to the audience and doesn't invite you in. It's like, how do we let the audience into this really intimate space between my mind and my phone?
But it was interesting, the thing about actually there are very, very few phone shots in the film. And also, I think the most important thing about Zola, despite the fact the Twitter thread thing was the thing that got everyone hooked on it, it is just a really remarkably dramatic story, first and foremost, and they don't forget that.
Yeah, I think there's something in this thing that actually, one of the first things a lot of people saying, long before even Janica Bravo came on board the project, was this should be a movie. Now, there's
from. You know, so I think we shouldn't underestimate the extent to which this is kind of a symbiotic relationship.
The only thing that really ages a movie is a movie being set on the cusp of something. And a classic example of this for me is a film that I love, Hackers, the Ian Softley film, which is a film in which these young people, they've got laptops and they're hacking big things. But in order to do it, they have to go to phone boxes to connect their laptop computers through a modem in order to be able to hack these big oil companies and the rest of it. And it's that thing that exists on the cusp of technology as well, but it hasn't quite arrived yet.
Anything really fashionable now is going to be really unfashionable.
Which again is another reason why Zola is right. That thing about almost referring to 2015 as if it was a nostalgic halcyon. It's something in the past. It's an age that's gone.
Do you know the Park Chan-wook film Decision to Leave?
Yes.
Quite a recent one.
Yes.
I think that's a lovely example as well of, first of all, it has a kind of almost 1940s, 1950s romantic sort of vibe to it generally, but it does engage with how two lovers or two people in an intimate relationship use their phones. And his technique, which I think works really well, is to have the camera appear to be almost within the phone. So the audience point of view is like you are the phone.
So that's sort of the problem that you were talking about the lack of intimacy.
Exactly. So you're seeing the face of the actor as he's receiving a text message, and it really captures that quite intense emotion of phone use, but like in a way that is surprisingly cinematic.
So to return to our original question, Alan, have smartphones ruined cinema just like they ruined our lives?
Well, maybe not on the basis of some really good films like Zola and Decision to Leave and Drop, but it is still hanging in the balance, I think. I think we need more smart filmmakers to make smart films to go with our smartphones.
I just called to say I love you.
That's it for this episode of Screenshots. All our previous episodes are on BBC Sounds, where you can also subscribe.
In our next episode, we've decided to sort out our differences in the most gentlemanly fashion, putting on our gloves and facing off in the ring with an episode devoted to boxing.
I'll be in the red corner, you'll be in the blue corner.
And we'll be playing according to the Marquis of Queensberry rules.
Or if you insist. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Ellen and Mark will return at the same time next week. Screenshot was a Prospect Street production produced by Jane Long for BBC Radio 4. Safavid Lives next tells the real stories of ordinary people whose lives were affected by the regime in the Islamic Republic of Iran and looks at the challenges they faced. And following that, it's Call Humorous, says Winifred Robinson.
Today we want to hear from you about leasehold homes. If you've bought one, a house or a flat, how's it worked out? Give us a call, 03700 100 444. Now, the terms of a lease may sound dull and technical, but rising ground rents and steep service charges have made some properties, flats in particular, unmortgageable. In London and in other prime city centre sites, it's a problem. Some people have been left in deep financial trouble. Reform is underway and we'll be explaining where we are with that and offering some advice, but we really want to hear from you. What is your experience of buying a leasehold home? Here's that number again, 03700 100 444. The lines are open now.
Now on Radio 4, Rametta Nazar was a journalist in Tehran when she began writing City of Lies, Love, Sex, Death and the Search for Truth in Tehran, published in 2014. It tells the real stories of people whose lives were affected by the regime, stories that were often censored. Some names and details have been changed to protect people. This is Episode 2, Samara, written and read by Rametta Nazar. Sumaya was 17 and in the neighborhood of her birth, Maidan al-Khorasan, east of the bazaar in South Tehran and as old as the city itself. The day had begun like any other, at 6 in the morning with her daily prayers. She breakfasted with her beloved father, Hajjah, sipping her tea as he read the conservative daily Kayhan newspaper that he brought on his way back from the baker's. She then wrapped her black chador around her and walked to school with her younger brother, Mohammed Reza. The city was already at full throttle, roaring into the morning. There was never a gradual awakening in this part of town, just a sudden bang of activity that burst onto the streets. A line of shopkeepers were hosing down their patches of pavement. The The day's newspapers were piled in stacks on the ground next to the tobacconist's stand. The Supreme Leader's face stared up from some of them. The headlines speaking of martyrs, Zionists, blackmail in America. Iran's heavy fist smashes the face of imperialism. Made on the horizon is a small island, and Somaya had seen its shores slowly eroded by waves of modernity and youth. Shiny marble slabs and glossy stone cladding have risen up from the ruins of old houses, oiled by backhanders to foremen and civil servants to avoid expensive earthquake-proofing regulations. Yet religious working-class values remain at the core of Maidan Khorasan. Its residents battle to keep social structures in place. For families like Somaya's, religion means living by the words of the Quran and the Supreme Leader's fatwas to earn a place in paradise. In the knot of streets surrounding Somaya's home, most of the women still wear chadors, as they have done for hundreds of years. At school, the lessons were predictably uninspiring, and Somaya concentrated on her daydreams of life as an actress, an absurd fantasy considering that she was in agreement with her parents that acting was a dubious profession suited to those with loose morals. At break time, the girls discussed the latest gossip. They were hooked on the Islamic-approved soap operas, where the evildoers were clean-shaven Iranians with old Persian names like Cyrus and Darius, and the heroes had Muslim names and beards. About half the pupils had satellite television at home and obsessively watched Latin American telenovelas on Farsi One, the Dubai-based channel part-owned by Rupert Murdoch. Somaya's father declared foreign television an unnecessary and un-Islamic extravagance, and no amount of pleading could change his mind. At 2 o'clock, just before the end of school, the girls were summoned by the headmistress, Dovdak, an angry woman with the face of a bulldog and the waddling gait of a duck. Tahira Azimi has been expelled for having improper relations with a boy, barked Dovdak. There was a collective gasp. Everyone knew about the incident. Tahira had not been to school since it happened, but nobody had been expelled before. It took over 5 minutes for Dovdak to calm the girls. She shuffled her big bottom across the room and launched into a lecture about modesty and God, lying to your parents, and the corrupting influence of satellite television. It did not matter that Tahira Azimi's hymen was still intact, that she really lied, or that her family had never owned a satellite dish. The fact that she'd been caught leaving a boy's house while his parents were out was enough to brand her a whore. Dovdak soon ran out of steam, her crusade interrupted by stabs of hunger brought on by the succulent smell of grilled shishlik that was wafting through the windows. The girls grouped urgently outside the school gates. She's perverse. Remember her notebook, the one filled with porn? Said Nargis, referring to Tahira's pencil pictures of nudes. Even though all the girls in Somaya's year were virgins, a handful had experienced illicit encounters, mostly with their cousins, who were the only males they were allowed to be in contact with. Mansoura and her cousin had fondled each other a year ago, and afterwards she was convulsed with shame. She took the palliative measure of viciously condemning any turpitude she encountered. She was in a perpetual state of disgust. I always thought it was weird the way she made such a point of telling us all she didn't like makeup. It was like she was trying to prove something, hide something, battered Nika, whose real name was Setabash, which she had deemed ugly and old-fashioned. Nearly half the girls in Somaya's class had adopted names that they thought sounded more chic than their own. Somaya had a flair for appearing tolerant without sabotaging her own moral reputation. This made her popular with everyone, not just her own kind. Strong principles, a demure appearance, and religious fervor meant that the Hezbollahi girls considered her as one of their own, and they were always the hardest to crack. Hezbollahis are the most zealous defenders of the regime, using religion and politics to ensure its survival. Somaya never looked down on the poorer girls. Even the Western-looking girls, and there were only a few of them in the school, did not feel judged by her. But Somaya did judge them. Somaya believed the way you clothed yourself was a litmus test for morality. Somaya and her friends strongly believed that the hijab should be enforced. The girls were not to be blamed for their misogynist views. They had been fed the regime's line on hijab since birth. The government had two basic tactics: to warn of the physical dangers of bad hijab, which was judged to be asking for it, and to disseminate a culture of shame. A recent billboard campaign showed a picture of two boiled sweets, one that had been opened and one that was still in its wrapper. The sweet that had been opened was surrounded by three flies looking ready to pounce. Underneath were the words, "Veil is security." Sumaya loved her chador. It was part of her sunnet, her culture. It symbolized far more than respect for tradition. The simple black cloth stood for modesty and piety, for supplication to God in a spiritual, ordered world where rules were in place to protect. It was all these things and more. It was her oversized comfy cardigan, hiding her when she had her period and she was feeling bloated. It was her protector, concealing hints of curves from men's lustful stares. Her favorite look was black chador, skinny jeans and Converse trainers. The juxtaposing of old and new. A dual-purpose ensemble that kept her simultaneously connected to God and fashion. But most of all, she wore her chador because of her father, Hajaza. For him, it was the only acceptable form of hijab. A girl in a chador is like a rosebud, the beauty hidden inside, making it all the more beautiful and closer to God, he would say. Modesty was serious business in Hajaza's household. The only men who'd ever seen Sumaya's hair, or even her bare arms, were her father and her brother Muhammad Reza. In Sumaya's Tehran, it was inappropriate for even her dearest uncles to set eyes on her slim body. As she turned the corner into the street, she saw them. Tahira Azimi and her elderly parents were standing by a small van laden with their possessions, fleeing in shame back to the village they came from. Tahira Azimi had never fitted in. Her parents seemed normal, poor and working class. They prayed and her mother only ever wore the chador in public. They were sturdy country people, but the city had sucked the vitality out of them. The transition to the city had been less painful than they had expected. Although Tehran's brash, ugly urbanity, its motorways, concrete floor rises and festering underbelly suggest an impersonal metropolis, hidden in its seams is the stitching that holds the city together. The bloodlines, the clans, the kindness, the prying and the meddling. Tahira's family soon stumbled on distant relatives and friends, but their new community did not last long. Many around them were felled by heart disease, cancer, and medical incompetence. As their lives contracted, they became more solitary, leaning in towards each other, with Tahira at their center. The net began closing in on them, too. Tahira's mother suffered a stroke. They had no medical insurance, and her father, Sadek, juggled 3 jobs. Tahira began working as a seamstress in the tiny back room of a dressmaker's shop in a shopping mall on Folias Street, a job that was kept a secret. There were whispers if people found out that Tahira was a working girl at 16, even if her time was spent with a semi sewing machine sitting opposite an Afghan tailor in his 70s. Valias opened a new world for Tahira. Just over 11 miles from top to bottom, lined on either side by thousands of tall sycamore trees, it runs from the north of Tehran to the south, connecting the rich and the poor, the religious and the secular, tradition and modernity. Tahira spent all her free time walking up and down Valias, past the teenagers hanging out in coffee shops and fast food joints, marveling at its beauty, which seemed to intensify the further north she ventured. It was on one of these trips that she bumped into Hassan, the son of a neighbor. He had come to look at football kits in the sports shops on downtown Valias, near Monire Square. Away from family and neighborhood spies, they spoke differently to each other, at once understanding the other's need to discover a world outside the Maidan. The chance meeting became a treasured weekly tryst. Tahira started reading Zanan, a daring women's magazine that covered everything from literature to sex and argued for gender equality. Tahira visited exhibitions and plays. She was a gifted artist, but her teachers were not interested in drawing and painting. Only her parents understood the remarkable talent of their girl, but they had neither the money nor the educational foresight to encourage her.
Tahir's parents were religious and traditional, but they came from a liberal village. Her father, Sadegh, thought the revolution had been a big mistake, and he still lamented the fall of the Shah. He believed that the hijab should not be compulsory. It was a matter of personal choice, and one's relationship with God was private. He never drank, but was not against alcohol. He thought modernity was not at odds with Islam. Sadegh also believed that people should be virgins until marriage, but he thought that relations between men and women were nobody's business but their own. Sadegh soon realized his views did not belong in Maidan Khorasan, so he kept them to himself, truths only shared with his wife and child. When Hassan's mother returned home and discovered Tahir there, she was so enraged that she called the police, telling them there was a prostitute in her house. The police took Tahir to the station and summoned her father. Sadegh told the officers his daughter was pure and begged them to release her. They mocked his village accent and spoke down to him as though he were a simple peasant. Your daughter behaves like a whore and you defend her. Where's your honor? Is that what they do in the villages? They'd have stoned her from where you come from. They all laughed, not knowing that life in his northern village had not changed much since the revolution. In some ways it was more liberal than the laws enforced by the police in Tehran. As for Hassan, he got a few hearty slaps on the back from his friends. Only his best friend knew the truth, that he and Tahir had fallen in love, that they spent their time visiting art galleries and listening to Pink Floyd. They had only ever dared to kiss. Tahir did not notice Samaya loitering at the corner of the road, waiting for her and her parents to leave. It would not have surprised her, since everyone had cut her off. Safavid's Love, Sex, Death and the Search for Truth from Tehran was written and read by Ramita Nidhi, and it was abridged and produced by Lee Kemp. It was BBC Scotland audio production for Radio 4. Later, Radio 4 examines the challenges facing girls and young women in Britain today. Teenage girls from across the country talk about the girls this afternoon and all this week at 1:45.
The stories we tell.
About the people we know.
And the places we love.
What is made here?
Their stories made of here.
If you could go anywhere in the world, where would you go?
Glasgow.
So where are you from then?
England, Lebanon.
Favorite part of the world?
I just moved about around so much.
Made of Belfast.
Liverpool, Glasgow,
Manchester.
Cardiff.
Made of here.
Because this is our BBC.
BBC News at midday. Tracking data analysed by the BBC shows 4 ships linked to Iran have crossed the Strait of Hormuz, despite the United States imposing a blockade of Iranian ports. The blockade came into effect yesterday after peace talks between Washington and Tehran and Pakistan ended without agreement at the weekend. Reports suggest negotiating teams could return to Islamabad for more talks as early as the end of this week. Fawaz Georges, an expert on international relations and the Middle East, believes both sides are looking for a way out.
The United States nor Iran wants renewal of hostilities. In particular, President Trump does not really have the luxury of basically restarting the war. There is considerable domestic opposition in the United States. The economic consequences in the United States are very dire. Inflation is 3.3%. The world economy has slowed down. American consumers are feeling the pain.
The U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is to attend talks in Washington between Israel and Lebanon to discuss the ongoing fighting between Israel and the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah. That conflict is being seen as a strain on the ceasefire in Iran. Our Middle East correspondent Yolande Naz says there are a lot of obstacles to peace.
The Lebanese government have really insisted that there must be a ceasefire first between Israel and Hezbollah before the talks can advance. The Israelis have rejected that idea. They're continuing their operations, they say, against Hezbollah. They're saying that there must first be Hezbollah disarmament. Hezbollah, for its part, completely rejects the idea that these talks
Labour Defence Secretary Lord Robertson has warned that the UK is underprepared for war because of the ever-expanding welfare budget. He's also expected to use a speech later to say there is corrosive complacency within Britain's political leadership towards defence. The government says it's delivering on the Strategic Defence Review. The leader of the Conservatives, Tommy Badenoch, has described the situation as existential. The Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy, has approved a £575 million takeover of the Telegraph newspaper group. It's being bought by the German media company Axel Springer, which also owns Politico and Business Insider. The National Lottery is to nearly double the chance of winning a prize every week and introduce a new £1 billion draw after striking a deal with the US lottery Powerball. It's the biggest revamp of the game since its launch in 1994. The organisers hope that more people playing will help them double the money raised for good causes to £60 million a week. Tom Simons reports.
Currently, around 8 out of 9 lottery entries result in players winning nothing at all. From June, every entry will get 2 chances to win, with draws every Wednesday and Saturday. 1 in every 4.9 entries will win a prize. That means the number of people winning £1 million or more will increase from an estimated 140 a year to 345. Allwyn, the operator of the National Lottery, has also done a deal with the US mega lottery Powerball, so UK players will be able to enter and compete for a share of £1 billion jackpot, so big it will be paid out over 30 years.
The Irish folk singer Moya Brennan, who found fame as a member of Clannad, has died at the age of 73. The group formed in the early 1970s and sold more than 10 million albums worldwide. Clannad's hits include Harry's Game and In a Lifetime with Bono. Speaking to the BBC in 2023, Moya Brennan explained what it was like working with him.
Bono came in and he just didn't care what people thought. He was saying even stupid things or going for notes that weren't proper or whatever. But if you don't reach for those notes, you won't find that extra, gem. And it just taught me a lesson so much that anytime I'm in the studio, I'll try anything.
BBC News.
Later tonight, are white working-class girls falling behind when it comes to school attendance and attainment? Ireland 4 investigates this evening at 8 o'clock. But now on Radio 4, it's time for Call You and Yours with Winifred Robinson.
Yes, hi, and welcome to our phone-in. We want to talk about buying property leasehold today, houses and flats. Call us, tell us about your experience. Here's the number, 03700 100 444. Now, leasehold might sound dull and technical, and it can be complicated, but it is absolutely vital to understand it if you're buying a home that way. Steep and rising service charges have made some homes unmortgageable and left their owners in deep, deep financial trouble. So what is your experience of buying a leasehold home? Here's that number again, 03700 100 444. 03700 100 444. Our expert guest today is Liam Spendiner. He's a commercial litigation solicitor. He's also a trustee of the Leasehold Knowledge Partnership. That's a charity that offers advice and campaigns for change, and it works with MPs in the all-party parliamentary group on leasehold reform. Liam, I know that despite being a solicitor, you became involved in this through personal experience of being pretty burned with it. Tell us briefly, if you would, what happened to you?
Yes, thank you for having me on. So in 2019, I was a first-time buyer, and I bought a flat and found it was affected by cladding. And when I started asking questions about how those charges would be passed to us, I wasn't happy with the answer. And for most of the last 5 years, I've been in dispute with my own landlord, including taking a case to the Court of Appeal last December, which we won, thankfully. But it's turned into a home ownership nightmare rather than a home ownership dream. It's perhaps the best way I can put it.
Well, Liam, I'll come back to you, but we'll just leave your microphone open so you can jump into this conversation anytime you want to. What is your experience of buying a leasehold home? Here is the number to call, 03700 100 444. We've got some callers waiting. Let me start with David in Manchester, because, David, I know you bought a flat. Is it called Beetham Tower? That great big tower on Deansgate in Manchester. It's one of the landmark buildings in the city.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, thanks for having me on. I purchased a flat in Beetham Tower in 2013, and very similar situation to what sounds like Liam went through. the building was found to have serious defects the year later in 2013. We sent them resolved. They were taken to court in 2019, and the landlord lost. And the judge ordered that the building was in a state of disrepair, and to get the repairs fixed within 18 months. We subsequently sold the building to another subsidiary, which was surveyed auction, and we're still in the same position now. We're just dealing with lots of ever-increasing service charges, no answers to any questions from the management firm, and any justification on why these service charges have gone up. We're talking about 54% increase over the last 5-year period. My service charge is currently on a standard 2-bed flat around $600 a month.
Wow, gosh, that's so steep, isn't it? You must feel so sick about it. Can I ask you what you paid for this flat and whether you would be able to sell it?
Yeah, I paid $250,000 for it, and I remortgaged it in 2020, and it was valued at $450,000. But then, literally, I tried to sell it the year later, and that's when I realised that what a mess everything was in, because the estate agents were saying, look, you're going to struggle selling this. It's no one will touch it. You're only going to be able to sell it to cash buyers. And then as I went sort of investigate it further, I just found out that the building's just toxic. No mortgage company will touch it. I got offered $150,000 for the apartment.
Wow, for something you paid $250,000 for in 2013, you've been offered $150,000. Yeah. How does that affect you though, personally? That's serious, isn't it? The flat.
Yeah, massively, because the mortgage company. I'm even questioning that now. I don't even know why they let me the money, because I'm in a position now where if I don't sort something out within the next 12 months, I'm probably going to have to file for bankruptcy. It's you've got £600 a month in service charges, £250 a month in council tax, £100 a month in bills. So before you even pay a mortgage, you're £1,200 in. It's just not sustainable.
Steve Spender from the Leasehold Knowledge Partnership. There is reform, isn't there, coming because of this sort of great tidal wave of people in situations like David's, and obviously this is extreme where the building itself has defects, but still it's reached a point where his service charges, the state of the building is such that he's bought something that is massively dropped in value, and it's impossible to sell except to a cash buyer. Is there anything coming that might help him?
Yes, I mean, David's situation is extreme, but it's not uncommon to find that leaseholders have been dumped with the consequences of poor construction. I mean, in David's case, I don't know whether it's possible to access public funding, the Building Safety Fund, or whether, in David's case, I suspect the developers are no longer around, but developers have also taken responsibility or been forced to take responsibility for the developer remediation contract. Whether that would be a route to resolving the building, but there are many examples of buildings like David's where they've fallen between the cracks. In terms of statutory reform, there is the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act 2024, which does contain provisions for better transparency of service charges, but it won't address the issue that's at the core of this, which is the lack of control leaseholders have over their buildings.
I should say the developers obviously are not here to answer any criticism of them. It just does seem very hard, this, doesn't it, for people like David? I mean, talk about learning the hard way. Can I ask you, Ian, what you should do then when you are buying a flat or a house and it is leasehold? Is it possible for anybody listening to protect themselves from the sort of situation that David is now in?
There is no way of determining whether the building's been constructed in accordance with building regulations, because the conveyancing process only looks for whether the correct certificates are in place. And if you buy a building that's later discovered to have defects, unless the developer picks up responsibility for it's remediated through public funds, the only way to resolve it is through litigation, which involves picking up with your neighbours, because that's the only way to reform consumer protection here, but I think the best advice I could give is don't scrimp on conveyancing. Make sure that you are getting all the information before you exchange contracts.
And David, you've done that, haven't you? You've got together, you've taken the owners to court, and there's an order against them, but still nothing happened.
Yeah, well, that is an assurance. The building is in two parts. The bottom part is a hotel, which was evacuated, and then above it was residential apartments. They're both on the ODM, that took the lead action in 2019, and they're successful. But we have set up an action group on the building because I did speak to some barristers about the situation, and their kind of plan is to put together and to get some people, as a group action, because essentially the building is in the same state as it was when the last government was made. So nothing's changed, and I think the evidence of litigation in the building have actually sort of come to the government about the situation, and I think it's David Park, and I hope it's David Park, because it doesn't cover, I think the one that Ian was referring to was the Glencoe Tower thing, which was mainly sort of fire related, but because our building isn't to do with that, then that's the problem that we've had on that front.
Oh, David, I'm so sorry to hear that story. Thank you so much for getting in touch. What's your experience of buying property leasehold? Give us a call, 03700 100 444. Perrin Betches in Cheshire. Perrin, I know that your property, the one that you are now looking after and have the responsibility for, belongs to your parents. Tell us about it, please.
Yes, it's an counter-terrorism facility, and our parents downsized from their bungalow to this two-bedroom apartment, which is quite a well single, dancing with abuse, activities going on in the property, and they're responsible to stay there and have carers on site. They paid $155,000 for it in 2016, and we just can't sell it. Initially, the service charge was around about £385 a month.
It's a lot, but obviously they would say that it included all those extra things you described.
No, it didn't. It didn't include the care. That was extra. We had to pay for care on top of that.
Okay.
But the bistro that was supposed to be on site in the 10 years that we know of that my parents were there, I would say probably out of that 10 years, no more than 3 years the bistro was operational. And the leaseholders, they bought these properties on the basis that there was going to be a bistro there so that people who were older, presumed to be over 55 to live there. So elderly people were able to get a hot meal every day. The bistro just had to be open for more than a week. Behind your rules if I say 3 years.
So
it's a bit less than that.
Your parents paid $155,000 for it?
Yeah.
What is the situation with it now? Perrin, have we lost
So many properties in the building that are for sale and they can't sell, but they don't want it on their books.
So
they had it up for auction.
We lost the little first bit of that, your line dropped out. Did you say that you're meant to be able to sell it back to the developer?
No, they won't buy it.
Okay.
We've tried local agents, and because they've got so many of these properties in the same building on their books, they don't want to take it on. So we decided the landlord don't want you to go to auction, but we said, well, we can't sell it, so we're going to get an auctioneer to come and auction it. So we put it on at a reserve of 60 and didn't have any interest whatsoever. Currently, I think there are 10 buildings or 10 apartments in the building up for sale. Some of them have been on the market for over 3 years and none of them are selling. The service charges at the height of the service charge fiasco went up to £768 a month. That was in 2024, when inflation was 4%, the increase was 12%. In 2023, when inflation briefly went up to 11%, their service charges increased by 34%. So
I think in 2025 there was some kind of ruling and they had to reduce the service charge and it went down to £740 in 2025. And now it's gone down to 529. But it's still people that were on pension. That's virtually, all their pension gone.
State pension.
Yeah.
Your parents, I think, died, didn't they? And you now have this responsibility. You're still expected to pay the service charge even though no one is living in their flat.
Yes, even though no one has been living in the property for, well over 12 months, probably 18 months it's been empty, but we still have to pay the service charge. And the electricity or the utilities for the property are over £250 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment that nobody is living in. So no one's using any gas, nobody's using any electricity, but they're still having to pay £250 a month for utilities, which is included in the service charge. But nevertheless, I think that amount for a very small, supposedly well insulated, because it's quite a new build, apartment is somewhat excessive. My sister lives in a 4-bedroom detached house, and her electricity is £60 a month. So, and she cooks a lot. Dad wasn't doing any cooking. The carers would supply microwave meals in the microwave for them. So how can you charge £250 a month for utilities? It just beggars belief, really.
We've had people like her on New and News in the past regularly discussing this business of somebody buys one of these properties and then when they die the property isn't worth anything like what they hoped they would be leaving their family. In the case of Karen, the service charge is so high that no one would be interested in buying it, and that you've left your heirs this ongoing debt, this huge service charge to pay even though nobody is living in the flat. Is there anything in the changes that are coming that you mentioned that would help anyone in Karen's situation?
Well, I mean, perhaps one of the most scandalous aspects of Leasehold is dedicated retirement housing. And this situation isn't at all uncommon where the flats are built new and then plunge in value. I mean, again, the issue is lack of transparency and lack of control by residents living in these buildings. But obviously, it's very difficult for older people to take advantage of the rights they do have. So service charges can be challenged at the third tier tribunal in England or the Leasehold Valuation Tribunal in Wales, but they will need legal help with doing that, and they'll have to get like-for-like quotations showing that services could be provided cheaper to the same standard and cheaper. That's one way of going about it. I don't know enough about the specific case to say whether there's any claim that could still be brought against the developer. It would depend on how long ago the flat was sold and whether there's a claim for misrepresentation, for example, that things were promised that were not delivered or not delivered to the standard they were promised when the flat was bought, or whether there's a potential claim for breach of contract. But again, the issue with everything I'm saying is the onus is on the residents to sort all this out, and it's obviously wrong to expect homeowners to be litigants about service charges, but that's unfortunately the only remedy there is currently.
Karen, is there anything that you're planning to do or that you think you might be able to do?
Well, I don't see what we can do really, because other than saying, we've asked the council actually if they would compulsorily purchase it, because there's this big thing with empty properties that councils will compulsorily purchase properties, and they weren't interested. They said because it's specifically for over 55s, they wouldn't be interested in buying it.
Are you allowed to sublet it?
No, we can't sublet.
And
because we thought well, if we could just sublet it, if someone would pay the service charges, they could live in it, and just pay the service charges, but we're not allowed to do that.
And would you consider doing what Liam has just suggested, maybe getting together and trying to challenge what you're being charged through the courts?
this is the thing. Nobody's got the time or energy to be doing all this kind of thing, and particularly in this situation, because it's older, vulnerable people who are living there. They haven't got the mindset to get involved with things like that, really. So I think older people in these extra care housing properties are being taken advantage of.
Karen, thanks so much for coming on. Thank you. What is your experience of buying a leasehold home? Call us 03700 100 444. Joe is in Salisbury. Joe, tell us your experience.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
So I was in a position of having remarried, sold a property, relocated to the village, and I had some finance left over. And I decided to buy a 2-bedroom property in Salisbury. It's a purpose-built block, 6 flats, leasehold. And the idea was when my son came back from university, they'd be able to live there. And I knew they wouldn't want to live remotely because they need to have driving licence. So the monthly management fee at the time was £100, which I was happy to pay. And then last year it increased to £148 for no obvious reason, really. Then over this last Christmas period, we noticed watermarks on our hallway ceiling. And a few days later, after torrential downpour, we had water permanently dripping through the smoke detector, through the actual ceiling. And I contacted the management company and sent photos, and I sent a builder out to complete a survey, which he did. And he found that the plasterboard was soaking wet, the insulation was soaking wet, and it was caused by leaks around the ridge tiles and the hip, and that's where the water was coming in. In addition to that, I'd recently refitted and redecorated the ensuite bathroom because mould had started appearing, and as soon as the work was completed, within weeks, the mould came back and was then spreading along the external wall of my son's master bedroom. So I asked the builder to take a look at that while he was there, and he said that the guttering was insufficient for the volume of rain we were now experiencing, and that meant the external wall was permanently damp. So he took photos, he did his report. I was asked to get internal repair quotes. I did that. On the 30th of January, that was all sorted. And I've basically heard nothing since. I kept asking for a time frame or when work would start so that I could plan the interior work, but I couldn't do that until the exterior had been done. I was passed from pillar to post in terms of who to contact, but absolutely no one would reply to my emails. And then in March, I received a short email saying scaffolders quotes had been approved and they would advise when work would begin. And no one has replied to any emails I've sent since.
Oh, so how long have you been waiting, Joe? Sorry to cut you short. How long have you been waiting?
It's 4 months. So my fear really, so this year the charge has increased to £184. I also pay another £300 annually, and I tried to withhold that until I got some timelines. And then I was told that the financial company was actually a separate company, and if I didn't pay, the debt would be passed to a debt collector. So I paid, and then I got fined £25 for late payment, which kind of amused me.
That is so rich, isn't it? That you're fined for late payment, but they can take their time when you've got water and black mold.
I know, the irony is it all really.
Wow.
We have had an influx of silverfish, but we can't get rid of them until the source of the damp has been addressed. I tried the council, they don't do anything for the properties. Legal support feels prohibitively expensive at the moment. And I just feel now I'm paying a lot of money for a flat that I couldn't rent or sell even if I wanted to. And I'm just nervous that if another 4 months pass by, we'll be going back into autumn, back, when all the rain starts again, and then it will just further destroy the property.
Liam, in the reforms, the idea is that it will make it easier for people like Joe and other flat owners to come together, won't it, and to become freeholders of their own properties and to hire their own management firms if they want to, or manage a block themselves, depending on how many flats are in it, I guess. When do you think we're going to see that reform come in?
Yes, I mean, that's right. I mean, as the law currently stands, any purpose-built block of the type Joe's describing, as long as it's got no more than 50% commercial space, can exercise the right to manage. It needs 50% plus one of the leaseholders to club together, and then they will take over the management. They can appoint an agent or manage themselves.
When does that come in?
That's the law today.
Already there, okay.
And then as I mentioned, the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act 2024 contains measures that will make service charges more transparent, but it doesn't do anything about control of service charges. And in Jo's case, I think she already has a legal remedy. I mean, I obviously can't be too specific, but the lease will contain a clause, a covenant obliging the freeholder, the landlord, to effect repairs, which should be effected in a reasonable time. So I think that should be pointed out to the agent that these repairs haven't been effected in a reasonable time, and Joe may want to look to recover damages compensation for the delay. But unfortunately, Joe's situation of high-handed, inefficient managing agents who don't communicate is all too common. It's my experience as well, so I feel for Joe, but there's short of exercising the right to manage or buying the freehold, there's not a lot that can be done to control the situation, so the fallback is again litigation.
Liam, aren't there some new provisions where you no longer have to pay the freeholder's legal expenses if you want to come together and buy?
Correct. Yes.
So it should also be cheaper than it was to do it.
That's to buy the freehold or extend a lease. Those are also provisions in the Leasehold Act 2024, but they're not yet in legal effect. We're not entirely sure when they'll come into legal effect. It's the two issues preventing them coming into force are the government says there's drafting errors in the wording of the Act, which needs a new Act of Parliament to fix. And there's also a judicial review, so it's a group of five groups of freeholders have challenged the 2024 Act, including these provisions, on the basis that they interfere with their right to enjoyment of private property. And that's a case due to go to the Court of Appeal. So there is difficulty around commencing these changes, but of course successive governments have failed to get a grip of this problem. That's why we're in the state we're in.
So Joe, have you considered that you could go to a solicitor? This is obviously unfair, and Liam thinks that you have a case.
First of all, I did go back to the company and point out that they had an obligation to do repairs in a timely fashion. Still no reply. I did contact a lawyer. It's at the moment it feels prohibitively expensive, but if I thought I had a good case, then that is probably the way I have to go. I just, what makes me so mad is the injustice of why we have to go through it in the first place, just to get, what we signed up to in the first place, which was that a management company would look after the property.
Yeah.
It's the injustice of it, really, that's just so frustrating.
Yes, I can understand.
But yes, I guess that's where I'll have to go now.
Joe, thanks so much for getting in touch. What's your experience of buying a leasehold home? You can call us 03700 100 444. If you want to message us, you can email you and yours at bbc.co.uk. You can drop us a text to 84844. Got loads of messages coming in. This one from Susan Taylor. She says, I live in a bungalow on an estate in Norfolk. The service charge for maintaining the estate this coming year for each resident is £249 per calendar month. Internal work on our properties is down to us. It's paid by us. Any other work on the estate is added to the service charge. I feel the estate manager is paying for nothing to maintain and support our estate. They're just administrators doing who knows what, except getting good salaries that are paid by us. Liam Spender, isn't there something in the reform that stops what are called fleecehold charges, where a local authority can in effect be managing a new housing estate, but the residents find that they have a charge too, that this seems to be what Susan is referring to. They're responsible for their own homes, and yet there's another charge on top.
Yes, I mean, they're called estate rent charges, and it's because the local authority hasn't adopted the fabric of the estate, the roads, the sewers, the lights, the playground, and so on.
So Susan's wrong then. She's not paying for nothing. That's what she's paying for.
Well, I can imagine will have been set up that the cost of the estate maintenance fall on the householders. I mean, currently, again, we keep coming back to the Leasehold and Reform Act 2024. There is a whole group of provisions that would give householders equivalent rights to leaseholders in flats to get information and to challenge those charges if they were not happy with them. But currently, the only recourse would be a claim for breach of contract if things are being charged for but not provided, or charged for and there's no provision for them in the estate rent roll. So it's an unsatisfactory situation, but all too common because very many housing estates are not adopted by local authorities.
Okay, thanks so much for that, Liam. Let's go back to the phone lines. Hilary is in Bath. Hilary, tell us about your situation with the leasehold purchase.
Hello, yes. 3 years ago, we bought a house in Bath for $230,000. The estate agent pack didn't have any details about the maintenance charges, so it came as a bit of a shock when our solicitor gave us the information on it. And we were told in the leasehold information pack that there were £27,000 worth of work planned in the future, but that there was a sinking fund that we would be contributing to ensure that there were no sudden jumps in the service charges. So we felt that the costs were high, but at least we knew what they were. However, the costs have gone up in 3 years, they've gone up for the work that was been planned just for decoration from $27,000 to $50,000. And they've also added in some fire remedial works. So we're now looking at £67,000 for the building of 3 flats. And our contribution has gone up by 5 times. Last year we were asked to pay £1,500 into the sinking fund, and this year we've been asked to pay £7,500 into the sinking fund, bringing it to £8,500 service charge, which we think is an extremely high service charge. And how can anybody reasonably be expected to plan to suddenly have their service charge go up by that much?
Hilary, this service charge business seems to be a problem in all flats, and some of it is not the fault of the developers. So, for example, post-Grenfell, there are now extra fire safety requirements.
Right. I'm interested by the extra fire safety requirements. As I understand it, the extra fire safety requirements are who's responsible for ensuring fire safety is met. And we had fire risk assessment carried out in 21, so a couple of years before we bought the flat, which highlighted no major issues. They're proposing spending $18,000, which that's actually 3,000 of this year's contribution, £3,000 of our costs this year are towards this. But what we've been told is that they don't yet know what it's going to cost. They're just basing it on what it's cost them in other buildings. I don't understand how they can be charging us for this.
The other thing that they say, in fairness to developers, is that the cost of everything has risen. Obviously, the minimum wage has gone up. We've had soaring inflation, so the cost of materials has risen. So service charges rising seem to be a general problem wherever you are sharing the cost of maintaining a building.
I appreciate that, but it's doubled in 3 years. More than doubled. It's more than the rate of inflation.
Hilary, how many people are in the flat that you've bought into?
There are 3 flats in the house.
It's a house converted into flats. So,
yes.
Listening to what Liam has been talking about, where you could come together and you could challenge these prices, it would only be 3 of you to have to do that. That doesn't feel as unwieldy as it might be if there were, I don't know, 50 flats.
We certainly are well-aligned about we are going to pursue avenues available to us to rectify this. It seems like tribunal is the only way forward. And of course, that's quite costly, it's quite complicated and quite time-consuming.
so much that can be done with the 2024 bringing Madame C.J. but unfortunately the onus is still on the leasehold, and really we should be in a situation where the people who live in these buildings control them democratically from day one. That's the position in the rest of the world. It should be the position in England as well.
Henry, can I ask you, what effect does this have on you and your well-being? The fact that you have bought this flat in good faith and now are being asked to contribute £8,500 that you didn't know you were going to have to this sinking fund seems, potentially on an ongoing basis.
It is stressful for all three of us flat owners, trying to decide what to do next, what steps can be taken. I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning, most nights thinking, what should we be doing first? Should we be getting more quotes in to propose? Should we start the tribunal process? Should we be contacting our MP? Luckily, we've got a very supportive MP in Bath. She's been very supportive of consumer affairs. It's just thinking of what is the best step to take next.
Well, I wish you luck, Hilary. Thanks so much for getting in touch with us. Thank you. Now, Michelle Children lives in North London in a leasehold flat. And she wants to talk about something which is called marriage value. And this is something that kicks in when you have a lease on your property and it is running low. So before I bring you in, Michelle, this is a question that I perhaps should have asked you right at the start. Could you give us a brief explanation then of what this whole thing means? When you buy something leasehold and there is a freeholder.
Yes, so when you buy a flat, typically the structure is you buy a lease for a term of years, so 99 years, and somebody else, the freeholder, also called the landlord, owns the common parts of the building, so the walls, the roof, the corridors, the grounds around the building. So you're effectively in a landlord and tenant relationship. When your lease is a wasting asset, it's going to run out, and at the end of the term it goes back to the landlord.
The property goes back to the landlord.
Exactly.
Now that has been stopped, isn't it?
Well, you have the statutory right to extend a lease. Currently you can have 90 years to the lease of a flat. Again, from the 2024 Act will extend that to 999 years. But to exercise that right, you have to pay the freeholder compensation for the fact that the flat won't come back for another 90 years. And the ground rent that's separate from service charges, the ground rent is reduced to a peppercorn as part of the extension. But if your lease has less than 80 years to run when you exercise the right to extend, you have to pay 50% of the marriage value. The easiest way of describing that is a longer lease is worth more than a short one, and the difference between the two is marriage value. You pay half of that to the freeholder in addition to the compensation for the extra 90 years and the elimination of the ground rent. And this can significantly increase the cost of exercising the right. So you should generally never let a lease go below 80 years. When it gets to about 82 years, you want to look at exercising the right to extend, because these flats can become very difficult to mortgage, and you'll probably only be able to sell to a cash buyer if this issue arises.
Well, let me bring in Michelle. Michelle, tell us your story then about this flat and this marriage value.
Yeah, hi. So I bought the flat about 30 years ago, and I think it was already under 80 years. No one says normally about the fact that this marriage value exists. And then in 2018 we tried to extend the lease again. They came back with they wanted £148,000. Obviously a huge amount of money, you kind of play a game with you have the surveyor and you have to pay their fees and the solicitor's fees, and your solicitor goes back and forth trying to get them down. I got them down to 98,000, which is still a huge amount of money, had to remortgage, and spent nearly £6,000 on their fees and our fees. And then on the last day, because they give you a year to do this, they turned around and said they changed their mind. So we've been left still with a very low lease. Absolutely, it's serious, but it's really quirky of how the nation of government as well.
sometimes who can no longer borrow huge sums of money like this, maybe can't borrow any money. What's your understanding of what would happen if the lease just expires?
Well, I think they just take the lease back.
Yes, they call it forfeiture, don't they? Because I'll let somebody else say, okay.
I mean, the problem is there are lots of people stuck in this position, and because the government has promised to reform leasehold and abolish marriage vows, there's thousands of people in very similar positions to me who just stuck. We can't sell because obviously we can't get a mortgage on it. You prefer to cash buying, sharp, cash buyers, but we're essentially stuck because we don't know, what's going to happen with this, the High Court and the freeholders taking the government to court.
Liam, talk us through this because it has been challenged by the people who own these leases, and they lost this business of marriage value, didn't they? But they're appealing, is that right?
Correct. So three of the most important things in the 2024 Act are to abolish the requirement to pay marriage value, to abolish the requirement to pay the freeholders' legal and valuation fees, and to cap the amount of ground rent that can be taken into account when working out the price payable.
What should Michelle do? Just hang on, do you think, till this court case is over?
I mean, in Michelle's case in particular, if she's been exercising the statutory right, the freeholder can't pull out, and if it's refusing to complete the transaction, then she should have been advised to go to the tribunal and get an order fixing the price payable for the premium. So that might be something she wants to look at. I don't know all the ins and outs of Michelle's case.
But is it possible that if she hung on long enough and it goes through the Court of Appeal and so on, and that she might not have to pay anything at all or anything in this marriage value thing?
Yes, I mean, the freeholders brought their judicial review in their last October, and at the start of the month, the 1st of April, actually, they got permission to take it to the Court of Appeal, which doesn't necessarily mean they'll win, it just means there'll be an appeal, and I expect we won't have an answer to that until the middle of next year, possibly later. So the people who are in Michelle's position who are waiting, it's a difficult position to be in because if the freeholders lose, we still don't know when the act's going to come into force, and if they win, there may be more litigation, and we also still don't know when the act's going to come into force. So it's a very difficult position to be in, and people will need to take their own advice on their own circumstances, but generally the cost of waiting and letting the lease go below 80 years could be very significant.
Well, in Michelle's case already done that, hasn't it, Michelle? You're already below 80.
Yeah. That's right, definitely. I don't even want to think about how many years there are left, to be honest. Because I wake up in the middle of the night knowing that I'm taking
it's very
true. And it's not just me, there's thousands of people. It's like having, and it's the service charges as well. The service charges have massively gone up. Even though we don't have a caretaker anymore, they've just put them up by £200 every 3 months. And so we're paying £1,500 plus every 3 months. And we've got loads of works coming, which is probably going to cost about £20,000, which we need to find by the end of this year. And the roof, that's for the roof, and the roof was only done 20 years ago. But the company didn't do a very good job, so we've had to do it again. And you just feel like you've got this financial noose around your neck constantly. You have no agency over your life. Every bit of money you have goes straight into the freeholders' pockets.
I'm so sorry to hear the story, but thank you so much for sharing it with us, Michelle. Thank you. I think we could do with a couple of positive cases, couldn't we? We've got them now, some happy stories. So let me bring in Louise Loughrane in Gosport in Hampshire and James Wilcott in St Anne's in Lancashire, who have both made some headway with leasehold and what to do about it. So, Louise, tell us what you did.
The situation occurred because, like Hillary, we were paying a company huge amounts of money to give us quotes to carry out work. But then we realised that basically the management company and the freeholder were sort of the same person. Came to a head huge amounts just to get people out to give quotes, and then delivered a quote of 30 to 40,000. We asked them to stop. We said we were going to take it to tribunal to see if we could get the right to manage, which we won. And in the end, we got the roof done for less than 10 until 30. We have subsequently managed to possibly quarter our service charge. There are 10 flats in the block. We pay £1,000 a year. We also pay, enough to cover any additional costs. We were a little bit worried initially because we wanted to ensure legal compliance, so we have employed a management company who we pay £2,000 a year to ensure that all the fire regulations and everything else are met. But the property values have increased because the service charge has gone down. And to be honest, it's a much happier block, it's much better maintained, and it's done at cost, and nobody's making a buck out of it.
James, tell us what you've done in St Anne's.
We have a similar problem. Our leasehold was a separate charge, and it was relatively small, but it was the management company that was a problem. They were putting the charge each year way above inflation, and they weren't doing the work it was supposed to do. So eventually, we've got rid of the management company that looked after it for the last 10 years, and we've found a new company.
How did that require, James?
Well, it required a lot of effort from a small number of people, but to get rid of the management company, you to get 50% or more people to say that they weren't satisfied. So obviously, it meant approaching every flat holder.
How many were there?
And in our case, there's about 160 flats.
Gosh, well done then. Yeah, you managed to do that. Yeah.
I mean, our big problem is that we've worked out the last 10 years they've taken over about, £1.5 to £2 million, and nothing's been spent on the site, and they've wasted a flood of money.
Yeah, so
that's our problem is trying to get some of that money back, but we're in the same position as the previous caller, where with no money, we have to wait until people pay the charges or the clearance, and then depending what money we've got, we look at things in a way we can improve the site. But getting the money that's been misspent and misused is difficult. Our own Inland Revenue, and they say, oh, it's embezzlement. But other than that, there's nothing much we seem to be able to do about it.
Could I ask you both, before I let you go, what advice you'd give anyone? You've heard a lot of people in awful situations. Just briefly, if you would, what advice would you give anyone thinking of challenging these charges of taking over the management of a block themselves? James?
Yes, I think you have usually, by law, they have to have a meeting every year. And at that meeting, you can express that you're dissatisfied with the services you're getting. And then I think the government can get, it's called a 207 notice. So they'll have to, the management company then, when we tried it, they wouldn't turn up to the, when they came, they just said, oh, not lost, basically. And so we issued a 207 notice, which is, it could be quite expensive, actually, but we thought of the unknown, really.
Yes.
That's what we tried to explain to you.
I'm sorry to rush you, James, but it was worth it, was it?
Yes, it was. And then at that meeting, there was over 50% objected to it, and we got rid of the previous one.
Well done. Elise, briefly, if you would, what would you say your top tip would be to anyone thinking of taking this on?
I did actually employ a company just to take it to tribunal for us, and I think there were five or six of us who did it. It cost us 6 or 7. It didn't cost a huge amount of money, and it all went through. There was no
lovely. Lise and James, thank you.
Too lazy, too lazy.
You're probably too busy. Sue Waller is in Stoke-on-Trent. So tell us what's happened to you.
It's been terrible, Wilfred. Since I bought the flat, I've had no end of challenges. 3 years ago, we had a new management company that took over. We've had homeless people for a few months sleeping in the communal areas on the top floor, and the management company wouldn't do anything. We've had disrepair, so our electricity bills for just the communal areas, which has just went from £3,000 to £15,000. They won't do any of the repairs. We have a portal where we log all the repairs. Last week I logged over 20 repairs, and every week they become closed. They're just closed off the system.
So I'm going to stop you.
Telephone, you can't get through.
Only because we're almost out of time, and I've got one other caller who's waited ages, a similar bad experience. David in Berkshire, could you briefly summarise your story?
This is actually different to most of the other people that have been speaking, because this is a house, and it's an estate of 9 houses, but it's got a lease because it's part of a shared ownership scheme. So the housing association owns 25% of the property, and the owners owe 75%. But we have the same problem really with service charges, which, as far as I'm concerned, are just completely out of control and have been pretty much throughout the entire time I've lived here, which is over 15 years.
Do you at least get the work done? I mean, we've heard from Sue. Do you at least get the work done? Because we've heard from people today who have the problem you have of rapidly rising charges. In Sue's case in Stoke-on-Trent, you can't even get them to do the work.
Yeah, there's always disputes about the grounds maintenance. They basically manage the grounds maintenance of the communal car park. They don't have anything to do with properties at all. And street lighting, and for people who haven't purchased the remaining share of their property, they also provide building insurance. And the costs that have gone up uncontrollably are the grounds maintenance and the building insurance. For instance, building insurance going up from 1 year to the next by over 100%.
David, yeah. Well, look, I'll have to let you go because we're almost out of time, but really, thank you so much for getting in touch and sharing it with us, and Sue too. I wish you both luck. James Hunter from the Leasehold Knowledge Partnership. Obviously, we have just scratched the surface of this today, haven't we? Can you tell me what you believe this is doing to house prices? Particularly flats, when you hear stories like this again and again, and despite the reforms that are planned, people still seem to be stuck and will remain stuck in what sound like these very unjust situations.
Well, injustice is the order of the day with leaseholds, and I think it is starting to drag flat prices down. I mean, obviously there are other economic factors at play, but I think the real bloke was the tragedy at Grenfell. There's now widespread knowledge of all these nefarious practices. I mean, as James and Elise touched on, there are things leaseholders can do, but they need to organise.
And they can get in touch with your organisation, can't they? The Leasehold Knowledge Partnership. That's a good place to start. We'll have to leave it there. We've had loads of calls and messages today. It's obviously a big area of concern, and we will come back to it. Thank you for listening.
Call You on the Road was presented by Winifred Robinson and produced in Salford by Olivia Thomas. We've on the road at 1 in a couple of minutes. That's after a look at the weather forecast with Ben Rich. Ben, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Sunshine amounts certainly will vary out there through this afternoon. Many of us started off with some blue skies and will hold on to some sunny skies across northern and eastern parts of the UK, whereas out towards the west, things are turning increasingly cloudy, increasingly murky as well, with some outbreaks of mostly patchy rain and drizzle. Let's start with the forecast across the southeast of England, eastern England, also northeast England, eastern and northern parts of Scotland, because these areas will hold on to some spells of sunshine as we go through the afternoon. That said, more cloud will roll in from the west, so the sunshine will turn increasingly hazy, and the best of the sunshine of all will be found across parts of the far north of Scotland, Orkney and into Shetland. Temperature-wise, we're looking at highs of around 12 to 16 or 17 degrees in parts of eastern England, so feeling quite warm there. We do hold on to some sunshine. And then for the southwest of England, for Wales, for the Midlands, for northwest England, West, Northern Ireland and southwest Scotland. If the skies are not already cloudy where you are, well, they will become increasingly cloudy. That cloud accompanied by some mist, some coastal fog, some hill fog developing as well, particularly parts of Northern Ireland, West Wales and the southwest of England. And with that cloud, we do have some outbreaks of mostly light and patchy rain, the odd heavy burst here and there. Quite breezy as well, particularly along the western coast, but really mild temperatures of 12 to 14 degrees. This evening and tonight, cloud will continue to spill northeastwards across the UK with some outbreaks of rain. It's going to be quite breezy overnight and mild as well, double-digit temperatures for most of us. Through tomorrow, a band of heavy rain will move its way eastwards across the UK, perhaps accompanied by some flashes of lightning, some rumbles of thunder, some heavy showers behind, but feeling mild. And that is your forecast.
It's quite mathematical, almost, the way it's been worked out. Lose yourself in three great masterpieces. And the man staring out at us is pretty imperious looking. Get as close to the brushstroke as the artists who made them. It's like a tiny little colourful bomb going off on the wall. And discover new detail in paintings by Nicholas Hilliard, Mary Cassatt and Jan van Eyck. It's a signature in the manner of graffiti. The new series of moving pictures with me, Cathy Fitzgerald, starts on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds this afternoon at 4.
And today's picture is Jan van Eyck's Arno Fini portrait. That's in Moving Pictures at 4 o'clock. And that's here on BBC Radio 4, on FM, on BBC Sounds, and on your smart speaker.
Underprepared, underinsured, and under attack. The former NATO Secretary-General Lord Robertson warns the government's corrosive complacency on defence is putting us in peril. A British drone manufacturer warns they may have to move to the US.
It has been very slow going and we've not made any real progress with them. Obviously the UK is our home. We want to stay here. We want to support our troops until this defence investment plan is finalised. We don't know what's going to happen.
We'll ask if a new approach for rearmament is needed. Some ships are testing the US blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. We hear what will determine if they're intercepted.
Has it been into an Iranian port? That's the main criteria. Potential inspection, seizure, boarding, and all those sorts of measures.
This is Dementia with a test count, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is Dementia with a test count out.
We speak to the director of The Wizard of the Kremlin. The BBC News is read by Ron Brown.
The government has defended its record on national security after a former NATO Secretary-General claimed the UK was underprepared for war. In a speech this evening, Lord Robertson, a former Labour minister who last year carried out a major defence review, will warn that national security is in peril, saying that the Iran war must be a rude wake-up call. Ministers say they're delivering the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War. Our defence correspondent Jonathan Beale reports.
Lord Robertson's comments of corrosive complacency on defence will sting the government. He was a former defence secretary, hand-picked by Labour to carry out its defence review. That highlighted serious gaps in the UK's armed forces, which ministers said would be addressed in its defence investment plan. That's been delayed with reports of a £28 billion black hole in the MOD's budget. This government has repeatedly highlighted the rising threats from Russia, Iran and China. It is increasing defence spending to 2.5% of national income next year, with a vaguer pledge to meet a new NATO spending target of 3.5% sometime in the next parliament. But many in defence believe that's too late.
Ships with links to Iran, including 2 that visited Iranian ports, have passed through the Strait of Hormuz despite the United States blockade. There are also reports that a Chinese tanker that is subject to US sanctions has also travelled through the strait. Beijing has described the American action as irresponsible and dangerous. Here's our security correspondent Frank Gardner.
Day 2 of the US blockade on Iran's Gulf ports, and already there is some confusion over what appears to be inconsistency in the US Navy's actions. The US blockade, it was announced, would target all ships entering or leaving Iran's ports, except that it hasn't. Shipping monitored by marine traffic shows at least 4 Iran-linked vessels have been allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, 2 of them coming from the Iranian ports of Bushehr and Bandar Imam Khomeini. That's not to say that others won't be stopped and boarded. The US Navy has a large number of ships in the area. But China is a major customer for Iran's oil exports. It's let its displeasure with the blockade be known, and there may well be quiet diplomatic pressure going on behind the scenes to defuse this standoff before it escalates further.
Pakistani officials have confirmed that they're working to set up a second round of peace talks between the United States and Iran and extend the current 2-week ceasefire. So far, neither Washington nor Tehran have made any formal comments on the next round of negotiations. BP says it expects exceptional oil trading results for the first 3 months of the year, as the firm benefited from soaring prices in the wake of the Iran war. The oil giant said it was set to improve on what it called weak results in the final quarter of 2025. The partial closure of the Strait of Hormuz and attacks on energy facilities in the Gulf have pushed up oil prices, with Brent crude reaching $119 a barrel. It's currently hovering around $100. The U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is to join talks starting shortly in Washington between Israel and Lebanon's ambassadors to the United States. In the first such negotiations in decades, they're due to discuss Israel's war with the Iranian-backed Lebanese group Hezbollah. Beirut wants to secure a ceasefire, but Israel has ruled that out, insisting Hezbollah must be disarmed. Members of a gang that used the property website Rightmove to plan burglaries have been sentenced at Chester Crown Court. The mainly Albanian group stole more than £1 million worth of goods. And North of England reporter Ron Bridge has been in court.
The gang carried out raids in affluent areas of the Midlands and the north of England. Police say they scoped out homes on the property website Rightmove ahead of their raids. It meant they knew the layout before breaking in. The gang would go in through the first floor to avoid burglar alarms that only covered downstairs. Rooms would be ransacked and stripped of designer goods, including watches, handbags and jewellery. One horse was touted when the person was at A&E. The other had an autistic child who it took weeks to persuade the home was safe after being raided. The gang stole more than £1 million worth of goods, much of which has never been recovered. Judge Patrick Thompson said the gang had stolen with no mercy.
The chairman of South East Water, Chris Crane, has admitted the company failed in its primary duty to supply customers with water. Recent outages left tens of thousands of homes without drinking water in Kent and Sussex. Bosses of the company were questioned by Parliament's Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Committee about their response to the multiple supply interruptions. The National Lottery is set to nearly double the chances of winning a prize every week and introduce a new £1 billion draw after agreeing a deal with the US lottery Powerball. It's the biggest ever revamp of the game since its launch in 1994. Organisers say the changes could increase the money raised for good causes to £60 million a week. Tom Simons has the details.
Currently, around 8 out of 9 lottery entries result in players winning nothing at all. From June, every entry will get 2 chances to win, with draws every Wednesday and Saturday. 1 in every 4.9 entries will win a prize. That means the number of people winning £1 million or more will increase from an estimated 140 a year to 345. Allwyn, the operator of the National Lottery, has also done a deal with the US mega lottery Powerball, so UK players will be able to enter and compete for a share of £1 billion jackpot, so big it will be paid out over 30 years.
Tom Simons reporting.
Ron, thanks very much. The former NATO Secretary General Lord Robertson has been keeping a low profile for months. It would appear he's been keeping his powder dry, because today, the man who carried out the government's strategic defence review opens up both barrels. According to the Financial Times, in a speech tonight, he would say the government has shown corrosive complacency towards defence. It's putting the country in peril. The Treasury is guilty of vandalism, and he says we cannot defend Britain with an ever-expanding welfare budget. Well, it's a view that was echoed on the Today programme this morning by the Strategic Defence Review's co-author, General Sir Richard Bales.
There's an enormous gap between where we have to be to keep the country safe in the world we now live in and where we actually are. And conversations in recent weeks about, I think, a single ship to provide air defence in the Mediterranean
criticism when she appeared on Five Live.
Where's the plan? So we're saying this is how we do it. This is where we need to get the money from. We've got to find savings from welfare mostly. The Teacher Benefits Act, I said that we're going to put that back, and we'll put that money directly into troop recruitment. 20,000 new troops, 14,000 reserves, 6,000 regulars.
Trump management doing massively under the last Conservative government.
Well, a lot of that happened before I was even there. Certainly when I was in cabinet, we increased defence spending. But right now there is no defence plan from the government. They've got the welfare plan to 2031, no defence plan.
And Lord Robertson is also reported to be warning that lip service is paid to the risks, the threats, the bright red signals of danger, but even a promised national conversation about defence can't be started. Nikki Campbell's Five Live phone and chose welfare versus defence for their subject this morning to see how people feel about the need to switch spending to defence.
There's got to be at least some change in it. And we kind of need to go to what Michael wartime procurement, where you actually take risks and things, you pay very cheaply, you buy better shares, and you buy it quickly.
Number one is defending the country. That's the first thing every government should do. The Royal Army, the first modern nation, has always been one of the senior service. It's gone down. Political interference, but the biggest thing is procurement, the waste of money.
They've invited the government for interview. No one was available. They say they're implementing the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War, with a total of over $270 billion being invested across this parliament.
Henry Jeffman is our chief political correspondent. And Henry, well, the significance of Lord Robertson saying this is not only that he former NATO Secretary General, former Labour MP, he wrote the Strategic Defence Review as well. And it's a review that the government endorsed and accepted. They said they accepted all 62 of its recommendations. There was what then meant to be a plan to turn that into action. And what happened to that?
Exactly right, Sarah. So that plan to essentially flesh out how the government intended to meet the recommendations of George Robertson's Strategic Defence Review is called the Defence Investment Plan. It was meant to be published last autumn. It wasn't. There are ongoing disagreements at the top of government about the pace and the scale of the investment that will be contained in that plan. And I think to be slightly reductive about it, and too reductive, essentially, it is a disagreement between the Treasury and between the Ministry of Defence, which Sir Keir Starmer has told MPs that he is now personally taking responsibility for setting. We don't know when it will see the light of day, but speaking to people in government who are unquestionably stung by Lord Robertson's criticism this morning, which they are not expecting to appear in public, they suggest that it's possible that some of those discussions are nearing conclusion and we might see this long-awaited defence investment plan within the next month to 6 weeks or so.
Okay, I mean, and that explains why he's talking about the Treasury being guilty of vandalism. What should we understand the money that they're talking about is for? Because the defence investment plan you might have thought was all future, but there's also a gap in current spending, isn't there?
There is. Some analysts put that about some as about £28 billion. I think the government quibbles with some of those figures. But this money, this defence investment plan, is about the next 10 years of government defence spending across the piece. And there really is all sorts of areas in which George Robertson, in that Strategic Defence Review, recommended the government change approach and invest more. So it's pretty significant stuff. 10 years is obviously much longer than the usual Treasury spending review time horizon. And I think that's one reason, especially in a period of time where the demands on the public purse are only growing. I think that's one reason why it has become such a vexed debate within government.
Henry Jeffman, thank you very much. Spypotter is a British drone manufacturer that's recently secured a contract with the Pentagon, which the firm says is worth between 15 and 20 million US dollars. The company warned last week that it may have to leave the UK because the government here is moving too slowly to buy cutting-edge equipment like it. I spoke to its operations director, Vince Gardner, before we came on air.
We are a drone manufacturer, so an advanced drone manufacturer. We both only custom and unique equipment, such as the equipment that's being used at the moment. We are the US Department of Defense. It's part of a development process that they're running. They're trying to level up the US drone capability, so they're trying to basically compete with existing drone manufacturers against each other to get the best technology and get it at speed.
You have said that you may need to leave the UK in order to develop your company further. Why did you say that?
So the traction in the US is very, very quick. They see the need and the requirement and the way that the war has changed effectively. Drones account for the majority of the casualties in the warfare that we are seeing currently out in the East. They're understanding that their tactics need to change and they need to upskill and that is effectively why they're running this and they're trying to run it at pace because they know that they are behind.
And do you have any contract with the MOD?
Not currently.
Right. But have they expressed an interest?
They have, but it has been very slow going and we've not made any real progress on it. Obviously the UK is our home, we want to stay here, we want to support our troops until this defence investment plan is finalised. We don't know what's going to happen.
Right, so you're just holding on, waiting to hear?
Effectively, yes.
I mean, it's not the case that just while you're waiting you'll give up and go to the US, is it?
I mean, we are a business at the end of the day. We can't wait forever.
I mean, one of the things that we have seen, particularly in Iran, is that drones are being used in the warfare, and there's huge expense in trying to intercept
Alarm! קריית שמונה, כפר גלעדי, משגב עם.
some work as interceptors too.
Low-cost interceptors are exactly what we do. We're talking about a tenfold increase in a missile to take out something that costs $10,000 US, and we're spending $100,000 on that missile kind of as a minimum, and we're up to the prices that they're paying for the Patriot missiles that they've been firing at certain increments, for example. You know, they're in the millions per kill to take it out, so it's just not a financially sensible way of protecting yourself from these threats.
Have you developed drones that can intercept and much more cheaply do the same job?
Yeah, that is one of the things that we have to do.
And have you got contracts with any other nation?
I'm not sure if I can speak to that on there.
Right, but there are countries that you are talking to who are interested in these drones.
Absolutely. I mean, worldwide, everyone can see in the news what's happening. These are effectively Epstein V1 bombers that are satellite navigated. You know, we're going back sort of 100 years, whereas they're guided bombers now, as opposed to just being fired from one side or a channel to the other in an unguided fashion.
Right, but the drones, the interceptor drones that you can produce at a much reduced cost to having missiles taking out these drones, there are countries talking to you about buying them from you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been inundated with requests for this technology from the Middle East.
What about from the UK?
I don't really want to respond to that. I'd say no, not at the moment, but we are actively pursuing it.
I mean, let's be clear, you're sitting in the UK, you're a British company. The UK government has said we want to invest in British companies for defence, and the interest you've got is from everywhere else but the UK.
Yeah, I would definitely say Turkish cheap option is what is needed.
Vince Gardner there, the Ministry of Defence spokesperson, said that since July 2024 we've signed nearly 1,200 major contracts, with 93% of that spend going to UK-based companies, and said we're working to finalise the defence investment plan and will publish it as soon as possible. Well, what should happen then? Mike Martin is the Liberal Democrat MP for Tunbridge Wells. He's on the Defence Select Committee and chairs the all-party parliamentary group on rearmament. Asked if he agreed with Lord Robertson's assessment.
I do, absolutely. I think our defence forces are in a high state and in no way able to meet the threat that we currently face from multiple angles.
What do you think is needed?
The most obvious thing is more money for defence, but that's necessary but not sufficient. We also need to totally, in a reasonable branch way, look at how we do procurement, both to do longer-term projects, big things like ships and highly technologically advanced aircraft, but also
also much shorter time frames, things like drones. We really need to put our forces on much more of a war footing.
Is there, I mean, we have the Strategic Defence Review. Given what we've seen since then, is there a need for a change, for a re-look at what is required, or are you confident that that's still a step in the right direction, and if the Defence Investment Plan could just be published, that would be appropriate to what is needed now?
I think the Strategic Defence Review is actually a good document. It's a blueprint, and it was designed so that if you have less money, you go slower. If you have more money, you go faster. Obviously, the world has deteriorated since the Defence Review came out. I mean, month on month, the world gets more dangerous. And so, and what we found is that actually we've gone backwards from a funding perspective since the SDRs come out, because the government's found that actually not all of it was costed. So we've really gone in the opposite direction. We should be putting more money in defence to accelerate the plans in the SDR, and instead we're finding that the opposite is the case.
So what there's this reported 28 billion just to fund what's already been determined before you get on to the new stuff.
Absolutely. This is the so-called programme of record, so things that we've already agreed to buy, probably spent hundreds of millions, if not billions of pounds, starting in those plans, doing designs and so on and so forth, and just to continue on delivering that, and this isn't any capability increase, we need to put 28 billion.
Lord Robertson uses the word vandalism of the Treasury. Is that where you think the problem is?
There's two issues. The political parties need to kind of be a bit careful about the blind game and stop doing that, because this is a real national crisis that we're in. I think in the Treasury, as a general rule, there is a sense of why they allow their investment is often to short-term return, and they don't like to invest in things they can't see a return, and there are lots of constraints around their spending and so on and so forth. So I think there is an issue with the Treasury. The problem with defence, of course, is that you're ensuring against something happening. I think the other problem is that the type of MPs that we have in Parliament at the moment, particularly in the 2024 intake, perhaps don't understand the difference between the scale of the threat that we face and just how poor a state our military is in. Ultimately, defence spending is about trade-offs. If you want to spend more on defence, you probably need to spend less somewhere else. Health, welfare, transport, take your pick. If your start point is that I think the British military is okay, then you're probably not going to make those trade-offs in a really focused way. And so that's the message that I think has come out from the Iran war, and that we have to continue to push, that the British military is effectively not able to keep us safe at the moment.
Can I just ask you about the scale of what we're talking about here? Because the defence budget in 25-26 is it's £62 billion. What are you saying, suggesting that it needs to go up to? How should we be thinking of it?
The way we should think about defence is not, okay, we need to put 2 or 3 billion in here, there's a hole that we need to fill, or perhaps we need to do some more exercise or whatever. I think we need to get our heads around the fact that the defence budget probably needs to increase by about 50%. Right? It needs to get up to 90 or 100 billion pounds. Let's work back from what we want to do. We want to, with allies, defend the Euro-Atlantic security area, right? And America, I think, is now clear and accepted, is no longer going to play a role in that like they used to. So that's us and the other European states doing that together. you don't have a voice in international affairs, and it is important that you have that voice, particularly for a nation like the UK that is a trading nation, an island nation. This is not spending money so that we can go off and fight distant wars. This is spending money to deter our adversaries and to protect our interests.
That was Mike Martin there. Now, coming up, why the braids of white working class girls fall.
I was taking myself to sit down south making tea for a woman's rights scheme. So I do think that time could have been spent doing more revision. Or you just got to put your fingers where you've got it in the air, haven't you?
We'll hear from some pupils and examine what can be done. Do get in touch. Social media hashtag BBC Watto. Email address bold1@bbc.co.uk. Now, a number of tankers have passed through the Strait of Hormuz this morning in what would appear to be a direct challenge to the US blockade, which started yesterday. We're still waiting to see if there will be a US response. Before the war in Iran, 20 million barrels of fuel passed through the strait every day. New figures from the International Energy Agency show that only this month just 3.8 million barrels were taken via that route, as Iran limited passage to nations who are friendly to its aims. Now the US blockade is in force as well. So what's getting through? Michelle Wiesebotman is Senior Maritime Intelligence Analyst at Windward, and she's currently sat at the International Maritime Organization and tracking ships in the region. Michelle, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What have you been able to see? What ships do you see are going through the strait?
Well, I'm tracking three vessels with particular interest at the moment. Two of them are falsely flagged US-sanctioned tankers that have called at Iran ports, one of them laden with Iranian clean petroleum products. Both were outbound transits breaching the blockade. One of them reached international waters when it reached the Gulf of Oman, hasn't signalled in 6 hours. The other one, Rich Story, also, as I said, falsely flagged, that literally transited through the Gulf of Oman and has now turned around in less than an hour ago. At the same time, there was another bulk carrier that was signalling it had called at Iran previously, but it transited off orbit. It reached outbound, reached the Gulf of Oman. Once it got into international waters, we haven't seen it signal for 12 hours. So this is a developing situation, but really interesting.
Okay, so you are able to track even when they switch their transponders off?
Well, in this case, two of them have switched their transponders off, and we haven't got a signal in 6 hours for one and 12 hours for the other. So that's quite unusual. What it means, it's too early to tell. They're both vessels that have appeared to break the blockade. And then the third vessel that I was looking at came through, and now it's turned around. So it went through the strait, and now it's turned around and it's going back.
Right. All this information is obviously something that the US can monitor too.
Yeah, this is all visible. So
right.
This is what we're seeing at the moment.
So we know these ships have been to Iranian ports. Do we know that they are laden with oil?
At least one of them was laden with clean petroleum products, and another one we believe was in ballast, that was empty, and the boat carrier also was in ballast. But in all cases, they were Iran trading and had called at Iranian ports.
Okay, so but they're heading through those two are heading through the strait with nothing on board.
They had, yes.
Okay. Michelle Wiesebotman, thank you very much. Well, if US sanctions and Chinese vessels are going through the strait, what are the US rules? How will it decide what gets in and out? Justin Crumps, a former British Army officer, now founder and CEO of the Sibylline Intelligence Consultancy. I spoke to him earlier, and I asked what criteria would determine whether the US takes action.
The US blockade is based very much on whether or not shipping has gone into or out of Iranian ports. That's fine. It's a bit different to what President Trump initially tweeted, which was anything paying fines or fees to go through the strait. The US Navy's rolled back from that. They're currently something more straightforward. So that is the strict criteria. Now, assessing what's going into Iranian ports is a bit more difficult than assessing what's coming out of it. So I think the emphasis will be on ships that have touched the shore in Iran as the main focus of US effort.
I mean, will it be known what's on these ships?
Not entirely. The parameters aren't really what the cargo is, or indeed what flag the ship is, or where it's registered, or anything like that. It's literally, has it been into an Iranian port? That's the main criteria. And that would trigger potential inspection, seizure, boarding, and all those sorts of measures.
Okay, now we understand that two of the ships that travelled through yesterday, after the blockade started, did go to Iranian ports. Would you expect them to be boarded?
Yes, if the US is
Alarm. Margaliot.
go back to the 19th century, the ships right outside the port were obviously very easy to stop things going in Iran. Because of the operational situation in the Gulf,
Misgav Am.
fractional orientation of the coast, the US will be doing this much further out in the Indian Ocean. So it's quite a loose cordon, so they're tracking these sorts of ships out. They'll get the intelligence picture around them, put them under surveillance, and then we'll be stopping them somewhere out in the Indian Ocean. And if you remember Venezuela, of course, one ship that repaired Venezuela was stopped north of the UK. So it shows how wide the net can be for an operation like this.
Okay, so they may yet be stopped and boarded.
Anywhere in the world, in theory, if they're traced back to having breached the blockade, but the chances are that most will be in the Indian Ocean, away from Iranian waters where they're on passage.
And one of the difficulties one imagines then is you can do whatever you want at sea, but then where do you take the ship if you want to do something about it?
Well, the US has various options. I mean, Diego Garcia, of course, immediately comes to mind as a holding area potentially in that sort of part of the world. But it's not a problem the US Navy haven't thought about and can't deal with. I think almost the bigger problem though is what happens when a nation rather objects to you seizing its ship and say a Chinese vessel, and the Chinese regard the blockade, say it's not legal, it's not a UN mandated thing, it's not generally signed up to, it's a US action. And what happens when they object, and what do they do in return? And indeed the Iranians themselves, do they start seizing or attacking vessels one for one, or vessels that are being stripped? So I think those are the questions we're looking to see emerge once the US does actually start enforcing this operation.
Right, and we do know that Chinese-linked tankers have gone through the strait since the blockade.
Yes, and it may be notable that it's Chinese ones that have done it. Now it's unclear precisely where they touch shore in Iran, or if they touch shore in Iran, so it's not inevitable they'll be stopped. But certainly if they are, I expect the Chinese will come out fairly strongly, at least diplomatically and legally, and again do they start escorting their ships through to make it more difficult to board. Measures like that whatever the ways this can escalate.
But so far, I mean, there hasn't been anything, so we don't know if they're actually going to put these rules into effect.
I mean, they have to, if they're going to make the blockade into anything that's actually legal, it has to be enforced. It doesn't have to be 100% because people can always run a blockade, but it has to be proven to be effective to have any sort of standing in international law. I think the US has to follow through on this. They'd look very foolish if they didn't, and again, it would make it ineffective. They've certainly got the force to do it. I would strongly expect they will start going after these ships that have taken the option to come out of Fortaleza at this point.
Justin Crump talking to me earlier. Well, then school leaders are warning that white disadvantaged girls are being overlooked. It's after GCSE data, examined by Fairname 4, showed that white girls from low-income families in England have seen some of the biggest declines since 2019, with just 38% of them passing their English and maths exams. The programme spoke to a number of girls, and here's a flavour of their views on why their results are worse than their better-off peers.
I feel like there's not many opportunities here. People just say, oh, it's fun and trying, and they're very ambitious and just sort themselves out and get into a better school and not really try and go for it at their education.
I was saying to my sister, sit down, self-made and carefree, while I was resting. So I do think that time could have been spent doing your revision. Yeah, you just got to put your fingers where you got that in the air, haven't you?
I just overhear a conversation with the most disgusting things ever. Guys making very sexual comments.
Do you know, it's very comfortable just to work and be in your own body even. Well, Tom Campbell, who runs EACT, a multi-academy trust of 38 schools, told Forum 4 that the current response focused on those at the very bottom of the league, leaving girls to languish.
Over time, the declines stark, and unless we talk more about this issue, unless we come up with a better response, then it may be a decline that we're never going to be able to arrest. And it's a sad state if it feels like a race to the bottom, that unless you are the group at the bottom of the table, then the system doesn't respond with innovation, intervention, and that appears to me what's happening, particularly with white British girls.
Tom Campbell. Well, the Education Secretary, Bridget Phillipson, last year said it was a national disgrace that so many white working-class children are being written off in the education system. So what could be done? Laura Prentice is CEO of the Confederation School Trust, part of the independent inquiry into white working class educational outcomes that was set up by Star Academies. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, I think it's still the case that girls generally perform better than working class boys, but the decline really has been astonishing for working class girls. What do you think's going on?
So we're looking into the educational outcomes of all white working class pupils in the inquiry, and I think that the public discourse on this issue has overlooked girls with its emphasis on white working class boys. So white working class boys have some of the worst outcomes in the system, which I think is what Tom Campbell was alluding to. But white working class girls are also underperforming very significantly against their peers. So this is not just a boys issue. It's right that there's been some focus on white working class girls because their outcomes are particularly poor. But I think what the research that we're doing is trying to do is look at the underperformance of white working class pupils overall, not just white working class boys.
Right, and have you, and it's probably worth me saying that all girls at GCSE are down by 1.6 percentage points, which actually closes the gap with boys, but low-income white girls are down by 6.4 percentage points. But whether it's boys or girls, what do you think is going on?
So I think there are a number of issues. The pandemic has had an impact on white working class educational outcomes, for sure. And that has led to and accelerated a much wider problem of disengagement from education. And I think white working class pupils have been hit harder by that than perhaps some other groups. Attendance data is where this is most visible, but I think it's part of a broader weakening of the relationship between families and schools.
Is there something cultural going on as well? Because there was a survey of working class pupils last year. When it asked them about how hard they worked at school, only half of low-income white children said they worked hard, whereas 70% of similar pupils of South Asian ethnicity said they worked hard.
Yes, I think there may be a cultural element to this, but I think I would prefer to frame it more as a problem of the relationship between white working class families and the education system than perhaps taking a view of a cultural data set. So our polling found many examples of attitudes that seem to be shaped by, if you like, the intersection of socioeconomic background and ethnicity rather than by poverty alone.
Sorry, do explain what you mean by that.
So I think this issue goes beyond educational disadvantages that come with growing up in poverty, and it speaks perhaps rather to some intergenerational relationships that some white working class families have with the education system. So essentially whether families feel that schools are relevant, and whether they trust schools, and whether success in school feels like it leads anywhere.
Right, and so that would be something very significant to address.
It is something very significant. And I think the other thing to say is that this is an area that is largely under-researched, and that is why we feel that the work of the inquiry is so important. We're trying to shine a light on this and to look at it with a more evidence-informed lens.
Laura Prentice, thank you very much. Farnham for Investigators on tonight at 8 on Radio 4, and it's available now on BBC Sounds if you want to hear it. Farnham, when Giuliano de Empoli's satirical novel The Wizard of the Kremlin was published just after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, it was a huge success, particularly in France. It's now been turned into a film by the renowned French director Olivier Assayas, and will be in cinemas this week. Here's a clip from it with Jude Law as President Putin and Paul Dano as the Wizard of the Kremlin, his fictional special advisor, Vadim Baranov.
Elections are coming, Vadim. So what do you need to worry? Around 60%, plus it's telling that it's no more than 12. I'm not interested in that many significant. One issue is more people dying. Stalin. Yeah, he's been dead for some time. Well, you intellectuals insist on denouncing the horrors of the Gulag. You think
journalist who directed the film and asked what his reaction was when he was asked by Giuliani or De Empoli to adapt it into a film.
My first reaction was more like thanks but no thanks. I was a little bit nervous about the material because I thought it was a lot of dialogue and I knew it was going to be trouble.
What do you mean by trouble? What trouble has it been?
It takes place in Russia, where we have no access. It's supposed to be Russian spoken, but if it's spoken in Russian, the actors would lose their jobs forever, and in any case, we wouldn't be able to finance it. So we had to recreate Russia in Latvia, and shooting in Latvia in winter is not the best experience in your life. It was touchy politically, it was not trendy or whatever, so the book was a bestseller, but turning that into a film that was really true to the talent of Giuliano, that was tough endeavor.
And to get round the accents, what you do is they don't try to put on Russian accents.
No, I thought
speak in English. To get Jude Law, which, however troubled the film has been, that's probably quite a big get. And of course you have Alicia Vikander, Paul Dano, you have some big names.
I mean, working with Jude was, amazing, and we had known each other for a while. We were in the same jury at the Pantheon Festival a few years back, and we got along.
But one of the remarkable things about the film, really, is that Jude Law really is an uncanny Putin.
There were two ways of approaching this. One was to have some sort of Putin lookalike, meaning in terms of physicality, in terms of special effects or whatever. And the other path was to find a great actor who would not look like Putin, but would feel like Putin, at least give the complexity of the character, something broader, more profound, more powerful. And I think that Jude was the person who could do that. I mean, I think he's among the great actors who likes to be challenged, and this was a hell of a challenge.
It's not a documentary, but it is tracking the life of Vladimir Putin over his rise to power up until 2020. What were you trying to say?
Well, I was trying to say a little bit more than that. I think it is about power, about how you manage to get power, and once you've got it, how you keep it. And in the case of Vladimir Putin, how you keep it brutally. But I think there was something universal. It is about the transformation of modern politics more than about the specificity of the rise of Vladimir Putin.
Right. I mean, the reviews have been mixed. One of the criticisms, of the book as much as the film, is that it does glamorize President Putin. Do you think that's fair?
That was certainly not what we wanted to do. We represented Vladimir Putin as a human being, which he actually is, and it deals with events that precede by a decade the invasion of Ukraine. I mean, even if the war had already started.
Well, of course, one other thing they say about films is that they effectively now write our history, because they're often how most people end up thinking of something. Are you aware of that? Did you feel a sort of responsibility to...
I felt a constant responsibility. When you make a movie, it's a very powerful tool. There is always the risk that your audience will take whatever fiction you're building within the framework of adapting a novel is something that becomes more believable than reality itself. When you watch the news, the cycle is pretty fast. I mean, and you have something that's headline for a few days, and then all of a sudden it moves somewhere. The headlines move somewhere else in the world, and you don't have a continuity. You have clips, and what. History in the making. There is a war going on with actual people dying. You're trying to be as true as possible to the fans.
authority after a former Labour Defence Secretary warned of a corrosive complacency. Data analysed by the BBC shows that 4 ships linked to Iran have passed through the Strait of Hormuz since the US began its blockade yesterday. And Pakistani officials say they're working to bring the US and Iran together for a second round of peace talks. Women will be here with PM at 5. I'm Sarah Montague. That's the world at 1:45.
Studio direction was by Abby Witcher and the editor is Louisa Service. All this week, Radio 4 is looking at the experiences of teenage girls in Britain today. In About the Girls, the reporter Catherine Carr has spoken to over 150 young women and girls from all over the UK. They've spoken frankly about sex, school, friendship, and becoming women.
Alarm.
So the focus is
Raja.
on the tangled world of social media in life online.
The society that we live in now, everything is online. You can't do anything and not have it posted or not have people talk about it. Like, there's always the worry of putting something up online because of the fear of what other people are going to say. There's young girls now not wanting photos put up or covering their faces because they feel like they're not good enough to be posted alongside their friends. Like, the amount of stuff that comes with it is wild.
You see girls covering their faces?
Scrubbing them out. So on Snapchat there's the brown setting and they draw out parts of their faces that they don't like.
That's so sad.
Yep.
When I thought about this journey of the task I'd set myself of talking to girls about how they viewed their lives, their experience, their hopes and ambitions, I knew enough about teenagers to realise that the subject of their lives online would run through everything. I'd read the headlines, the red flags of statistics, and I'd heard from plenty of friends who are parents of teenage girls about their concerns over screen time, smartphones, and social media. But what I hadn't heard was what girls think. And it turns out they think quite a lot. How does it feel then, living in a world where everything's online?
It's crazy. Nobody is living a life through their own eyes. Everybody's living it through somebody else's life.
This 17-year-old lives in rural Dumfries and Galloway in Scotland.
Everything's posted and everything's up and nobody's in the moment anymore because there's always a phone out and somebody needs to record every single thing that happens that night. Like, nobody is actually there.
In a large academy in Birmingham, a group of Year 11s are diving into a plate of pastries. Then they start to tell me about how they feel about their online lives.
When I was in like year 8, I had so many people on Snapchat, but then like as I've like matured and stuff, I've realised that I actually only need like my closest friends on there. So that like people can get contact with you, like if they hear something about you, people can like get your username and to support you.
Getting private callers calling me because I was bullied throughout the whole 6 weeks when I was in year 9. When you have social media, you want to look up to someone on that social media, but you also want to do things yourself, and you're stopping yourself from doing that because of your role models on social media.
What you're looking for really stop them.
Yeah. If social media wasn't a thing, then life would be so much easier.
Is that what makes life hard?
Yeah, all the time.
To be observing yourself while you are doing something, this is a kind of disassociative act.
Dr. Hannah Yellen from Oxford University focuses on the cultural influences on young girls and how they respond to women in the public eye.
It's so harmful to be disrupted from being in your life, but constantly observing yourself, to observe how others are observing you in this performance of acceptable femininity, the boundaries of which are so narrow.
Girlhood is so like romanticized, and if you don't have that, then that's like not, like, you're not doing it right.
We're at an all-girls school in Sutton in South London.
We have a traffic photo with all friends, and the friends all need to be like all pretty and makeup done, and all their hair needs to be perfect, and they all need to wear like coordinating outfits against like this gorgeous backdrop, and if you don't have that, then you've done it wrong.
That sounds intense.
Yeah, it is. Like, I remember on Halloween, for example, I think me and my friends spent 30 minutes doing a transition into outfits.
So you said a really interesting thing, girlhood is romanticised a bit. What do you mean by that?
Looking at your interest online, like on TikTok, people in jobs that you really want to do, but still kind of presenting it in a way that is appealing to like girly, bossy, dressed up in my cute outfit, blah blah blah. Like just trying to like appeal to every sort of stereotype that even girls in successful positions that men should have, they're still girly.
Emily Silverwood-Cope is an advocate for banning social media for under 16s and writes a blog called We Need to Talk About Social. You see girls saying that they're entering their flop era because they only got 400 likes on their last video. They are acutely aware of what success online should look and feel like. Being popular in real life is being popular online. They're all mini influencers now within their own lives. At another different girls' school in South London, these 14-year-olds are pretty savvy about how to get attention online and even make money from it.
On social media, especially TikTok and like Instagram and stuff like that, like lots of girls are sexualized, and there's this thing like with girls, when the less clothes you wear, the more views you get, and the more views you get, the more you get paid if you're on if you do creator funds and stuff. So I think that's like not a good thing because there's like lots of bad people out there. And yeah.
You were nodding, what do you think?
Young girls, they might not actually have thought about it, but some of them, once they start, you can't really go back. They're like, once I've done it, there's no going back.
The girl who is experimenting with how she looks, and it's perhaps being performatively sexual, let's say, at sort of 15, even when she's at university, she might look back on it and just think, oh, that wasn't me, I wish I hadn't done it. In London, a group of senior girl guides from all over the UK look back on their struggles with social media.
Like, it's this thing of, cringe.
Yeah, it is.
You can't do anything without being cringe. If it's cool girl, if it's on TikTok, if it's the latest trend, if it's skincare, you're allowed, and then anything else is cringe. I hate that word because that gets, weaponized against young teenage girls so much.
What are the teenage girls like that people would see on social media?
Bratty. Yeah, bratty. All dressed up, not showing what they're actually doing in real life, just what they're showing on social media.
What are teenage girls really like, in your opinion?
Not at all like that. Hardworking, striving to get what they want to get. Yeah.
Strong is a really good one. But there's something else going on here. And I was curious to know to what extent the way teenage girls project themselves on social media is a product of, wait for it, boys.
There seems to be a lot of boys, especially on social media, who do preach a lot about, women should be natural. That's when they're most beautiful, but they don't even recognise when a girl's got mascara and makeup on.
If you've got the real life boys, other girls on social media breathing down your neck to be this perfect version, it's not great for personal development, I think, anyway.
I'm on a laptop. The laptop is really close to my face.
This 19-year-old from Cambridge is old enough to remember how the pandemic turbocharged online life. In her case, it coincided with her early teenage years, during which she was hospitalised with an eating disorder.
Alarm. Chusnia. Carmiel. Michmanim. Carmiel Industrial Zone. Nachif. Ma'ale Tzivya. Har Chalutz. Pisras Mia. Harashim. Sajur.
On their phones is never simple.
Someone
me about what they like to watch online.
I don't know if this is like the same thing. I used to feel like really organised for the houses and really stylish with like organised house.
It's like very rabbits in your fridge.
Yeah, like the people who put like vases in their fridge, I want to be like that. My fridge isn't very vaseable.
Oh, I was like really young when I started getting into makeup because I used to see people like on TikTok doing it, so I was like, oh, I'll try that, and then I just really got into makeup.
So tell me what makeup you're wearing today, just out of interest.
Concealer, blush, contour, mascara, pressed powder, baking powder, setting spray. That's it, yeah.
When were you allowed to be on TikTok, seeing as you're how old now?
I'm 12 now, so I think it was about when I was 6. The way that children have been brought up now, they kind of miss out on most of their childhood, so then when they get a bit older and they realise that, then they start acting more like a child. Like, that's what I get experienced anyway. I'm not even a teenager yet.
The loss of childhood was a recurring theme in all of my conversations with girls.
Playground games, I just genuinely have so much fun participating in, and I feel like I know the rules of it, and the change of that is just like, I still kind of know that. It's so much nicer when I'm not on my phone, and I don't wake up and look at my phone first thing and look at social media or anything like that. I'm just immersed in real experiences, like going to play catch, things you did when you were a little kid. You can't just sit there and enjoy yourself at any moment because there's also the next street where you're never going to be able to afford a house. The world's burning, everything's awful, and in that there's like, you never really get told just time to enjoy yourself. And I know that one day we're all going to look back on this and think it's not like healthy, and I can acknowledge that now it's not healthy, but I don't get how I'm meant to change it because there is like no other way to be at the moment, I don't think.
What surprised me about the conversations around online violence was the extent to which these girls articulate all the sides of the debate, a debate of which they are the subjects. And often, they do it in a form that's more direct than any group of experts could ever hope to achieve. They also made me realise that social media is merely the latest stage for some very old problems. Problems which have affected girls for decades. More in our next episode.
About the Girls is presented and produced by Catherine Carr. The editor is David Preston. It's a Leasehold production for Radio 4. And as Catherine said, the series continues at the same time tomorrow. We'll head to Ambridge after the news, where Lauren will be making a promise. That's in a couple of minutes. And then our drama is a poetic story about an old man who's captivated by stories and his encounter with an unlikely couple with tales to tell. The tale of Oslin, Dot and Kenny. That's here on Radio 4 at 2:15.
BBC News at 2 o'clock. The former Labour Defence Secretary, Lord Robertson, is accusing the government of not investing enough in defence. In a lecture this evening, he'll argue that the UK is underprepared for war because of, in his words, the ever-expanding welfare budget and corrosive complacency. The government says it's implementing the largest increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War. The Liberal Democrat MP, Mike Martin, who chairs the all-party parliamentary group on rearmament, says he agrees with Lord Robertson.
I think the public have an understanding of the threat at the moment. What I don't think is widespread is how poor the state of the UK military is. This is a crisis. This is a 1937-style crisis. And the three main parties need to put aside the blame game, knuckle down, and figure out how we're going to increase defence spending. And we need to do it together in the national interest.
Tracking data analysed by the BBC shows that 4 ships linked to Iran have sailed through the Strait of Hormuz since the start of the US naval blockade of Iran yesterday afternoon. It's not clear if the US will intercept them, as it said it would. The IMF has reduced its growth forecast for the UK, saying the total output is likely to increase by 0.8% this year. The previous prediction was 1.3%. The report also says the inflation rate will be 3.2% this year, well above the previous forecast of 2.5%. tributes have been paid to the lead singer of the Irish folk band Clannad, Moyle Brennan, who's died aged 73. The group achieved international success and sold more than 10 million albums. The government has approved the £575 million takeover of the Telegraph newspaper group by the German media firm Axel Springer. The Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy, says she had no objections on the grounds of protecting the public interest or preventing foreign state influence. BBC News.
Now on Radio 4, it's the Archers and Who's Knocking on Brian's Front Door?
She was my Rocky.
I can be Rocky like you. I'm not my sister, but maybe I'm the next best thing.
I overreacted yesterday, didn't I?
You did a bit.
I can't explain. I can't. Not to you. Not to anyone.
I think you're going to have to try. Your kids are very, very worried about your behaviour.
What? You're thinking Liz is my mum?
Yes, Brian, that's exactly what they think.
Seriously?
The D word has been mentioned.
Dementia?
The beginnings of it.
Oh, this is worrying me. That's absolutely not what's going on, Lorraine.
Oh, that's good. Come on, we'll walk up Laker Hill, shall we?
Coffee while you work? Well, I don't think I grew up at the stables. I wouldn't go from to help my cat.
Caregiving, and it is filtered coffee.
Yeah, it's from my friends, which are which is nice.
Nice.
Nutty.
a medical issue this time round then, anyway?
Oh, what then? There's clearly something going on. I've been behaving very oddly. Yes, oddly. I wondered if I know he told me not to look at anyone about it.
It's nothing to do with them. I care about them. I care a lot. It's just... Someone...
Oh, what's happened?
I can't tell you. I'm sorry, but I can't.
Close your pocket and look at the view. Yes, have you got excuse for a breather?
You just go. It's the first one I've heard this year.
This isn't anything to do with George Grenville.
What?
I can't help thinking about that day he came round, all guns blazing, a few weeks back, when you said everything was sorted out. Isn't it? Or was it that damn boy causing more trouble?
No, it's not that. No, Eric.
Not to repeat.
I don't want to talk about it.
Take it easy. A little rat. Oh, darling, what's he been up to now? Just because he was picked by a boat with the whole village has been soaked off.
That was a terrible...
Terrible? Yes, it was. Whether he's bug or anything.
It was wrong.
What?
It was wrong.
The coffee tin? Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I? Well, I just booked it. It's a cup tin, not a village tin. Well, a smaller scale, probably. And the coffee of a master and that, and what get to some patch thing, isn't it? What have you got for coffee? Oh, for colour tonight. Bare long summer. And it's cool that there's a competition for the team lager. Coffee's like got quite a few entries already. Yeah, Martha's having a go. Well, she had much choice. Your dad always used to tell us that. Though he was always way more enthusiastic if we did actually win something. Before for being said. Yeah, but it's true, really. Taking part, joining in. It's a good night for the kids. Oh, not just so. Well, Xander's interest. Say the must say. And he's not much older than Martha. I think he might be really talented. Yeah, I told Chris we should stick all the LPs up on the kitchen wall so we can see what works from a distance. You're in for this, aren't you? Oh, I'm up for a little game this stuff. The garden roll out would rather one of us. Chris is okay, is he? Other than that? Of course. Why? Has he said anything? No, not a word. I mean, we split up ages ago. We're both free agents. Well, yeah, but it's not always that simple, is it? Well, it is for me. I always loved Chris. And I'd always do not stay. But, I'm not meant to be together with him, Bill. We're in a good place, too. I'm not suggesting otherwise. Chris really hasn't said anything. No, he really hasn't. I was only checking everything was cool. It is. I think it is. Is it? A bit bad. Oh, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. No, it's just me. But have we done agreements? Well, God.
Aren't you going to say anything?
Still trying to take it in.
Oh, I understand now.
Oh. When did you know?
I've always known. I was there.
And you didn't stop it?
Well, not when it happened, but not long after.
After?
Laura saw George send me leaving in the bar that night and lost his way. He followed George out, picked him up, and by the time I caught up with him, the deed was done. I made him call NDAs.
You've been telling all this for a living.
Well, that's what you do, isn't it?
No wonder you haven't been yourself.
He did it to protect me.
Hitting George with a bottle? I mean, that's no way to do it. Oh, what a mess of a man.
He's in pieces, Lillian. He knows what he did was stupid.
Maybe you should have thought of that before he lashed
I wanted to go to the police and confess. I had to talk to nobody.
Oh, Hilton,
But confessing is not a help anyway. You have to support him. And I don't care what it costs. I feel awful about Miranda, but he's my boy. He needs me now more than ever. I think Jenny would have said that too.
I think she would. Look, I must protect you, Rory. She loved you.
Yes. We have to keep him away from stress. And that's why I put him at law. Even as a punishment. Make it a little bit worse, I think. Pig farming takes discipline and structure. Hard work. Time consuming. You won't have so much time to stress.
I can see that. Oh, I wish you taught before.
I understand why I couldn't.
Okay, I've decided. That's fine. I'll go along with it. For Jenny's sake. Family is family.
Thank you.
But now we have to stop the others worrying about you. Alice is talking about phoning Debbie, persuading her to get yourself examined.
I'm not losing my mind, Celine.
Well, maybe not, but the stress isn't any good for you. Are you sleeping?
Not much.
Oh, well, that can't go on for long.
I'll manage. I'm not the greatest. Just promise you'll keep quiet about this. Nobody must know that we're victims. Promise me, Elaine.
All right. I promise.
Well, Stella will be trying to keep her fears in check when we're back in Ambridge tonight at 7. In World War II, Mr. Armstrong, good evening.
And 10 years later,
Juliet Armstrong.
Forgive me, Miss Armstrong. You have me mixed up with someone else.
Juliet Armstrong, a former spy, haunted by her work.
Should I have gone after him? And say what? Where have you been? And why on earth are you denying all knowledge of her when together we committed a most hideous act?
Phoebe Price and Toby Jones star in Transcription by Kate Atkinson, starting on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds on Sunday afternoon at 3.
Looking ahead to a little bit later on this afternoon, the Arnold Feeney portrait by Yanda H is the focus of the first in a new series of moving pictures. That's here on BBC Radio 4 at 4 o'clock. But now, with an atmospheric drama about an encounter between a mysterious old man who's captivated by stories and a couple with a lot of tales to tell.
A terrible scene, dark and cold, a horrible place.
say?
An indoor bonfire. All hell breaks loose and me. I'm the wee devil with the matches.
Wee devil, right enough.
A bigger bucket would help.
Keeping going till we got to a pub would have been a real help. So would an excellent mellow smoke.
Sad lack of mellow these days. Same with the old-fashioned acid. The kind that came shimmering into your brain with a tiny wee bow and said, as Madame desires. Oh, thank you, Jeeves. I'll have quiet bliss on home on the bread.
Right, well, better that than...
Don't be shy.
I mean, you're better, right? You look better.
Haven't used a needle for... feels like decades.
I worry.
Not allowed. I'm not your sister. Not your girlfriend.
Sometimes wonder who you are.
Right back at you.
Remember the night we met?
Me down memory lane.
October. Dry and clear. Starry sky.
The fair. You couldn't see the sky. Too many lights.
You're in the dodgems on your own, and I'm moving in among the cars like a beast. Get at my job. I'm common people all around.
See, Madame's a mechanic.
Attraction ascendant.
The past is a foreign country.
Hello?
Huh?
Anybody there?
No. No, Safavid.
Hello? Can't have maybe got the wrong door. Oh, okay. Hold on. We're not trespassing, just to make the point. See myself?
Greetings and blessings all here gathered. Honour to the lady of the house and all who attend her.
Oh, that'll be me and you.
I'm not empty-handed. I brought a bottle.
Well, wipe your feet, Donny. Get that door shut.
Oh, sorry. There. I'll be closing in my time.
Here, pull up an empty sack.
Travelled under various names.
Satire.
Fern? I've been called Mr. Ford.
Out in the dark over the snow, the fellow founders of the world.
With Safavid ready. A well-read young lady.
Iran. Yes, actually, empty factory.
Which, 20 years ago, made steel wire. And before that, there was a schoolhouse. Before that, was it a church too there?
Alarm. קריית שמונה. מרגליות.
Threefold. She smells on earth.
Menara.
The wooded land of the captain of the theatre. Hunters and warriors, heroes. Then he's done out that bold company casement here. The bard would sit, where now, where, oh yes, there, just there. Sharp and under an abundant 'Twas so, indeed. Finn, the high chieftain of the Fianna, not only was he the greatest of warriors, he was as generous as he was brave. He gave golden coins as the wind might scatter autumn leaves.
Did somebody mention a bottle?
All right, wee man. Mr. Fawn?
Ossian, Finn's son. One time, a woman came to him from the land of the young. It happened this way. The blue of her bright eyes was a dare, and he followed her to the land of Fairy and lived with her for what seemed to be only a season, one greenwood summer. But when he came back to this world, centuries had passed. His father and all the Fianna were dead. St. Patrick said, "Your people are pagans and sinners and are burning in hell." And now that Christian fool is long dead, while Ossian is living still, wandering alive this very night.
Oh, you're okay, Dot Hen. Okay, Hen. No worries. She'll be fine. It happens, it's some kind of epileptic thing. Funny but he never hurts herself. Even if she's standing up, she feels it coming on and she sits herself doing it.
But you go to her side, you hold her.
Well, just instinct. See, no sorry. She'll wake up in a minute.
I wonder what dreams.
She doesn't dream. She just shuts down.
She might be given a dream of the greenwood.
Rose Blanton.
Among oak and ash, alder and birch. Somewhere new.
Oh my goodness.
Perplexing.
Oh my heavens.
But somehow familiar.
Oh my heavens above.
She may grin with a child's delight. She need only reach out her hand as for a gift.
We're still in Scotland.
And touch the brow of a young red deer hind. One of a well-fed, happy, safe little herd. The bonny red deer of Scotland. Gently, wee one.
We nearly had you over there. They were sniffing at us. Others as well? No. You?
I am remembered here.
Remembered? Where are we?
The land of stories. I have one in my mind. About a woman, a mother, a dear. Yeah, but that one is it. It's maybe too.
No happy ending. I'm well used to that.
So? It happened this way. The wife of Finn was queenly, and she was loving. Within a few months of their union, she was proud to say she was carrying his child, and it was a boy. Now, there was a creature in those days who called himself the Black Druid. He was devilish, and had long desired to possess that lady. And when she rejected him and chose Finn, he swore darker vengeance. And while her husband was away doing battle against Norsemen, that devil of trickery and guile and disguise found his way to her side, and with a touch of a wand of hazel, transformed her into a red deer hind. And he and 3 hinds led her away to a high forest to trace. 7 years, over woodland and moor, glen and mountain, farm and town, and castle and battle, Finn, with all his men and all his hands, searched for his wife. But she was never found. She was never found. What he did find, among oak and ash, alder and birch, was a cave. And in the mouth of the cave, a boy, naked, strong, of 7 years. They looked at each other, and Finn saw on that face something of himself, to give me come.
Hello. Who are? Well, sir.
Spares, do it. Nourishment to life's blood.
There's an idea. A drink. You could build up the fire a bit.
Yes, ma'am.
Cozy nice and drink. Excellent blushing.
Right away, ma'am.
You said something about a bottle.
Coming right up, Your Majesty.
My gift for the house.
We're short of glasses, as you can see. We haven't finished our party.
Tonight.
What's that?
Looks ancient, but the man who gave it to me from Damascus, he tried to have me believe it was. We've been talking about his favorite book, Mallory's Great Mort Darther. He enjoyed my argument that none of the Christian stories in it were transmuted Celtic legends, so he presented me with that Syrian drinking goblet he said, please see to his world. It was all something of a trickster, was Lawrence.
Lawrence.
A tricky fellow indeed, but a genuine hero. Those blue eyes of yours, Dot. The most challenging gaze.
So I've been told. I've been slapped around more than once for my challenging look. Your eyes. Is that what you call masking?
Perhaps in this light.
Oh, you mean there's
No, I do not mean that. A woman. Beware. This record has special powers. For you, Dot, it is to settle the cure. Harry, it is primarily just
I don't know.
like so. One separation of memory from any time in your past, unpredictable, vivid. You may remember with delight or sorrow, bliss.
I remember Quinn when you make your entrance like we're in some country or play. Then you're talking about warriors and lunatic poets as if they're right here in front of you.
Where you going with this?
Then we get a fairy tale tearjerker from my conversations with Lawrence Arabia, who died in 1911. And the big finish is to be a magic memory elixir. So, here's the thing. Who are you? And who and what do you think you are?
This is getting out of order. Look at the man.
And what do we see? Some kind of time traveller wizard or just an old homeless loony?
For God's sake, I do travel, Dot. Many miles, many years. And of course I am old, a foolish, fond old man, full of score and upwards.
And today, plainly, I feel...
Yes, I fear I am not in my perfect mind one word again. But my mind is clear on this. One
wild.
Meaning what?
Maybe it's not as lost and wandered. You see the tourist gone off, wakened up, settled in, playing with us.
Okay, so let's play.
Hell no.
Well, hell no.
Well, how far?
Well, you just said entertainment. Or maybe your actual magic. Here we go, now you better calm down. Clear. Okay, Tim. Colour makes no difference.
Comedy using Volcanic the same. More magic by the minute.
Well? Nothing.
Not your actual magic. Actual correct water.
And you tasted it.
I meant.
Just horrible. Never a similar stem study. Sickening.
What you decided to taste.
And you got a memory.
Pretended.
It's on my father's taste. Easy watch me take my first dram. So what did you expect out to taste? I had no expectations. No, nothing. I'm there to be anything. Ginger wine, rich with a memory of childhood Christmas.
Can you remember something that you never had? My folks were dead against Christmas. Pagan they called it. Mum and Dad were a very select and lifeless wee Christian sect.
You never tried to enjoy the season.
Every Christmas I had was just bleak midwinter. Every miserable year till I got out of her pictures. And as soon as I got out, I completely bypassed Tim's and rum. I went straight to grown-up wine and whiskey and decent beer. And when I was free to take the hump, that's when I took to reading. Because that new life of mine, that poetry and prose, they were like my eyes shut and my hands over my ears going, keep that life upbeat. Just this era. God help us, everyone.
Once upon a time, a tiny I know that, Nick. But I'm not the one that says don't look at me like that. Half I forgot now, Mr. Thorne. Slow down. A gentleman. May as well try and make a merry night of it. Nose first. Jesus. Lamentable. Well, is that? It is. Now that is Christmas.
What are you talking about?
Jack Daniels. Uncle Jack and the best Christmas ever.
You don't know.
The guy for the waltzes had a daughter. Him and me and the fortune teller. We drank a lot. She might not have been a real gypsy, but she did have a card. Christmas Eve and cozy with all these cushions and pillows. Watch cartoon show and we and we sang the word. Come on, ye faithful. Happy Christmas, war is over. Ding dong early on high. Oh my Christ, we were ding dong merry. Hum in the night. And outside? Snow. Just like it's supposed to be. All is calm, all is bright. Right, there's a memory, huh? Thank you, Uncle Jack. Mr. Thorne?
Listen.
Magic.
No. I'm not sure what's going on here, but it's not magic. There's nothing but water in that bottle.
Speak for yourself. Why did you say you never had a nice Christmas when you were a kid?
Because I never did.
You did so? Well, I'll tell you something else. The two pigeons, the waltzer guy and the gypsy, they were staring at me off the floor. Could I have a drink more of that excellent news, Mr. Thorne? Just a wee bit of more. Cheers. Yes, sublime as ding dong.
Give me that.
Yes.
It's water.
Nonsense. Taste it. What?
like dead folk talking in whispers. It's a whole horror story, but she's laughing. She's letting loose with that famous laugh of hers. Oof, I need a push. Is that right? No. Oh yeah. This has been coming for a while. She kept dancing and talking till I was what? I was scared she'd just, like she did, she'd like, start bleeding on the hip. Spent the day and a half in bed, me watching, just getting in the flat and watching. She had no idea if the zombies are still alive, so she said, I'm getting excellent at it. But one more story. Story number 3, another
one of her comes and I get my arm round the safe. No, sorry, but then she wakes up and she just shouts me away and it's urgent thing. Bad with the relief for NDAs. They need the worst soul in the world. How can they live like that? How's anybody else supposed to live with you? Just take me back and give me the signs, make me up and oh, I can't sleep. I'm the one left lying there with nothing. See you making a year, a total nutcase or totally dicks.
You walk out into that snowy dark. How'd you go from there? I think you could kill me. The dark haunts round the swiftest hound, but here we're both here. What the hell have we talked ourselves into?
You tell me.
I'll never be one to weep along sad songs. I do have other gifts. One's Christmas. What date is this?
I don't know. 16, 17.
Right, so I need to.
For what?
We get tidied up. You get good, I'm ready.
For Christmas.
Time off. For merry behaviour, rest, respite, shelter.
Shelter for what?
This, me, you, us, the weather. We get inside and cozy, decent food, bit of wine. We should even have gingerbread and sultana cake.
What are you on about?
I knew a man.
Oh, did you?
A bad man.
Ah, we need him again.
Used to be bad. By 16, 17 years old. Yes, abuse.
The usual, she says.
A mansion from 20 odd rooms and God knows how many acres of gardens and trees. He'd been everywhere. Knew everybody. Knew all the stories, all the secrets. He'd read every book. Tried every caper. He was a millionaire. He still is. He's in the mansion and I can still get there.
A bad man in a mansion.
It used to be, I said. He's not old and ill, bone weary. He's been in a wheelchair for 10 years. But he is, and I can swear to this, really fond of me.
Fond? Not right, there's a lot.
It's the right word. He'll take me in, guaranteed, and if you're with me,
I'm in as well. Nice, cozy in a mansion. Hold up.
it's a chance.
A chance for what?
Survival. Gentlemen, some carrot cake.
One condition.
Condition? I pull some peace and goodbye at my hat and you come away with condition.
Mr. Ford is to come as well.
Jesus and Santa, have mercy.
Mr. Ford, you've been listening to all this.
Oh yeah, well, I misses nothing.
Sure. First thing, get us through the road. I did make this job, I was just walking. Sorry, but you did just give me the chance. You did. Give me the chance to get some things said. I'm coming for a while. Anyway, have you got some place to be at Christmas? Somewhere different?
I doubt if he knows where he's got to be from one day to the next.
It's getting out in the cold, no chance of frozen feet. And it seems this old pile of dots knows a wee story.
Link?
No. Wait. In fact, I will leave now. Don't. Now.
Yes.
Bye.
listen. Hear me. Listen. Son of the highest chieftain in all of Scotland and Ireland, that man of honour, courage and pity from these omens made. You think your boldness is courage. It was selfish and hateful. But pity? Yes, your eyes full of tears as you turned to the sick. You were a slave seeking praise for labour. As the craftsman would say there, humble prayers aloud, and did you weep? Laughed aloud. You measure the cosmos. You kill and call the atom. Among your number you count Shakespeare, Einstein, Boudica, Jesus of Nazareth, and him you nailed to a cross to watch him die in agony. The torture and murder of fellows by a million. Your women too. Your own children. If your children were slaughtered. But somewhere, always, unconscious, after wreckage, and clay and light, buried you, my brother Lord. Nightingale and coffin and love.
In a terrible scene, Hal was played by Simon Donaldson, Dark by Pauline Taylor, and Ossian by Finlay Welsh. It was written by Robert Forrest and was a BBC Audio Scotland production directed by Kirsty Williams.
BBC News at 3 o'clock. Projections from the International Monetary Fund suggest there may be a global recession because of the war in Iran. The IMF believes the UK will also experience weaker growth of 0.8% this year. The projection in January had been 1.3%. Speaking in the past hour, the IMF's economic counselor, Pierre-Olivier Gauvanchat, drew comparisons with the period after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine.
Today's shock echoes the 2022 commodity price surge. Then, central banks delivered a successful disinflation without a recession. Can we expect the same outcome now? There are reasons to doubt it. In 2022, inflation pressures were already elevated by post-pandemic support policies. Today, underlying demand pressures have eased, though inflation remains above target in some countries, notably the United States.
The UK and France are to co-chair a video conference on Friday aimed at reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has largely closed the waterway since the start of attacks by the United States and Israel in February. The US blockade of Iranian ports came into effect yesterday. Downing Street says it completely rejects claims that Britain is not safe because of underinvestment in defence. In a speech later, the former Labour Defence Secretary Lord Robertson is expected to say the UK's national security is in peril, accusing the government of corrosive complacency. An inquest has heard the Soham killer Ian Huntley died as a result of blunt head injury. He was attacked in a prison workshop in February. About 200 jobs are at risk because of a restructuring at the headquarters of the supermarket chain Morrison's. The company said it wanted to increase its use of artificial intelligence across its operations. In football, the Bournemouth manager Andoni Iraola is to leave the club this summer. He has been in charge since June 2023. It's understood his family's desire to return to Spain was among the factors behind his decision. BBC News.
Nothing illegal has been done here.
Brand new drama, inspired by the true story of the nuns who sold their convents.
We bought luxury cars, limousines, racehorses,
farmhouse near Antwerp,
and the chateau near Leasehold.
Four personal perspectives of the same astonishing tale, starring Shirley Henderson.
No story can be trusted.
which show is going to start, from which show is going to end. Release wins out, which show is in a black light.
A Broken Order by Amelia Bloomer from BBC Radio 4. Listen now on BBC Sounds.
And in half an hour at Heart and Soul, here's how a Chinese concert pianist who grew up in a communist atheist family in China, where religion played no part in her life, found God after hearing Vivaldi's Gloria. But first on Radio 4, here's Alex Barrington with another story of a pioneering figure in history. St. Louis, Missouri, United States, the early 1900s. In front of the mirror, Sarah Breedlove took off her headscarf. She began to pray. She told God she was on the verge of becoming entirely bald. She confessed to feeling ashamed. She tried everything.
At serious time, just having hair that on the weekends or for celebrations, you could comb out, pull out, style into some kind of approximation of fashionable. Because literally 98-99% of black women worked outside the home most of the time. This is in the U.S.
She looked at her hair, so short on the sides, only a puff remaining above her forehead. She asked God what she should do.
There was such a small window of celebration of your hair and of beauty for working people that to lose your hair, to not even have that, to not even be able to revel in your ability to style your hair into some kind of something that satisfied your own soul, if nothing else. To have that to go was a blow to self-esteem. You would feel more insecure.
Like many black women at the time, Breedlove took on domestic labor as a washerwoman. She earned about $1.50 a day, washing for white families. She longed for a better life for her little daughter Lelia and for herself. So Breedlove took action.
She mixed potions and went door to door and tried to sell these products.
She created a business for women just like her. Its mission was clear.
I can help you, working class, poor women, hold on to your hair.
Soon, Sarah Breedlove's hair grew long past her shoulders, and she would transform herself into Madame C.J. Walker, one of the wealthiest African-American women of her time. For BBC Radio 4, this is history's heroes. People with purpose, brave ideas, and the courage to stand alone. I'm a historian, and I'm inspired by the story of Madame C.J. Walker, who was born only just after the end of slavery, but who fought her way up to become perhaps the wealthiest self-made businesswoman in the United States. The 4th of January, 1906, Denver, Colorado. Sarah Breedlove had just married her Prince Charming, a newsman called Charles Joseph Walker, known to his friends as C.J. It was her third marriage, but this time it felt different. She and C.J. believed they had a bright future together, not just in love, but in business. She was determined this one would work.
Part of the reason she was interested in him, or the part of the reason they initially began talking to each other, was because he had worked in advertising for one of the black newspapers.
This is Noliwe Rooks, Al Habib Banu University Professor in Africana Studies at Brown University and the Chair of Africana Studies. Professor Rooks researched early 20th century black newspapers. The same name kept cropping up in all the advertisements. Madame C.J. Walker.
This is an early period of time where newspapers are trying to
Constitution. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to the United States Constitution undeclare them. They former slaves full citizenship and entitled black men like their father and others to vote. The task for that generation of people was really to figure out what those things mean. What does it mean that you're free? What does it mean that you're a citizen? There's no meaning of it for black people in the United States before this period was first sort of closed the consciousness. So she was in Louisiana, a place where all of a sudden black people could own land unmolested. They could open businesses. Black people could have access to things like loans and credit, something they've never had before. So it's a period of great hope and expectation. There's an exhale. But young Sarah had a tough start. By the age of just 7, she'd become an orphan. She never disclosed the cause of her parents' death, though some historians suspect her mother may have died during the cholera epidemic in 1873. So, with her parents dead, she goes to live with her sister, who never wanted her. I mean, it was just simply an obligation. Her older sister, Lavinia, had married a man widely said to be cruel. Sarah was just old enough to be put to work in the cotton fields and as a laundress. For black women at this period, the only access you really had to help was your own body. And the parts of your body could vary that you were reliant on. Could be your hands for you to wash some clothes, your back as you're picking cotton, your genitals as you earn pleasure. Aged just 14, Sarah Breedlove married for the first time. She later said this was in order to get a home of my own. Moses McWilliams offered her a way out. In the 19th century, where all of this was happening, it is hardly uncommon for 14-year-olds to be getting married. But how much of it was in this romantic sense of love and how much was just a practicality? Breedlove was 17 when their beloved daughter, Leila, was born. Around 3 years later, though, she was whistled. It's not known exactly how or when her husband died, but now she had to face life as a single mother. She moved to St. Louis, where again she worked as a laundress. A few years later, when Leila was 9 years old, she moved in with John Davis, who became her second husband. Almost immediately, she realized this was a mistake. She's walking her feet bloody, but she's, still washing clothes for $1.50. She's working hard that there's some money here, and he gets in with her right around then, and money starts to disappear. He's stepping out, flaunting the fact of him having other kinds of relationships. Breedlove was still only in her 20s, yet already she was losing her home. This was a common problem for poor women of the time, and there were many causes. Often they didn't have enough protein in their diets. Poor and rural homes rarely had indoor plumbing, making it difficult to wash hair regularly. Many suffered conditions such as scalp disease. Women sometimes tried to mitigate the problem with hair treatments and styling, which did more damage. I would also just say that I think part of it is she had stress and alopecia. I just think she had stress alopecia. He was an abusive man, I think, personally. Outside her marriage, Breedlove began quietly to see another man, Charles Joseph Walker. He is working as an advertising executive, which is a high-certain kind of term for somebody that's trying to get ad sales for black newspapers. He's somebody who is at the very beginning of understanding commerce, branding, image, and celebrity, and how you turn that into revenue. Breedlove managed to enroll Leila in a college. She herself was in night school. She left her husband. She was trying to build a better life, but she felt socially embarrassed by her thinning hair. The story that she told in the press and as she would go around at different speaking engagements was that she had been asleep one night
and a big black man appeared to her in a dream. And when he appeared to her in this dream, he gave her the ingredients for her hair product, the one that was going to cure baldness.
Around this time, Breedlove met another black woman specializing in hair care, Annie Turnbow. Turnbow had developed what she called her wonderful hair grower in Illinois. Now she was in St. Louis, selling the product door to door. Breedlove became one of her sales agents. Turnbow was married to Nelson Pope at the time, but she's often remembered by the surname of her second husband, Aaron Malone.
What Malone is able to do and recruits Sarah and others to do is to figure out how do you start going around in rural areas, more towns, including black people. So the door-to-door aspect is really Malone, and Sarah just excels at it. She had to figure out, what do I say to these people to make them buy these products when they like me, don't have any money.
Breedlove turned out to be an exceptional saleswoman.
On the strength of her sales, on the strength of the numbers of agents she was bringing in, Malone started to hear about her, but initially she was just one of the 100. She was not favored. She was not. She worked her way into a kind of prominence.
She packed up tubs of the wonderful hair grower and went to Denver, Colorado. There she began to experiment by making her own products as well.
And that's when she starts going a little rogue. That's when she starts thinking that she knows more. She and C.J. Walker, now she never always gave him all the credit for he apparently was pretty good at marketing, for some of the things that he came up with. So the tension that starts growing between them, while it's often Madame C.J. Walker stole her product or stole her way of thinking, they were close in a teacher-student kind of way.
In 1906, Breedlove stopped selling Annie Turnbow's products and distanced herself from her former employer. Breedlove had her own ideas and her own experience. Her brothers were barbers, her partner C.J. Walker understood marketing, and she believed she could run a business herself. That year, she married Walker and soon relaunched herself with a new name and a new enterprise. Sarah Breedlove was now Madame C.J. Walker, and she began to sell her own wonderful hair grower.
And she starts kind of going, we got the Walker method, but this is when the falling out comes, and this is where the ideas of thieving, but by that point, she had a pretty clear vision of her own company by that point.
Madame C.J. Walker's great-great-granddaughter, Alelia Bundles, has spent years researching Walker's life. She wrote Self-Made, a biography of her ancestor.
When I was growing up, the silverware that we used every day had belonged to Madame Walker. One could say, I can't say she didn't have a dream, that she didn't have a revelation. Even Einstein said that part of the theory of relativity came to him in a dream.
Walker mixed formulas in a wash tub in the little attic room she rented.
Madame Walker starts putting her face out there, putting her name out there, not being in the service of Annie Malone, but actually going door to door and selling her products. That one-to-one kind of touching becomes huge as she begins to make money as a sales force of one.
Walker left Leela, now a young woman, in charge of her Denver sales while she traveled around the United States establishing a mail order business. Annie Turnbow Malone was furious. She denounced Walker publicly in a newspaper, writing, "The proof of the value of our word